At 7 years old, every child of the clan took the entrance exam to enter the clan's school. Everyone needed the rebirth stone, which heals all wounds and abrasions. The first boy attacked, but quickly surrendered. Time passed, and no one passed. All the children were driven mad with fear, but Zeke was unwavering. He had been tempered by the dragon's blood trial and grueling daily training. And now, it was MC's turn. He refused to use a weapon, but no one believed in such power. Zeke struck with all his might and shattered the stone into splinters. The seemingly weak child showed what he was capable of, although before his rebirth he could only dream of martial arts. Broken and exhausted, he clung to the belief passed down through generations because he had come too far to turn back. The legend spoke of a divine dragon guarding a golden fruit said to grant immortality. Seeing the truth with his own eyes, he could hardly believe the mythical prize was real. Before him stood the sacred tree, its glowing fruit confirming that his lifelong pursuit had not been in vain. The object of his obsession was the fruit of immortality itself. Even in that moment, his battered body reminded him how close he was to collapse. Yet he believed he had defeated the divine dragon and claimed victory at last. Dragging himself to the tree, he forced his failing body onward for one final effort. He convinced himself that with the fruit, he could still break through to the highest realm of martial arts. So he bit into the fruit and accepted its power without hesitation. That man was Gilfas Eldragon, already famed as the strongest warrior alive. Decades later, the story seemed to have ended in peace, with his family gathered as he lay dying of old age. Those around him believed he had lived long enough and was ready to pass on quietly. His eldest son Gilliam mourned him as a father rather than a legend. Gilfas, now the family patriarch, told him not to grieve and claimed his time had simply come. His son lamented the emptiness the household would feel without him and his wife. Gilfas dismissed such sentiment and treated the old legend of the fruit as nothing more than a story. Still, he took comfort in the family he had built and the life he had been given. Outwardly he framed his death as the natural close of a full life. He even declared that he had no regrets. But inside, that composure shattered because he knew he was lying to everyone and to himself. What he truly wanted was more time. His dying mind raged against the end as his body failed him. Even at death's door, he still yearned to reach the peak of martial arts. His son could only watch in grief as Gilfas slipped away. By all appearances, Gilfas Eldragon's life should have ended there. Instead, his awareness returned in the body of a newborn. As consciousness settled in, he realized something impossible had happened and his body felt unnaturally light. Looking at his tiny hands, he understood with growing alarm that he had become a baby. The realization hit him fully, and shock replaced the finality of death. He struggled to make sense of the absurd situation from inside an infant's body. Trying to stay calm, he judged that this could not be normal and began searching for an explanation. Unable to move freely, he could only wonder who had done this and by what means. Then a possibility surfaced that connected his death to the legendary fruit. He concluded that the fruit's gift had not been eternal life in one body, but rebirth after death. That insight made everything clear. The fruit had reincarnated him. Delighted by his luck, he immediately saw this as a second chance to pursue martial mastery from the beginning. Surveying the nursery, he noticed many other infants nearby. From that, he inferred he had been reborn into the Eldragon family again, though the number of babies there raised new questions. Before he could think further, several maids entered carrying bottles and supplies. Their arrival signaled feeding time for the children. Then the routine turned sinister when a goblin was brought in under the servants' control. Gilfas was stunned as the maids handled the creature as if it were part of a planned procedure. The goblin was cut open, and its blood was collected into a bottle. A violent spray of blood reached Gilfas's crib, showing how close he was to whatever they were doing. As he reeled from the shock, the maids calmly discussed diluting the fresh blood before giving it to the babies. He was lifted from his crib and saw another infant already being fed the red liquid. Realizing the bottle meant for him contained the same substance, he demanded to know what they were feeding him. He understood with horror that it was not milk but diluted goblin blood, and the implications of that ritual immediately alarmed him. A newborn is fed a strange red liquid, and his body reacts to it on pure survival instinct. As the blood is forced into him, he panics because he has been reborn as a helpless baby and cannot control what is happening. He realizes the liquid is ancient dragon blood, a dangerous source of power being given to infants. Watching the nursery, he understands that the blood has been deliberately diluted so babies can endure it at all. Even so, he knows the dose is still too much and fears he will burst if he cannot expel it. He notices the other babies are instinctively spitting it out, while he has already absorbed enough that he might survive if he acts carefully. He hesitates, wondering whether rejecting the power is really the right choice. Instead, he commits to taking it in and bets everything on enduring the full dose. He decides that if he can absorb all of this magic power, he may surpass even the peak he reached in his previous life. Driven by that ambition, he keeps drinking in hopes of reaching an even higher realm of martial arts. Though he does not understand why his body can do it, he resolves to exploit this chance completely. Inside him, the dragon blood erupts violently as the power begins to fuse with his body. His body nearly gives out, but he refuses to let go of the opportunity. Through the pain, he curses those who underestimated the Eldragon bloodline. He declares that Gilfas Eldragon should never have been treated as weak, staking his pride on surviving this trial. The maid holding him is startled as the baby's struggle becomes something far beyond normal instinct. He pushes on, convinced that fully absorbing the ancient dragon's power could let him exceed every achievement of his former life. In his mind, the process becomes a battle between dragons, a clash of overwhelming forces. The stronger dragon lunges as if to devour the other, mirroring the power struggle inside him. Then the balance shifts, and the dragon blood is absorbed with unexpected calm instead of destroying him. The violent struggle ends in a burst, signaling that the dangerous fusion has somehow succeeded. Afterward, he lies bloodied in his crib but realizes he has managed to survive the ordeal. Observers conclude that his survival instinct was extraordinary, because a normal baby's body should not have endured that much. Once the crisis passes, exhaustion overtakes him and he finally falls asleep. 7 years pass. Now grown into a boy, he trains alone with brutal intensity, balancing upside down while supporting a massive boulder. He launches the weight away with explosive force, showing how far his body has developed. He lands smoothly and controls the momentum, proving his strength is no accident. He reflects that this body is exceptional, and that Gilfa's Eldragon has since been renamed Zeke Eldragon. He explains that the source of his power is the true energy that exists within all living beings. The ancient dragon blood he and the other infants drank contained enormous amounts of that true source power. Even the small amount he absorbed gave him a body far stronger than a normal human and amplified the dragon power he had carried from his past life. As a result, he underwent a transformation so drastic that even he was shocked by it. Yet despite that miracle, he judges his current progress as only 1 star. He thinks that after 7 years he should have reached at least 4 stars by now. He explains that each star is a compressed stage of true source power, and every new star becomes vastly harder to attain while granting greater strength. In his previous life as Gilfa's Eldragon, he had reached the unprecedented rank of 10 stars, something no one else in the world achieved. Returning to the present, he notes how much time has passed since he was reborn as the illegitimate child of the current Eldragon family head. He reveals that his mother is already dead and that his father has never appeared in his life. That neglect leaves him openly wondering what kind of parent could abandon a child so completely. Thinking back to his rebirth, he concludes that this era has become a place where the strong prey on the weak. The clearest proof, he says, is a cruel ceremony called the Dragon's Trial. Only the babies who survived that trial were meant to be raised as Eldragon warriors. But as he looks toward the estate, it is clear that promise was never extended to him. In 7 years, not a single instructor has ever come to train him, and the maid refuses to explain why. When he asks whether he should still receive proper combat training, she can only offer practical help, not answers. He decides he can manage on his own for now and that strengthening his body matters more than formal techniques at this stage. Still, he tries another route and asks for information about the other children of the main family. Even when he narrows the question to simple family matters, the maid repeats that she is not allowed to say anything. Her continued silence finally angers him, and he demands to know whether that is truly all she can tell him. The maid refuses to reveal what he wants to know, making it clear that some answers are being deliberately withheld from him. When he bitterly wonders whether he is being mistreated, she explains that the servants were ordered to do nothing beyond meeting his basic personal needs. He realizes even this maid is a trained 3-star fighter, which means she could at least serve as minimal combat instruction if she were allowed to help. Since no one will engage with him after 7 years of near-total neglect, he gives up on the conversation and heads for the forest instead. Her continued silence only confirms to him that he is being ignored on purpose. In the forest, he resumes the solitary routine that has become his real education. He gathers poisonous herbs as part of that training. He forces himself to eat them despite the danger and disgust. The awful taste is familiar by now, but he accepts it as another step in hardening himself. He stays patient, even while noticing that strange roots keep following him through the woods. Annoyed by the persistent presence, he calls out for whoever is watching to show themselves. When no one answers, he concludes the hidden observer considers the matter too trivial to intervene directly. He pushes into the brush to investigate the source himself. A dark, unnatural aura hangs deeper in the forest, confirming that something abnormal is nearby. He senses an approaching threat and immediately recognizes it as something significant. The creature reveals itself as an anger boar, a beast he knows by name. What unsettles him more is the black mist around it, a corruption he knows did not exist 1,000 years ago. The boar locks onto him and prepares to attack. Wrapped in that sinister mist, the beast charges straight at him. He avoids the first rush without panic. Instead of retreating, he meets the danger with confidence. He slips around the boar's momentum and positions himself for a counterattack. Drawing power into his fist, he forms a star for the first time in this life. With a single empowered blow, he kills the anger boar outright. Seeing the damage from what he considers only a light strike, he confirms that star quality matters more than star count alone. As he carries the carcass away, his thoughts turn again to how tired he is of being abandoned, and he begins considering leaving on a journey. If he ever does leave, he decides the sea would be his destination. A hidden observer is shaken by what he has just seen, realizing the boy formed a star naturally, killed a beast in one hit, and even noticed the surveillance. The watcher reflects that Zeke lost his mother early, was neglected by his father, denied a proper education, and kept under constant watch because he could not be allowed to flee. Rather than dismissing him as merely a discarded blood relative, the observer becomes intrigued by how exceptional he actually is. Having made that judgment, the watcher quietly departs. Back at the remote house, Zeke senses visitors before seeing them. Feeling the pressure of powerful arrivals, he guesses they may be from the 4-star or 5-star class and wonders what such people could want with him. Listening carefully, he confirms they carry no killing intent, so this is not an assassination. When he opens the door, he finds uniformed officials bearing the Eldragon insignia. Their presence only deepens his suspicion about why they have come. The officials step forward with formal authority. They politely announce that they have come to retrieve Zeke and order him to take an examination. Zeke is stunned by the sudden summons. His shock turns into immediate protest. He explodes in frustration because no one ever informed him about any such exam. Even after changing into proper clothes, he still struggles to believe this abrupt reversal of his fate. As he arrives at the main family seat after 1700 years away, he reflects on how impossible this return once seemed. He recalls being taken from his home by an Anva and told he was returning to the main family, though not to live in the main house itself. He learns the family's exclusive academy is called the Dragon's Nest. All children of the Eldragon family are expected to enter that institution at 7, and today is its entrance exam. Zeke cannot help mocking the situation, since he was never taught anything despite being forced to take the same test. Even so, he accepts that the exam is mandatory, and that this is why he was dragged all the way from the frontier. The absurdity of it all leaves him momentarily overwhelmed. He complains that the summons ruined the dramatic plan he had been building in his head, then resigns himself to dealing with reality. Left crouching awkwardly among the other candidates, he becomes painfully aware of how out of place he looks. A timid blue-haired boy named Langus approaches kindly, introduces himself, and asks whether Zeke is in trouble. Langus explains that he only spoke up because Zeke looked genuinely troubled. Zeke is caught off guard by the unexpected concern. He immediately senses that beneath Langus's timid manner is a surprising amount of courage. After a brief pause, Zeke apologizes for spacing out. He introduces himself as Zeke and admits he was simply confused about what the exam would involve. Langus tries to reassure him by saying the exam format does not usually change from year to year. When Zeke admits he does not know the exam content at all, Langus is horrified that someone with no support was sent here so unprepared. Before Langus can explain, another candidate loudly insults him as a runt, making Zeke notice the contempt built into this place. Both boys turn toward the source of the insult. A smug boy named Retin from Old Scale Village openly mocks Langus and tells him he does not belong here. Langus timidly confirms that he is here for the Dragon's Nest exam, only to be challenged more aggressively. Retin declares it impossible for someone like Langus to enter and sneers that the child of a mock dragon could never amount to anything. Zeke notices Langus clench his fist, silently absorbing the humiliation. He recalls the Eldragon family's rigid hierarchy, with rookies at the bottom of the recognized ranks. Above them stand the young dragons and then the adult dragons of captain class. Higher still are the elders, the executive class who hold true authority. Below even the official hierarchy are the mock dragons, those who failed to enter the Dragon's Nest. Those who cannot graduate are also cast into that same despised category and treated as mere imitations. Langus still wants to enter because he wants to prove that people like him are not fakes. When asked why, he answers with a simple challenge to prejudice. No one can know his limits before he has even tried. Retin responds with open hostility, and demands to know who Zeke thinks he is for interfering. Zeke calmly insists he is only asking a fair question about why Langus should be excluded. Retin answers bluntly that Langus's kind are weak, and that weakness alone is enough to justify contempt. Langus is startled by how nakedly that cruelty is stated. Zeke dismisses Retin's boasting and remarks that Langus is probably far stronger than someone like him. Langus is stunned that Zeke would defend him so boldly. Retin takes the remark as a direct insult, and demands to know whether Zeke is calling him inferior. Before the confrontation can escalate further, an official steps in. The exam staff call everyone to attention and cut off the argument. An adult dragon examiner formally begins the Dragon's Nest entrance exam and orders all applicants to register, take number tags, and proceed in order. Retin leaves with a threat, promising he will remember Zeke's face. Zeke brushes off the hostility, while Langus nervously points out that provoking people this easily may be dangerous. Zeke answers that anyone would be angry after being told someone else was stronger, treating the whole clash as obvious common sense. He starts to grasp just how sensitive status and pride are in this era. Still, he points out that if the exam is mandatory, all the talk about impossibility sounds contradictory. Langus explains that candidates can withdraw if they clearly lack the ability, which shocks Zeke because no one told him that either. Langus gently suggests that withdrawing might spare Zeke from getting hurt. Zeke refuses, saying someone of his caliber cannot back down, and Langus can only marvel at confidence built on total ignorance of the exam. Langus gives up arguing and prepares to explain what is coming. At the arena, the examiner reveals the first test: scratch a special rock and you pass, with no weapons allowed except those provided, though bare hands are permitted. Each applicant is given only 3 attempts. Zeke is almost disappointed by how simple the test sounds, while Langus is appalled that he finds it easy. Zeke had expected some terrifying ritual, so a mere rock feels anticlimactic to him. He privately dismisses the challenge as underwhelming. The examiner gives the signal to begin. The first candidate steels himself for the attempt. He swings with all his strength using the provided weapon. Langus winces before the result even lands, already fearing what will happen. The attack rebounds savagely, injuring the candidate instead of marking the stone. Zeke is startled by the violent backlash, while the others react as if this is normal. The examiner coldly announces the first attempt failed and offers the candidate his remaining tries. When the boy cannot continue, the staff treat it as a forfeit and remove him without sympathy. The exam proceeds mercilessly to the next applicant. Zeke is irritated that Langus is panicking instead of explaining, so he demands to know what the stone actually is. He asks directly what kind of object could cause such a result. Langus explains that it is a regeneration stone that instantly repairs minor scratches and reflects brute force attacks with vastly amplified force. He adds that the stone can still be scratched if one properly circulates ether source power through the body while striking. From that explanation, Zeke concludes the test is really measuring control of source power more than raw martial skill. That realization makes him think seriously about how to approach it. Watching the crowd, he notes that several candidates seem capable of passing, including the boys who mocked Langus. One of those boys fails spectacularly and is immediately disqualified. Another follows with the same result, proving that confidence alone means nothing here. The failures continue as the examiner records each result with mechanical indifference. When Zeke's number is finally called, Langus makes one last attempt to persuade him to withdraw. Zeke walks down calmly and tells Langus there is no need to worry about him. Langus can only watch in anxious silence. As Zeke approaches the stone, he begins considering what to use as his weapon. The examiner notices something unusual in his intent. Zeke decides he does not need any weapon at all. When questioned, he confirms that his fist alone will be enough. The spectators immediately conclude he is being reckless and predict his hand will shatter. Langus fears the damage will be even worse and blames himself for not stopping him. He regrets not trying harder to hold Zeke back. The examiner accepts Zeke's choice and orders him to begin. Touching the stone, Zeke notes that it is another unfamiliar material created during the 1,000 years he missed, but decides understanding it can wait. He resolves that the details do not matter as long as he can break through the test. Seeing the power gathering around him, Langus panics and realizes too late that Zeke is about to do something extreme. Zeke unleashes his full current strength without restraint. He uses Dragon Destruction Combat Arts, first form. His burst strike crashes down on the stone with overwhelming force. The impact detonates through the arena. Langus can only stare in stunned disbelief as the dust clears. Even the examiner is forced to watch the result in silence. Zeke seems satisfied rather than strained. He casually judges the technique too advanced for his present body, implying he held back less than he intended. Despite the damage to his arm, he cheerfully concludes that he still needs much more training. The spectators fall silent, trying to process what they just witnessed. Retin can only mutter that Zeke did not merely scratch the stone but shattered it. A blonde girl watching from the stands finds the outcome immediately interesting. Langus is left completely overwhelmed by how far beyond expectation Zeke turned out to be. The arena erupts in disbelief at the impossible result. The examiner realizes the regeneration stone was not just marked but erased, something that should require at least 4-star power. He begins to suspect that, illegitimate or not, Zeke truly carries the head family's blood, and that the technique he used is one he has seen before. Zeke simply asks for the verdict on his test. The examiner formally declares candidate number 315 passed. Another official hands Zeke a healing potion for his injured arm. Before Zeke can ask more, the official briskly tells him to clear the area so the exam can continue. Annoyed by how prickly everyone in this era seems, Zeke leaves with the potion in hand and his place in the dragon's nest secured. Zeke effortlessly breaks the test stone, leaving the blue-haired boy stunned and openly admiring his strength. When Zeke notices a potion, the boy explains he brought a healing potion from home, and Zeke immediately recognizes it as something unusual. The boy casually identifies it as an ordinary healing potion, which only deepens Zeke's suspicion. After checking it, Zeke realizes it is neither poison nor common medicine but a true spirit medicine. He identifies it as cloud-piercing clarity wood, a medicine made from exceptionally rare materials. Its ingredients come from spirit-rich places and include rare flowers and phantom beasts, making it a treasure that restores injuries and boosts source power. Because those materials are so hard to obtain and refine, the medicine is almost never seen, yet Zeke drinks it without hesitation. The medicine immediately repairs his damaged arm and restores him with a surge of green energy. Realizing the boy's family treats such priceless medicine as a mere healing potion, Zeke is forced to accept how extraordinary his background must be. The boy cannot believe injuries that severe were healed instantly, while Zeke finds his surprise almost naive. Zeke admits spirit medicine can increase source power, but he insists the truly astonishing thing is still the boy himself. Holding the bottle, Zeke concludes that this medicine represents the accumulated wisdom of humanity rather than simple wealth or luck. As the exam continues and more candidates pass, the boy keeps praising Zeke's strength while others begin to notice the exchange. Additional students clear the test, confirming that several strong candidates are advancing. Zeke remains calm, but the blue-haired boy grows visibly tense when his own number is called. He heads down for his turn in a panic, and Zeke cannot understand why someone with his talent is so shaken. When Zeke tells him he should have no trouble, the encouragement only makes the boy feel even more pressured. Watching him, Zeke starts to suspect the boy is about to do something foolish. The boy enters the arena with a sword, trying to steady himself despite obvious uncertainty. He throws himself into the attack with sheer force and desperation. His first strike fails completely, and the examiner grants him 2 attempts left. He tries again with another wild slash, but the stone still does not yield. The failed blow knocks him off balance and sends him crashing to the ground. Sitting there stunned, he realizes he is on the verge of failing. Other students mock him as a fraud living off his father's name, and tell him to give up. One of the onlookers recalls an earlier claim and begins turning the ridicule toward Zeke as well. The crowd seizes on the idea that Zeke might be stronger than the supposedly gifted boy, treating it as an absurd joke. The examiner cuts through the noise, dismisses the heckling, and asks whether the boy will use his final attempt. Paralyzed by humiliation and doubt, the boy can barely answer. At that moment, Zeke steps in and demands to know what he is doing. Zeke points out the obvious flaw. If the boy is best with a spear, there is no reason to force himself to use a sword. The boy is confused, but Zeke presses him, asking why he chose a weapon that does not suit him and entered without any plan. Zeke bluntly tells him that in his current state, a sword will never even scratch the stone. The spectators laugh harder, arguing that the boy's father never used a spear and that changing weapons now would only expose him further. Even some quieter students agree that switching weapons should make no difference. Ignoring them, Zeke asks the examiner whether changing weapons mid-test is allowed, and receives permission. With the rules no longer an obstacle, Zeke leaves the choice to the boy instead of deciding for him. He challenges him to stop here if he wants, making clear that the next step depends on his own resolve. The boy wrestles with his fear, torn between public humiliation and the trust Zeke is asking of him. At last he rejects surrender and decides to keep going. Zeke tells him plainly to use the spear, and the boy accepts the advice. As he reaches for that choice, he remembers that his father was never allowed into the dragon's nest. He recalls his father's steady confidence despite that failure. Though branded a pseudo-dragon and mocked by others, his father never became bitter and instead raised him with care. That memory reminds him that his father's teachings were real, not the empty legacy others claim. Standing with the spear, he resolves to prove that truth here and now. He reasons that repeating the same sword attack will only fail again, so he chooses to trust Zeke even though the spear feels unfamiliar. When Zeke calls to him, the boy focuses completely on his guidance. Zeke gives him a single instruction: stop overthinking and thrust straight ahead. The boy realizes that such a simple thrust should never damage the stone, yet Zeke's certainty forces him to confront the possibility that the answer is simpler than he believed. Rendiz is challenged for giving up before even trying, and the doubt around him is made explicit. Though he has only just met Zeke, Rendiz decides to trust that faith and give the spear a real chance. Because Zeke believed in him, Rendiz resolves to believe in himself and commits to the weapon. As soon as he grips the spear, Rendiz realizes power is flowing through him far more naturally than it ever did with a sword. Acting on that instinct, he drives the spear forward with force. The boys who mocked him assume this proves nothing and insist changing weapons cannot suddenly make him capable. But Rendiz feels the opposite. The spear fits him so perfectly that it seems like part of his body. He follows that feeling and unleashes a sharper, faster strike. This time the attack pierces clean through the target instead of merely damaging it. The onlookers are stunned as the result exceeds what they thought possible from him. Even the exam officials are impressed, noting that he did more than scratch the target. While Rendiz is still trying to understand what he just accomplished, Zeke immediately celebrates his success. An examiner formally records the result. Rendiz is informed that candidate number 14 has passed, and he can barely process it. Zeke confirms it with confidence, treating the outcome as exactly what he expected. The news finally sinks in, and Rendiz breaks into relieved joy at having truly passed. The boys who dismissed him scramble to explain it away as luck and seek reassurance from each other. Before they can dwell on it, the test is officially declared over. The officials immediately move on and announce the start of the entrance ceremony. As the boys settle in, Zeke explains that the ceremony comes after the test, and Rendiz awkwardly tries to figure out what happens next. The atmosphere shifts as someone important approaches the arena floor. The officials announce that the leadership of the Eldragon family will now deliver congratulatory remarks. The family head, Balza Eldragon, appears with an oppressive presence that darkens the mood around him. Rendiz blurts out how grim the man looks, immediately recognizing that this must be the family head. Zeke hurriedly shuts him up, knowing this is not someone to joke about. Rendiz tries to recover by pleading for peace, while Zeke insists he stay quiet. Even so, Zeke keeps watching Balza with unease. He reflects on the terrifying scale of the Eldragon family's power, recalling how rare high-level strength once was. That thought leads him to a more personal realization. Balza is identified as the current head of the Eldragon family, a man who has reached the 8th star level. Zeke compares that to the distant past, when even a handful of people at such a level scarcely existed. Sitting beside Rendiz, Zeke quietly admits that he dislikes Balza on sight. Balza begins his address and calls for the new students' full attention. He commands the descendants of Eldragon to strive, framing their duty in terms of bloodline and legacy. His words carry a crushing hostility that feels less like encouragement than domination. Zeke stares back at him with cold dislike rather than admiration. Around them, the other children are physically overwhelmed by Balza's pressure and struggle to breathe. Rendiz starts to falter under it, and Zeke notices immediately. Seeing even the other children buckle, Zeke realizes Balza's presence alone is enough to crush them. He concludes that whatever the reason, Balza is driven by immense hatred, and Zeke's aversion hardens. At last Balza turns away, easing the direct pressure on the crowd. A clap breaks the tension and abruptly changes the tone of the ceremony. A cheerful elder praises Balza's harsh words as inspiring rather than terrifying. He tells the students that Balza has high expectations for them, and Zeke immediately prefers this less oppressive speaker. The jovial elder rallies the children with open enthusiasm, leaving some of them wondering who he is. An official lightly explains that this talkative man is Guy, whose chatter has thankfully softened the atmosphere. The students, including the earlier mockers, are left in confused silence as the mood settles. Rendies and Zeke sit quietly together, both absorbing everything that has just happened. The officials resumed the formal proceedings by announcing the dormitory assignments. When Rendies wonders if everyone will live together, Zeke explains that the students are divided among 4 dragon nests. New students are assigned to the academy's 4 halls, and Zeke learns he has been placed in East Hall while Rendies is sent elsewhere. As they part, Zeke realizes he is student number 15 and exchanges a quick farewell with Rendies. He arrives at Dragon's Nest East Hall, taking in the grand estate that now serves as his new home. While wandering the unfamiliar building, Zeke reflects that much has changed over 1,000 years and struggles to find his room. He finally locates it, worrying that getting lost has made him late and that his roommate is probably already inside. Bracing himself, he opens the door. Zeke cheerfully apologizes for the delay and assumes he is meeting his new roommate. But the person inside recognizes him first, leaving Zeke suddenly alert. The sight of the blue-haired boy jolts Zeke, and he realizes his roommate is someone he already knows. Zeke immediately treats it as fate and happily calls out to Rendies. Rendies is relieved too, admitting he had been anxious about being alone, and is glad they ended up together. Once they settle in, Rendies checks whether there is anything else scheduled, and Zeke remembers only that training begins the next day. Rendies realizes Zeke barely paid attention to the orientation at all. Zeke openly admits he ignored it, taking no shame in his own carelessness. Rendies takes charge of the practical matters and insists they sleep early so they will be ready for training. As evening light fills the room, Zeke turns thoughtful. He recalls that he came here to escape a dull life and seek out the mysteries that changed over the centuries, including old stories, medicine, and the strange things he noticed during the entrance exam. Deciding this place may offer the answers he wants, Zeke concludes that staying with the Eldragon family for a while could be worthwhile. A month passes as academy life settles into routine. During training, the students are pushed to master Dragon's Breath, the foundational breathing method taught by the Eldragon family. The instructor demands perfection under any condition, while the exhausted students struggle to keep up. As he observes them, the instructor notices something unusual. Several students have already grasped the altered Dragon's Breath, and one blonde student is especially close to reaching the 2-star level. Yet the instructor's attention shifts to someone even more troubling. He sees Zeke calmly supporting massive weights, a feat that should be impossible for a beginner and shocking even for someone of the head's bloodline. The instructor is baffled because Zeke had no proper teachers and should not know anything advanced, yet his control suggests otherwise. Zeke, meanwhile, realizes that the Academy's Dragon's Breath is only a simplified descendant of the Dragon King's breath he once knew. He recalls that breathing techniques are methods for drawing atmospheric source power into the body and circulating it. Their purpose is to strengthen one's internal source power, with effectiveness depending on the user's skill and creativity. Because of that, great families develop their own methods and guard completed techniques as precious secrets. Zeke judges Dragon's Breath easy to learn but limited, since it can only be used while stationary, and offers him little. He compares it to Gilfa's secret Dragon King's Breath, a far superior method that allows source power control even while moving, though it is difficult to master. Realizing the family intentionally simplified the art so everyone could use a weaker version, Zeke becomes excited to see how martial techniques have evolved over the last 1,000 years. While the others continue training, Zeke quietly loses interest in the exercise itself. Later, the students gather in the dining hall after training. Zeke arrives carrying an absurd amount of food, drawing stunned looks from the others. He immediately devours it with enthusiasm. Noticing Rendies looks drained, Zeke tells him he needs to eat if he wants to get stronger. Rendies, worn out by training, cannot understand how Zeke still has so much energy, and starts to suspect his stamina is abnormal. Zeke dismisses the concern, claiming everyone else is simply too weak, and urges Rendies to eat more and train harder. Even while joking, Zeke notes that some students are clearly much better trained than the rest. A blonde student approaches their table and addresses Zeke directly, impressed by him. Zeke does not recognize the newcomer, and Rendies is startled that he could fail to know someone so important. Rendies hurriedly explains that the blonde student is Lika Typhona Eldragon, the head's daughter, and one of the leading heirs. He also warns Zeke that speaking casually to her is dangerous, though he awkwardly adds that he himself is the head's illegitimate son. Lika overhears enough to focus on the more surprising part, and asks whether that claim is true. She directly confronts Zeke, identifying herself as the next head candidate, and asking if he really is the head's illegitimate child. Zeke sees no reason to deny it, but Lika immediately presses a harsher question. If he has no recognized backing, how can he be strong enough to shatter a regeneration stone with his bare hands? As she demands to know how an unsupported illegitimate child could do that, Zeke answers with total self-assurance that he is simply exceptional, while still absent-mindedly telling Rendies to keep eating. Lika is left speechless, unsure how to respond to his blunt confidence. A bold blonde cadet takes an immediate interest in the black-haired boy and decides he wants him on his side. He openly proposes that the boy serve under him, treating the offer like an obvious opportunity. He clarifies that he wants the boy as a subordinate and promises to back him. His pitch turns blunt as he argues that an illegitimate child should want allies and should use his strength to help him become the next head. Even with promises of future rewards, the boy rejects the offer without hesitation. The blonde presses for a reason, unwilling to accept such a flat refusal. He suddenly realizes the boy is aiming for the same position. That suspicion sharpens into the conclusion that they are rivals for the family leadership. At the same time, the boy notes that the blonde is already unusually powerful for his age, nearly at a level where his aura manifests outwardly. The boy dismisses both the succession struggle and family politics as things he does not care about, leaving the blonde baffled. The blonde is caught off guard by how completely the boy refuses to play along with his assumptions. In response, the boy abruptly drives his utensil down with enough force to make his point physically clear. The display leaves a crack in the table and confirms that his confidence is not empty. He declares that he will never serve under anyone. He follows that with the simple reason that, in his own eyes, he is the strongest. For the first time, the blonde is visibly shaken by someone overwhelming him instead of the reverse. He struggles to process that he was the one pushed back. While their blue-haired classmate nervously tries to calm things down, the boy goes on eating as if nothing important happened. Humiliated and angry, the blonde decides that if persuasion will not work, he will force the boy to submit through a fight. The boy barely reacts, more puzzled than intimidated. Word spreads quickly that a duel is about to happen at the training ground, drawing attention from other students. The news becomes even bigger when onlookers realize the challenger is Master Lika of the Typhoon family. Students gather to watch, and the black-haired boy becomes the subject of immediate curiosity. As the seriousness sinks in, the blue-haired friend worries because the boy's opponent is no ordinary student. He reminds the boy that he is the head's son and should understand how dangerous this challenge is. He urgently explains that Lika is the current head's daughter, tied to one of the 4 great supporting families, and famed as a prodigy with sword talent comparable to elite heirs. The boy admits he knew almost nothing beyond the fact that she was the current head's daughter. His friend cannot believe that ignorance, but the boy refuses to explain further. The friend is left bewildered, while the boy's lack of knowledge only makes the coming match feel more entertaining to him. Instead of fear, he feels genuine excitement. When his friend demands to know why he accepted such a disadvantageous duel, the boy answers that he simply does not run from a challenge. He adds that their opponent seems tired of waiting for them to finish talking. Lika stands ready with sword in hand and makes it clear that the idle chatter is over. She directly demands that they stop stalling and begin. The boy casually confirms he is ready, while his friend can only hover anxiously beside him. The blue-haired friend finally retreats, begging him to be careful. Left facing Lika alone, the boy asks why she is so determined to challenge him. She answers that she intends to become head of the family, and to do that she needs to make him submit and join her. The boy cannot see why her ambition has anything to do with him. When she realizes he truly does not understand even his own family's situation, she is stunned that the founder's illegitimate child could be this uninformed. She explains that there are 5 candidates for the next head, herself included, and that every other candidate is backed by one of the 4 branch families. Because the branch that produces the next head gains major influence, all of them are competing for power, and she needs more strength to stand against the others. The boy only half follows the complicated explanation, but grasps that it is essentially a clash among the 4 branches. Lika brings the point back to him, saying that as a candidate for the next head she must strengthen her own base. She stops explaining and shifts straight into action. Fixing her target, she declares that the answer lies with defeating him here. She launches herself forward in a fierce opening attack, vowing to beat him. Her sword crashes down with explosive force, tearing up the ground as the boy slips aside. The boy watches the strike pass with calm surprise, already reading her movement. Lika whips around into pursuit, refusing to let him escape and pressing the duel forward. The watching students are stunned that someone is handling a massive training great sword with impossible ease and speed. In the arena, the dark-haired boy calmly avoids the blonde swordswoman's opening rush, making her first attack look ineffective. The spectators realize her control over source power is unusually precise and begin to see this duel as proof of the head family's strength. As the match seems close to being decided, the blonde fighter grows frustrated that her advantage still is not enough. She keeps pressing with rapid swings, but no matter how fast she moves, she still cannot land a clean hit on him. A blue-haired observer can only marvel at what he is witnessing. The dark-haired boy judges her style as an unfamiliar martial art and notes that her speed far exceeds what a mere 1-star should have. Annoyed that he is analyzing her instead of struggling, she snaps at him to stop talking and fight seriously. He insists he is serious, and while saying so, he shifts from pure evasion into a deliberate counter. His fist suddenly appears inside her guard, catching her off balance before she can understand the opening. He drives a body blow into her back, proving he can strike whenever he chooses. The hit shocks her into anger and disbelief. She stumbles from the impact while he remains composed, barely disturbed by the exchange. The audience is shaken that Lady Lika's attack missed and starts demanding to know who this unknown opponent is. Lika cannot understand why her attacks fail when she is far faster than any 1-star she has ever seen, while he calmly points out that she is only comparing him to ordinary standards. He reveals the flaw in her reasoning with a simple reminder. Since he is also 1-star, he argues that she should be able to follow his movements too, treating what overwhelms her as something basic. He explains that by reading breathing, eye movement, and subtle muscle shifts, he can predict most actions before they happen. To him, the rest is just experience, and he presents this impossible level of combat awareness as if it were common sense. Lika rejects that explanation and throws herself into another fierce attack rather than accept being outread. As her blade closes in, he calmly continues his explanation instead of panicking. He slips around her strike at the last instant, and counters from above with effortless precision. Laika realizes with alarm that he truly is seeing through her movements. His counterattack blasts her away across the arena with enough force to tear up the ground. He finishes the exchange in a stable stance, having won the clash cleanly with his barehanded technique. The crowd erupts, convinced for a moment that Lady Laika has actually lost. Even as one observer starts praising Lord Zeke for defeating her, another immediately warns that the fight is not over yet. A heavy impact from the dust and rubble signals that Laika is still standing. The dark-haired boy explains that she protected herself by concentrating all her source power at her core, and he praises her toughness instead of dismissing her. Bruised and breathing hard among the debris, Laika forces herself back up with her sword as support. The blue-haired observer urges her to stop, but the dark-haired boy warns him to back away because he senses the battle is about to escalate. Seeing the signs around her body, he realizes she was already close to a breakthrough and wonders if she has just reached 2-star. Laika confirms it as white energy begins to radiate from her body, marking a new level of power. The spectators recognize the white aura at once and identify it as the sign of 2-star class. It is explained that 2-star means source power can now be emitted outside the body, creating an aura for martial use. Laika credits him for pushing her into this breakthrough, but her gratitude immediately turns into renewed intent to win. With her new power gathered around her, she fixes on him with complete confidence. She launches forward wrapped in lightning-like aura and declares that he no longer has any chance of victory. Instead of being intimidated, he is delighted by how much faster she has become. Her empowered slash finally reaches him, and though he avoids the main blow, the aura itself cuts him. Feeling blood on his cheek, he is startled that her attack connected at all. As he retreats, he realizes that even a successful dodge is no longer enough against her expanded range. Laika tells him this is her ability, making clear that her aura lets her attacks extend beyond the blade itself. Now armed with a true 2-star aura, she prepares to demonstrate what her style can really do. She declares that she will show him the real Thunder Great Sword technique. He welcomes the revelation, eager to witness a martial art he has never encountered before. Rather than fear her upgrade, he becomes openly thrilled by the challenge. Laika unleashes Thunderstorm Great Swordsmanship, beginning with the technique called Lightning Flash. As lightning-charged force races through the arena after him, he senses something far stranger than ordinary aura at work. He realizes she is not just projecting power but somehow controlling actual lightning, and the absurdity of that discovery leaves him exhilarated and stunned. Laika opens by mocking Zeke's confidence as she brings her lightning-charged sword down with force. Her strike tears through the arena in a burst of electric power, showing that she has restored and amplified her lightning technique. Zeke immediately realizes her fighting style has changed drastically in an instant, and that even enduring her lightning has become difficult. As he regains his footing, he is unsettled by how much the battle has shifted after only a single increase in her star level. Watching from the stands, the others recognize that Lord Zeke is in real danger. Zeke understands the cause. The moment Laika reached 1 star, the aura she gained pushed her Thunderstorm Great Swordsmanship far beyond its previous limits. He notes that she is not just stronger but much faster, and the true problem is the lightning now surrounding her. He is astonished that she can now hide herself inside lightning, something that should have been impossible not long ago, and hesitates because he wants to understand that power. Instead of retreating, he keeps watching her movements closely, too intrigued by her transformed ability to ignore it. Laika notices that he is still smiling under pressure and decides to wipe that composure away. She launches another sweeping attack and openly vows to make sure he cannot keep smiling. Zeke braces and shifts his footing to meet the incoming strike. Laika unleashes Thunderclap, diving in with the speed and force of a lightning bolt. Zeke can barely track her, recognizing that her movement now truly resembles living lightning. Her attack detonates through the arena and blasts him away in a violent shockwave. The spectators cry out for Zeke, already feeling the heat and intensity of Laika's assault from a distance. Zeke drags himself up from the rubble, battered but still standing. Laika follows with Lightning Flash, carving a blazing arc of electricity straight into him. The blow drives Zeke down hard again, forcing him deeper into the shattered ground. A retainer begs Laika to stop before she goes too far, but she refuses to treat the fight lightly while Zeke remains on his feet. She insists that stopping now would only insult him, making clear that she intends to finish the duel properly. Another attendant pleads for Zeke to yield, arguing that he is already worn down and should accept defeat. Zeke answers only with silence, showing he has no intention of surrendering. Laika takes that resolve seriously, acknowledges his pride as a member of the Del Dragon family, and decides to end the match with everything she has. She raises her sword and gathers overwhelming lightning for Thunderstorm Great Swordsmanship. Invoking its first secret technique, Heavenly Thunder, she commits to a decisive finishing strike. The technique crashes down like a pillar of lightning and engulfs the battlefield. Zeke is swallowed by the blast and screams as the lightning tears through him. Seeing that, the blue-haired spectator panics and calls out desperately for Zeke. When the light fades, Zeke lies broken in the crater, seemingly defeated. Laika plants her sword and apologetically declares the match finished. Certain she has won, she turns away and formally ends the duel. But a voice answers her acceptance, and a new surge of power erupts behind her. Laika turns in confusion, unable to understand what is happening. Zeke rises from the wreckage wrapped in lightning of his own, and Laika demands to know why he now possesses her element. He approaches her calmly and asks why she wants an explanation. Then he bluntly admits that he does not understand it himself. Rika is left stunned by that absurd answer. Zeke explains that he deliberately let her attack him so he could study her power, but somehow ended up able to use it too, which even she can hardly believe. He reveals that while enduring her strange lightning attacks, he continuously used the breathing method known as Dragon King's Breath. That caused Rika's lightning energy to react with his own power. The lightning gathered inside him until, before he realized it, he could control it despite not understanding the principle. From that, he concludes that Rika's body or nature must be unusually compatible with this kind of power. He refines the idea further, suggesting that since Thunderstorm great swordsmanship is hereditary, the true peculiarity may lie in her bloodline itself. Rika accepts the insight as an unexpected lesson, realizing her family's source power may inherently contain lightning. Zeke then shifts to the more immediate consequence of what he has gained. He announces that thanks to her, he has now reached the 2-star level as well, and that the match is not over. His sharpened gaze makes clear that he is ready to turn the battle around. Rika answers by charging straight back in with another lightning strike, refusing to let him seize control. Zeke meets her renewed assault with a grin and declares that the fight is far from finished. The duel opens with a violent burst of lightning as one fighter launches an attack across the arena. The dark-haired boy surges forward wrapped in electricity, startled by how fiercely the power courses through him. He realizes true lightning power drives impulses through the whole body, greatly amplifying speed and strength, and nearly distorting his senses. Even as he adjusts, he decides he can get used to this overwhelming force. A blue-haired observer recognizes that this is a clash between future heirs and feels he can barely follow it. The dark-haired boy presses in so fast that even Rika's lightning sword strikes stop connecting. He slips past her attacks entirely, turning her offense into dead air. Frustrated and humiliated, Rika demands to know whether he is toying with her. He answers that he is taking her seriously and sees her as a real threat. To prove it, he crashes down with a lightning-charged kick that blasts her backward. Rika regains her footing and immediately tries to re-engage despite being driven back. Calmly, he decides the match has gone on long enough and proposes ending it by creating a new technique on the spot. Rika is thrown by the idea, while he casually refines it from a mere basic form into what he calls a special form. As she struggles to understand whether such techniques can simply be invented, he catches her hesitation and exploits it. He closes the distance before she can recover, forcing her into a desperate guard. With the opening secured, he unveils Dragon's Slaying Combat Arts, special form. His thunder roar detonates through her defense and decisively overwhelms her. Rika collapses in shock, unable to believe the fight has ended so abruptly. The observer declares the match decided. Standing over her, the victor praises the battle as genuinely entertaining. On the ground, Rika is left reeling at the fact that she has lost. The defeat bites deep enough to harden into resolve. She reminds herself that she must become the next heir and cannot afford to fall behind. Thinking of the brothers she must surpass, she turns the loss into a vow that she has to grow stronger. Instead of mocking her, the dark-haired boy warmly praises her strength and says learning something new from her made the fight worthwhile. He adds that the time they shared was exceptionally meaningful to him. Then, refusing to let the encounter end on a dull note, he offers his hand and eagerly asks to spar again. His sincerity catches Rika completely off guard. He repeats the invitation while helping her up from the ground. Already smiling ahead to their next match, he treats her less like a defeated rival than a future equal. Though she admits this was a complete defeat, she accepts his hand and the respect behind it. Several hours later, inside the rift, the story shifts to a far deadlier battlefield crowded with monsters. A lone white-haired commander stands surrounded by hostile creatures without the slightest sign of concern. When the monsters close in, he remains planted at the center of the encirclement. His gaze sharpens, and the mood turns instantly lethal. He releases dragon pressure, manifesting a terrifying red dragon aura that crushes the battlefield with his presence alone. The nearest monsters falter under the force of it before they can even mount a proper attack. He follows with Dragon Destruction Combat Arts, first form. Genesis erupts outward in a sweeping annihilation that tears through the entire swarm at once. Any survivors are cut down in the same relentless red arc. Moments later, he stands amid the remains, having erased the threat almost effortlessly. Subordinates rush around him as the operation continues, but his own role in the slaughter is already finished. He approaches a glowing rupture in space, focused on the larger mission rather than the battle he just won. A soldier stops in with a report from Master Balza. The report is that Lady Laika has reached 2-star level. He pauses, but only briefly. His response makes clear that the achievement means nothing to him by itself. Even when told that reaching 2 stars so young is remarkable and that Laika could rise to 4 or even 5 stars, he remains unmoved. Balza dismisses talent as irrelevant, and says to inform him only when she becomes useful. When the soldier adds that Laika was also defeated, the report finally carries the kind of significance Balza is willing to hear. A high-ranking elder is startled to learn that Laika may have been defeated by one of the older children. His subordinate corrects him and reveals that the victor was actually Zeke, a child Laika's own age. The elder turns his attention to Zeke, clearly intrigued by what that implies. He recalls that Zeke is the child of a woman known for combat talent, though she died when he was born. That only deepens the mystery for him, because no one should have been able to teach the boy enough to defeat a 2-star fighter. The answer is even more unusual. Zeke beat Laika without a teacher and reached 2-star level through his own ability. Accepting that explanation, the elder decides the first trials should begin immediately. When warned that the children have barely trained and most are still below 1 star, he dismisses the concern. To him, the trial exists to eliminate those too weak to overcome its first stage, regardless of preparation. He declares that anyone who cannot survive that much is unworthy of becoming Eldragon. Once his order is accepted, he also commands that Freya be summoned back. He explains that Zeke's self-made victory over Laika makes the boy too interesting to ignore. Freya is assigned to oversee and supervise the trial, with instructions to watch Zeke closely throughout it. Left with that decision, the elder quietly savors how promising Zeke appears. The next day, the children resume harsh physical training in the courtyard. One exhausted boy struggles through the drills, showing how demanding the regimen is. Meanwhile, Zeke calmly handles extreme weight training while the lesson shifts to strike dragon combat arts. The technique is introduced as a foundational body enhancement art, simple enough for even children to learn. A blue-haired boy assumes Zeke still needs to practice it, only to notice that Zeke is focused on physical conditioning instead. Zeke casually reveals he already learned the technique almost immediately, shocking the boy. He adds that the boy's energy circulation is wrong, turning the moment into instruction instead of boasting. To demonstrate, Zeke physically adjusts the boy's posture and flow. He tells the boy to turn around and notice the effect, while the boy realizes something in his body has already changed. A sudden surge of power runs through the corrected flow. The boy's body lights with energy as Zeke's adjustment forces the technique into proper alignment. Zeke confirms that this is the correct flow, and the boy gratefully accepts the lesson. The boy praises Zeke's mastery, then awkwardly backtracks after blurting out that he had expected as much from him. He admits that no one besides his father has ever taught him before, so he has always been desperate for guidance. Because Zeke was already strong enough to defeat Laika, he had assumed Zeke would find basic combat arts too simple to care about. Zeke denies that and explains he is genuinely impressed by Strike Dragon combat arts because, unlike his own destructive style, it is stable and practical. He reflects that Dragon Destruction combat arts is a far more complex and overwhelming system built through multiple forms. Its final form is said to possess enough power to slay the divine dragon, making Zeke curious how ordinary dragon techniques have been adapted from it. That curiosity excites him, and he says he will keep training his body while everyone else learns at their own pace. Moved by that exchange, the blue-haired boy calls out to him again. He gathers his courage and begs Zeke to train him personally the way he just did. Zeke listens as the boy admits the request is shameless but heartfelt. The boy says he wants to become stronger even if only a little, and Zeke immediately agrees. The boy can hardly believe it, while Zeke points out that there is no reason to doubt a direct answer. Zeke assures him he does not lie and plainly says the boy is worth teaching. At that moment, Laika steps in and asks to be trained as well. Her request shocks the others, but she challenges them to object if they can. Laika admits she had believed no one her age could beat her and saw herself as a future clan head, but Zeke's victory shattered that confidence. As the boys absorb that confession, she bluntly states that her pride was completely crushed. Rather than retreat from that humiliation, she turns it into resolve and asks Zeke to train her so she can surpass her older brothers and everyone else. Zeke pauses to consider whether accepting her would create a problem. Laika misreads his silence as rejection and assumes training a rival candidate would naturally feel awkward for him. The others also realize Zeke himself is a successor candidate, despite his complicated status within the family. But Zeke's real concern is not politics at all. He asks whether her body has truly recovered from the injury that should have sidelined her for a month. Laika explains that she used a recovery potion and is already fine, though she finds his priorities odd. Hearing that, Zeke and the blue-haired boy conclude that the unusually powerful potion from the entrance exam must have healed her. Zeke assumes Lady Laika recovered properly this time and treats the situation as a promising new era. Laika, still shaken by how helpless he was without recovery, urgently asks Zeke to train him, insisting he can no longer afford to stay weak. Zeke readily agrees, pleased by Laika's ambition. The mood turns awkward when Zeke points out that they are actually the same age. Even after being reminded that Zeke already beat him once, Laika refuses to back down, deciding that if strength is what it takes to become head, he will pursue it anyway. Laika's resolve hardens as he commits himself to that goal. Zeke presses him on why becoming head matters so much, recalling that Laika was obsessed with it even during their earlier fight. Laika reveals the reason. If he fails to become head, his future will be reduced to a political marriage, at best as an unwanted wife and at worst as a concubine. That answer shocks Zeke into silence. Laika explains that among the great houses, Bloodline is treated as everything because a family's source power must be preserved. Disgusted by that logic, Zeke abruptly decides they should leave before he says something worse. His anger erupts into a vow to tear down customs that treat people like breeding tools. Before he can act on that outrage, a formal summons cuts through the yard and halts everyone. The interruption catches the trio off guard, and Zeke is irritated that it comes at such a moment. A new presence approaches, drawing their attention. An officer announces that a new instructor will personally guide the trainees from today onward. The instructor arrives in person, and Laika is singled out first. Laika freezes in sudden recognition. Startled, he blurts out in panic while the others instinctively brace themselves around Zeke. The woman casually praises Laika's reflexes and aura, revealing that she tested him without anyone noticing. Zeke realizes he never sensed her approach at all and immediately understands that she is far beyond ordinary fighters. The officers formally identify the newcomer for the class. She introduces herself as Lady Freya of the Gale, a member of the Black Dragon Corps. Freya immediately recognizes Zeke as well, confirming his identity as Lord Zeke. When she notes that he seems unsurprised, Zeke answers that her status is not the interesting part. That reply makes Freya sharpen her attention on him. Zeke instead focuses on the unusual technique she used, showing more curiosity than awe. Freya quickly understands why the family head has taken an interest in him. Zeke analyzes her style on the spot, realizing her footwork channels true source power through the lower body in a way he has never seen before. As he studies her movement with excitement, he concludes that even her steps and shoes are part of a martial art built around that flow. Freya ends the display and moves on to business. She announces that she will be their instructor from now on, stunning the trainees with the realization that a famous elite has come to teach them personally. The officers emphasize that Freya is a 6-star powerhouse of the Black Dragon Corps and order everyone to learn as much as possible from her. The trainees erupt with excitement, and Freya cheerfully confirms that she really will teach them. Their enthusiasm peaks just before she adds a condition. Freya says she will only teach those who pass her test. The class is thrown into immediate panic by the sudden challenge. Freya presents a crystal ball and explains that the test is simply to survive for 1 month on Poison Dragon Mountain while carrying it. The mountain's name terrifies the others, while Zeke recognizes it from his previous life. The place is described as a region overflowing with poisonous creatures and lethal vegetation. Its danger is absolute enough that even minor contact with its flora can kill an ordinary person. Zeke recalls training there before and knows how brutal it is, making him think this trial is far too harsh for children. Freya adds that if the crystal is broken or lost at any point, the trainee fails immediately. When the frightened students ask what failure means, she bluntly answers that they will be expelled if they survive at all. She explains that the crystal and the breathing art dragon's protection can resist the poison, so survival depends on keeping the crystal intact. Laika points out that poison is not the only problem because monsters live there too. Freya dismisses that concern with brutal simplicity: defeat the monsters, or die before the month ends because they are also the only food source. That revelation leaves the trainees horrified and doubtful that their current combat arts can handle such creatures. Freya reassures them only slightly by saying the trial starts in 5 days, and that time will be used to train each child in one weapon discipline from their family's foundational arts. She concludes that surviving should be easy if they can fight monsters, though mastering a new discipline well enough in just 5 days will be the real challenge. The red-haired instructor warns the children that if they fail to master their chosen weapon in the 5 days before the exam, she will accept no responsibility for what happens to them. When they nervously ask whether she will help if things turn dangerous, she makes it clear that such hope is misplaced. She explains that Poison Dragon Mountain is a place where only the strong survive, so anyone who cannot even clear a simple trial there is unfit for this path. Her harsh standard leaves the children shaken and unsure of what kind of ordeal they are being sent into. Zeke, unsettled by how different this place feels from the Eldragon he remembers, struggles to make sense of it. The instructor moves on briskly and orders martial manuals to be handed out so each child can choose a weapon discipline. As the manuals are distributed, the children hesitate over choices they barely understand. Seeing Rindy's panic, Zeke advises him to take the spear since he already used it in the entrance trial. Rindy gratefully accepts the guidance, while Laika considers the broader range of options for herself. Zeke tells Laika that swordsmanship would suit her best. When she questions him, he explains that the style would compensate for what she currently lacks. Laika trusts his judgment and decides to follow his recommendation. Once everyone has chosen, the instructor orders them to train for the next 5 days as if their lives depend on it. She bluntly confirms that this is not exaggeration, because failure in the trial will simply mean death. That reminder drives home the fear of the coming test for the entire group. Before dismissing them, she reveals one more danger. Senior students from the Reverence Pavilion will try to steal their crystal orbs. The younger students are stunned to learn they will be hunted by other students as well as monsters. She explains that the 10-year seniors are taking the same trial, and because Poison Dragon Mountain is vast, their task is to take crystals from the younger class. Treating the matter almost playfully, she tells them to do their best while those stronger students hunt them down. Rindy breaks down at the realization that they may be attacked from every side. Laika soberly notes that if the seniors are all at least 2-star rank, most of the younger students will not survive a direct ambush. Zeke answers the problem practically by suggesting that those who cannot manage alone should form small groups. Since teaming up for monster hunting is allowed, he argues that more hands will improve their chances. Asked what he will do, Zeke calmly says he intends to enjoy the trial by going alone. His confidence leaves the others thinking he might truly be capable of it, even as they hurry off to spend the remaining days training. 5 days pass, and the trial day arrives at Poison Dragon Mountain. The children gather in uniform with their weapons in packs, trying to steady themselves before entering the mountain. Nearby, older students wait with the composure of people who already understand how dangerous this test is. The instructor arrives in good spirits and announces that the test will begin. Rindy clings to Laika for reassurance, overwhelmed now that the moment they feared is finally here. Even after being accepted into Laika's group, he worries that someone like him does not belong beside a noble student. He admits his insecurity openly, ashamed that he is a commoner who still has not earned even a single star. Before he can sink further into that doubt, 2 more students approach and tell him they are in the same position. Celine confesses that she also finds it hard to believe a commoner like her has been allowed to travel with Laika. Raymond stands with her as another member of the same group, sharing that background. Laika rejects the distinction between noble and commoner, and tells them she chose them because she recognizes their ability. Her words give Rindy something solid to hold on to. He resolves to prove worthy of the trust by doing everything he can not to become a burden. The others accept that determination, and Laika makes it clear she expects all of them to contribute. At the same time, Laika checks on Zeke one last time, still surprised that he truly means to face the trial alone. She and her companions admit they are terrified, while teasing each other about who is handling the pressure worst. Zeke, genuinely puzzled by their anxiety, points out that Laika and several other promising students are all present. To the others, that only proves there is every reason to be nervous, because the field is full of dangerous talent and Zeke is the only obvious exception in attitude. Zeke then asks Laika whether she also thinks the students she gathered are strong. Her companions answer for her, praising her eye for people and saying she has assembled some of the most promising students in the class. Zeke agrees and tells Laika that with such excellent offense and defense in her team, her trial should be easy. The instructor returns, notices that some of them have chosen to travel in groups, and remarks that it may not be a bad decision. With everyone assembled, she orders the trial to begin and confirms that each participant has a crystal orb. She explains that the test is to survive for a month on Poison Dragon Mountain without leaving while keeping hold of that crystal orb. She adds that anyone still in possession of their orb when the month ends will pass, making the crystal the key to survival and success. As the new students process the rules, one boy realizes the test is brutally simple. If you lose your crystal orb, you must take someone else's. He understands that survival in this exam will depend on stealing from others, not just protecting himself. Their instructor explains the second layer of danger. Once the students settle into the mountain, upperclassmen will enter and hunt their crystal orbs. Some upperclassmen immediately dismiss the first years as easy prey because many of them have not even reached 1-star level yet. The warning unsettles the new students, who grasp how outmatched they may be. Cutting off any more hesitation, the instructor declares the briefing over and starts the test. The students surge into the mountain at once, driven by urgency and fear as the exam begins. A blonde girl urges Zeke and the others to survive, showing that beneath the competition they still care about one another. The group commits to moving together into the forest, answering her encouragement with determination. While sending them off, the instructor notices one boy still lingering behind. She reminds him that he is supposed to be participating too, and he realizes he has been left standing there. The instructor awkwardly brushes off her concern, but her behavior suggests she is more invested in the students than she wants to admit. The boy cheerfully insists he is not nervous at all and finally heads out, leaving her to think he is an odd child. As night falls over the camp and mountain, the instructor quietly wonders whether the new students will make it through. When asked what troubles her, she admits the test may still be too harsh for beginners. The other staff agree the class has only learned the bare minimum, and only a few students have even earned stars, leaving their real combat ability uncertain. One instructor treats the whole thing like entertainment, and wonders how many will pass, but she is still uneasy. She reassures herself that the mountain's monsters are mostly weak, generally around 0 to 2-star level, so the students should be able to handle them. Outwardly she concludes the students will probably be fine for now. Privately though, she hints that she plans to release something far more dangerous later. When another instructor asks what she meant, she smoothly hides her intent and pretends she said nothing important. Meanwhile, upperclassmen are sent into the mountain as the next wave of pressure on the first years. Watching them go, the instructor's concern gives way to curiosity about how many of the students will actually survive. In the forest, the upperclassmen spread out eagerly, already hunting for easy targets. One of them quickly spots the black-haired boy alone and is pleased to have found prey so soon. A second upperclassman mocks the boy for still being in such an exposed place after having so much time to hide. A girl among the hunters confidently launches an attack, expecting an effortless takedown. Her projectile cuts through the brush toward the boy as the others close in. Instead of panicking, the boy calmly waits for the strike to reach him. At the last instant, he catches the incoming arrow with his bare hand. Grinning, he reveals that he had been waiting for them all along. The upperclassmen are thrown off, unable to tell whether his taunt or his impossible reflexes are more alarming. Before they can recover, he rushes straight at them, turning their ambush into his attack. He treats the confrontation like a game, charging in with reckless confidence and forcing them onto the defensive. Elsewhere in the forest, a tree frog monster lunges from the undergrowth. A blue-haired girl, Celine, reacts instantly and attacks before it can strike cleanly. She slams into the monster head-on, stopping its assault with sheer force. But another threat appears behind her, and a warning comes too late. A blonde boy, Raymond, throws himself in front of her with his shield and blocks the surprise attack. He uses the opening to drive forward and seize control of the fight. His counterattack crushes the monster back and knocks it off balance. Rengiz follows up with a spear strike, and together they finish the creature. With the immediate danger over, the group is encouraged by how well they are fighting together. Then they realize Laika has been defeating monsters on her own nearby, far outpacing the rest of them. Laika proudly reveals she is already 2-star, explaining that the week since the test started has made her much stronger while Celine and Raymond have only just reached 1-star. Raymond and Celine acknowledge their own new 1-star status and credit Laika's help for getting them there. Rengiz falls silent, discouraged that he is still below them despite fighting alongside them. Celine immediately encourages him, insisting he is improving too and will reach 1-star soon if he stays patient. He accepts the reassurance, and Laika points out that defeating a tree frog alone without a star is already impressive. She adds that he also protected Zeke during the test and has improved his spear work, leaving Rengiz flustered by the praise and by how much she has noticed. As evening falls, the squad decides to return to base rather than stay exposed after dark. They remind each other that night makes any movement far more dangerous. Before they can leave, something stirs in the forest around their base. The group halts when they realize an intruder has appeared at Lady Lyca's camp. Their leader immediately confronts the trespasser and demands to know why he is at their base. The intruder answers with mocking ease, showing he is not intimidated. The younger students tense and move to engage, caught off guard by his audacity. The boy reveals he expected to be discovered and treats the encounter like part of the test. He identifies them as the 10-year class and openly admits he came for their crystal orbs. Pleased to face stronger prey at last, he explains that stealing from others is exactly how this exam works, though he had not expected to find Lady Lyca's base. Their leader warns him to retreat while he still can, insisting he cannot defeat all of them alone. He overturns that assumption by revealing he did not come by himself. The team braces as the threat around them suddenly expands. 3 more upperclassmen emerge behind them, and the enemy makes clear that even Lady Lyca would struggle while protecting 3 weaker companions. With the trap set, the attackers prepare to force a surrender. Their spokesman demands the group hand over the crystal orbs without resistance. Instead of yielding, the leader launches the first strike herself. As she attacks, she orders her teammates to hold the line. The blue-haired girl is immediately drawn into combat with one of the upperclassmen. At the same time, the shield user digs in to stall another attacker until their leader returns. The spear boy is pressured hard from the start and struggles to keep up. His opponent presses him to surrender the crystal, and he begins to fear they may be overwhelmed. That fear triggers his memory of earlier training, when he asked how someone weaker could ever beat a stronger enemy. Back then, he admitted he still did not understand the star rankings and wanted a way to survive if a stronger foe appeared. His teacher first gave the blunt answer that against an overwhelming gap, giving up is the obvious choice. He explained that a 1-star fighter cannot realistically defeat a 3- or 4-star opponent, though smaller gaps can still be managed. The boy had been startled to hear that there might still be a way. The teacher clarified that on this island most monsters are only 1 or 2-star, and even upperclassmen are usually around 2-star strength. When pressed for the secret, the teacher downplayed it as nothing unusual. His real answer was simple: even a weaker fighter can win by exploiting a single opening. When the boy asked how to find such an opening, the teacher told him the answer was to endure. He was to keep enduring until the stronger opponent exposed a weakness on their own. When the boy doubted that approach, the teacher pointed out that a weaker person cannot force an opening against someone stronger. The boy's real worry surfaced. He was not sure he could withstand that much pressure. The teacher told him endurance was not optional, because without it, defeating someone stronger was only fantasy. That harsh truth finally sank in. The teacher added that only exceptional monsters like Lyca break that rule, so the boy should not compare himself to them. Even so, the teacher judged that the boy still lacked confidence in himself. He urged him to trust his own growth, while the boy admitted he understood the advice but still struggled to believe it. Seeing that hesitation, the teacher offered one final piece of guidance. His advice was to stop overthinking. Rather than obsess over power gaps or complicated tactics, the boy only needed to wait patiently for an opening. And when that opening appeared, he was to drive his spear straight through it without hesitation. The teacher confirmed that this alone was his method for overcoming stronger opponents. Back in the present, the upperclassman keeps attacking, frustrated that the boy refuses to break. The boy steadies himself by repeating the lesson. He is weaker, so all he can do is endure and wait for the moment to strike. Instead of panicking, he begins to focus and read the fight. His opponent grows irritated as the exchange drags on without an easy victory. Trying to finish it, the upperclassman commits to a reckless all-out leap meant to crush him in one blow. At that instant, the spear boy recognizes the opening he has been waiting for and moves to answer it. A sudden burst of star-like power forms in the forest, signaling that someone's hidden potential is awakening. That new power immediately surges outward like a projectile, turning the fight in an instant. A blue-haired student lands a decisive blow, and realizes his long-awaited breakthrough has finally happened. His opponent can only stare in disbelief, unable to accept what just occurred. The blue-haired boy stands over the fallen enemy, shocked that he has actually won. A star now shines from his uniform, confirming that he has advanced in rank. Nearby, the blonde girl notes that their side has also finished its battle successfully. One of the defeated upperclassmen is rattled that someone at the same 2-star level could overpower him so completely. The blonde girl crushes another opponent with a lightning-charged strike, widening the gap even further. She realizes that after learning Zeke's axe technique, she has been able to pour much more power into her weapon than before. Confident in that advantage, she treats the ambush as the upperclassman's mistake rather than her team's crisis. Her opponent understands too late that he is about to be finished. She blasts him away in a final electrified attack and leaves him screaming as he falls. With her enemy down, she rushes back toward the others. She arrives to find the group battered but alive and urgently checks on everyone. The blue-haired boy, still catching his breath, brightens when he sees her return safely. The team breaks into relieved celebration as the reality of their victory sinks in. They congratulate Ringies for reaching 1 star, and he gratefully shares in their excitement. The blonde girl concludes that now that everyone has manifested a star, they should be able to handle enemies at this level. Even while reassured, she starts worrying about how Zeke is faring elsewhere. A disturbance suddenly tears through the forest, interrupting the moment of relief. At the same time, someone runs in panic, shouting for others not to come any closer. The fleeing student is terrified by whatever is behind him and can barely make sense of it. The source appears, Zeke, radiating menace so intensely that onlookers mistake him for a monster. Students scatter in terror, begging for help and trying to escape from him. Their panic only grows as they realize this is no normal pursuit. Zeke revels in the chase, disappointed that there are barely any opponents left to entertain him. He laughs wildly, making it clear he is enjoying the hunt far too much. The fleeing upperclassmen are horrified that the lower-class students they were supposed to prey on are now chasing them instead. One runner crashes to the ground, undone by fear and exhaustion. As the fallen student struggles to get up, Zeke closes in and casually declares that he is done playing tag. He offers the terrified boy a hand only to demand a real fight, turning even mercy into intimidation. A single sharp call from elsewhere instantly snaps Zeke's attention away. The student he cornered breaks down in sheer panic, convinced he is about to die. Zeke abruptly loses interest, and the boy is left stunned by the sudden reprieve. Walking away, Zeke mocks the upperclassmen for losing their nerve after being so eager to fight at first. He tells them to watch more carefully, implying they still have not understood what kind of situation they are in. With no one daring to stop him, he cheerfully decides to keep doing as he pleases and heads deeper into the forest. His movement draws the attention of someone hidden nearby. A uniformed observer emerges from the bushes, confused by what he has just witnessed. He is impressed that Zeke sensed him even after locking onto an upperclassman, recognizing that as an exceptional feat. After a moment's thought, the observer realizes the incident is too important to ignore. He decides he must report what he has seen. Later, he returns and is asked for his report by a red-haired superior. He summarizes the exam so far. After a week, about 30% of the 7th years have been eliminated, though the survivors are adapting. When the discussion turns to the upper-class students, he hesitates, unsure how to describe their condition. Pressed to speak plainly, he struggles to put the absurdity into words. He finally states the truth outright. The upper-class students are running away. The red-haired woman is baffled that the upperclassmen would be fleeing at all and asks what could possibly scare them. The answer is a single name. They are running from Sieg, a revelation so unexpected that she can only stare in confusion. The upper-class students who had challenged Sir Sieg are now fleeing from him instead. Watching the chaos, the soldiers are stunned that someone has driven the upper-class students into retreat so easily. One officer rejects any ordinary explanation and concludes that the boy is something far beyond normal. In his eyes, Sieg is not just gifted but a monster whose power exceeds common sense. That judgment is reinforced by memories that Sieg had always seemed like an unusual child. Freya reasons that Sieg never behaved like prey at all and may have been the one controlling the hunt from the beginning. Hearing himself called a monster, Sieg takes the label with amused acceptance. Before the discussion can continue, the nearby students notice a strange sound and realize something else is arriving. A heavy cargo is brought in for Freya, and she reveals that she had been waiting for it. The guards panic when they learn she intends to release it onto Poison Dragon Mountain, warning that its strength is far beyond what the current students can handle. Freya dismisses their concern by claiming the creature has been adjusted to target only 2-star students. By her logic, the ordinary students should avoid serious harm while the stronger ones become the real targets. When questioned, she makes clear that this cruel setup was ordered by the master himself. As the caged beast stirs, Freya decides to test whether even Sieg can withstand the kind of power that made dragon soldiers fear him. She gives the order to release the creature at daybreak. When morning comes, the forest grows uneasy, as if something beneath the ground has started moving. A blue-haired boy notices the disturbance first, and wonders if the earth shifted. His group senses that something is wrong, and Laika immediately suspects another upper-class trap. They try to explain it away as some ordinary monster, but the unease is too strong for that answer to feel convincing. Before they can settle on a response, the danger closes in on them from the forest. The group realizes too late that something massive is about to fall into their path. Laika takes command at once and orders everyone to get back from the collapsing tree. She throws herself into rescuing the blue-haired girl, while the blonde boy shields the others and drags them clear. Once they regain their footing, Laika recognizes that the threat is not a simple accident. The others look on in alarm as the true attacker reveals itself. A stone golem emerges, confirming that they are facing a far more dangerous monster than expected. Elsewhere, Sieg senses the disturbance and realizes the real challenge has finally appeared. Already lounging atop the corpses of defeated monsters and students, he welcomes the change with boredom turning to interest. He had been disappointed that no one left in the exam could challenge him, but this new presence changes that. The surge of power carries across the mountain strongly enough for him to pinpoint its direction. Recognizing the class of monster involved, Sieg notes that such a creature should not have appeared in this exam at all. He begins to suspect that someone intentionally released it, perhaps to send a message, though it is absurdly excessive against 3-star hopefuls. That thought leads him to conclude the instructors should have prevented this before the test even started. At the same time, Freya calmly confirms that the golem was indeed let loose on purpose. For Sieg, that only makes the situation more exciting, because he finally has something worth fighting. He abandons the field of defeated opponents and heads straight for the 3-star group facing the golem. Back at the scene, the blue-haired girl charges first, trying to stop the monster herself. Her blade strikes the golem cleanly, but its stone body shrugs off the attack without damage. Seeing that even a direct hit failed, the blonde shield-bearer rushes in to add his strength. He slams the golem with a heavy shield strike and knocks it off balance, but still cannot truly injure it. That failure makes clear that ordinary force will not be enough to bring the creature down. Laika unleashes a lightning-charged attack, using aura to hit the golem with far greater power. Even then, she realizes her aura can only crack the outer shell rather than destroy the monster outright. From that result, Laika concludes that only someone at the 2-star level can actually defeat it. With the golem still advancing, her companions turn to Laika for a plan. She orders them to run while she distracts it, choosing to hold the line alone. When they protest, Laika explains that even her strongest strike barely damaged one arm, so the others would only hinder her. The golem keeps moving despite the crack, proving how little progress they have made. Her teammates are forced to admit she is right that, at their current level, they cannot meaningfully hurt it. Even so, the blonde boy refuses to abandon her and insists they can still support her so she has a chance to land decisive blows. Laika is stunned by the creature before them and struggles to understand what it is. Her teammates rally behind her, insisting that if she leads them, they can still fight together and possibly win. Seeing the whole group stand against the stone monster, Laika realizes everyone is entrusting the battle to her. She accepts that responsibility and decides to take command. Raymond braces himself in front with his shield while the others move into position, and Laika orders them to support her attack. Charging her sword with lightning, Laika commits herself to a decisive strike. She launches forward in a thunderous rush while her team creates the opening she needs. The golem counters with a crushing blow just as Laika closes in. Raymond intercepts the attack with his shield, protecting Laika at the cost of taking the impact himself. He strains under the force but holds long enough for the plan to continue. With Raymond buying time, the other two press the golem from the sides to keep it off balance. Laika rises above the monster as the others pin its attention below. She invokes her Thunder Spirit Greatsword art, and pours everything into the finishing blow. Her technique, Heavenly Thunder, crashes down directly onto the golem. The strike erupts with enough force to tear through the forest around them. Lightning continues to spear into the ground as the aftermath of her attack settles. When the smoke clears, Laika is barely standing, admitting that the last strike consumed almost all of her true power. Even so, she checks on Raymond first, and once he says he is fine, she decides they should retreat to base. Before they can leave, the golem suddenly rises again behind them, proving it survived the attack. The blue-haired boy reacts instantly, trying to move as the danger returns. But the golem grabs Laika before anyone can stop it, leaving the others horrified. Laika realizes her mistake too late. She let her guard down because she thought the battle was over. Her teammates panic as they grasp that the monster is still fully capable of fighting. The blue-haired boy charges in and demands that the golem release her. The golem ignores him and hurls Laika away instead. He can only scream her name as she is thrown. At that moment, a violent spinning force tears through the area from above. The sudden attack slams into the golem and disrupts its assault. A massive tree crashes into the monster, knocking it back and freeing the group from immediate danger. The students regroup around Laika, shaken but relieved that she is still conscious. A familiar voice casually complains about the noise, cutting through the chaos. The students recognize that voice at once and realize Zeke has arrived. Zeke drops into the scene with amused curiosity rather than alarm. He treats the golem like an odd toy, showing no fear of it at all. A little earlier, he had noticed Laika's lightning aura in the distance, and judged the situation serious. He rushed toward it, regretting that his current body is far weaker than in his previous life and cannot cover the distance instantly. As he ran, he assessed Laika's group as talented but unlikely to endure long against a 3-star class opponent. He decides to test a newly learned technique that might suit his current body. To try it, he plants his hand on a tree and channels his strength into it. The technique lets him wrench the tree free as a usable weapon. With a shout, he swings into action. He sends the uprooted tree flying through the forest toward the battlefield. The result pleases him, and he notes that this throwing art should be useful while he remains in this body. He recalls that the move comes from nurturing dragon throwing arts, a simple but practical branch of combat techniques. He jokes that it suits him perfectly, despite the absurdity of calling himself a long-range fighter in light of his overwhelmingly physical former self. Still, he knows the throw alone is not enough and hurries the rest of the way. Back in the present, the injured students stare at him in disbelief and address him with sudden respect. Zeke greets them lightly, as if arriving at an ordinary meeting instead of a crisis. The blue-haired boy tries to explain the emergency, pointing out the monster, while Zeke casually identifies it as a golem. Even as Zeke remarks on how strange a lifeless being with presence can be, the golem charges straight at him and the students cry out in alarm. Zeke opens the fight by rushing a stone golem head-on and striking its body to gauge its toughness. He mocks the idea of wearing it down with ordinary chip damage, already looking for a more interesting way to win. Rather than fight safely, he decides a straightforward victory would be too dull and starts experimenting. His companions watch with concern, recognizing that his recklessness is as bad as ever. The golem raises both arms for a crushing counterattack, turning the test dangerous. Zeke quickly judges that a monster this large can kill him in one solid hit. He slips inside the attack at the last moment, trusting speed over caution. The golem's blow smashes the ground instead, confirming how lethal its strength really is. Excited by the danger, Zeke orders the others to retreat so he can handle it alone. The group obeys and falls back, leaving him to face the golem while they escape the blast zone. With the others clear, Zeke braces himself and prepares to test a new idea. He circles the golem and concludes that if the outer shell is sturdy, the real question is whether the inside is just as strong. That realization energizes him, and he commits fully to the experiment. He launches himself forward, deciding it is time to see whether his theory works. Using Dragon Destruction combat arts, first form, he drives explosive power into the golem instead of merely striking its surface. His Burst World technique detonates from within, shattering the monster by attacking its interior rather than its armor. When the dust clears, Zeke is delighted that the technique succeeded exactly as he hoped. The victory leaves him exhilarated, and he openly admits he is enjoying himself. A month passes, and the story shifts to the Eldragon estate after the field test period ends. Zeke is summoned to the main building, and he is already irritated at being called in. The narration explains that the month-long test ended without major incidents after the 3-star golem attack. Although the Poison Dragon Mountain environment nearly broke the children, surviving it pushed many of them to grow stronger. Most of those who endured reached 1-star level, and soon after the test Zeke was personally summoned by the head of the Eldragon family. As a red-haired officer escorts him through the estate, Zeke wonders what the family head wants, and she sharply reminds him to show proper respect. She makes it clear that this summons is punishment for the trouble he caused during the test. Her accusation is specific. By attacking upperclassmen, he disrupted their exam and let lower-ranked students steal their crystal orbs. She blames him for forcing those upperclassmen to retake the test, while Zeke coolly notes that no rule had actually forbidden what he did. Unable to deny that point, she shifts to criticizing his careless attitude and warns him to correct it before meeting the master. They arrive at the heavily guarded doors to the family head's chamber. On the way in, she quietly urges him to behave, hinting that the danger before him is real. Her warning carries the image of death itself. If he acts wrongly before the Lord, even being a child will not save him. She admits she is trying to prevent that outcome under her watch, though Zeke only remarks on how dangerous that sounds. At the door, she formally announces their presence to the Lord inside. She identifies herself as Freya Wainkick of the Black Dragon Corps and reports that she has brought Zeke as ordered. The family head grants them permission to enter. Freya steps inside with Zeke, maintaining strict formality as they approach. Zeke stays outwardly calm, showing no sign of intimidation yet. Before the Lord's desk, Freya presents Zeke to the head of the house. The family head is revealed as a stern, imposing man with white and red hair, riding as if already in control of the room. Without wasting time, he questions Zeke about why he attacked an upperclassman. Zeke, tired of hearing the same accusation, turns the issue around and asks what rules supposedly forbade it. The Lord is caught off guard for a moment by the blunt challenge. Zeke argues that the exam only required surviving a month on Dragon Poison Mountain with a crystal orb, and since no other limits were stated, any hidden prohibition should have been declared beforehand. Freya realizes he is openly arguing legal logic in front of the family head and tenses in alarm. She tries to stop him before he goes too far, shocked that he would speak so boldly here. Instead of answering immediately, the Lord's expression hardens and his power begins to rise. A terrifying red dragon-like aura floods the room, making his authority unmistakable and turning the conversation into a test of survival. Freya buckles under the pressure at once, nearly collapsing from the force of it. Even she fears that if Zeke keeps provoking him, the pressure alone could get the boy killed. But Zeke refuses to cower and angrily rejects the idea that intimidation should excite or impress him. A stern lord fixes his attention on Zeke, clearly disturbed by the boy's unexplained rise. He demands to know how Zeke achieved feats that should have been impossible for a student like him. The Lord points out that Zeke's record includes defeating upperclassmen and even a golem, yet he now stands before him without a scratch. Unable to accept it, the Lord bluntly asks how a bastard child could have gained such power. Zeke treats the question lightly, as if the answer hardly needs explaining. With open confidence, he claims his strength comes from one simple fact: he is himself. That answer catches the Lord off guard. Zeke meets his gaze without any trace of fear or submission. Though still unsettled, the Lord decides the report was true and grants Zeke a reward for defeating the golem, letting him choose between access to Dragon Hall's second floor or an item from the Dragon Treasury. The red-haired instructor is stunned that the Lord is rewarding him at all. The value of the offer is immense, since Dragon Hall and the Dragon Treasury preserve the Dragon family's accumulated knowledge and relics. Those archives contain legendary weapons, elixirs, artifacts, and rare items gathered across many eras. Because entry is tightly controlled, reaching the second floor is considered an exceptional privilege even among the family's own people. The instructor can hardly believe that someone who just disrespected the Lord is being offered such a prize, while Zeke immediately wonders why he cannot have both. The Lord cuts him off and orders him to leave before he can push his luck any further. When Zeke still tries to keep talking, the instructor physically stops him and reminds him that receiving a direct reward from the Lord is already a great honor. She forces him to comply and drags him out while trying to preserve what dignity she can. Even as he is being removed, Zeke insists on getting in one last remark. He warns the Lord that as long as he keeps killing his emotions, he will never become truly strong. That blunt criticism lands hard enough to shake the Lord. For a moment, the pressure around the Lord surges like a dragon's wrath, revealing the terrifying power he keeps contained. Yet he suppresses it, and the instructor hurriedly ends the audience before things escalate. Once outside, the weight of what just happened still hangs over them. The instructor explodes at Zeke for provoking the Lord so recklessly and nearly causing disaster. Zeke brushes it off, insisting he was holding back and that she should not compare how he treats ordinary instructors with how he addresses the Lord. He then casually reveals the reason for that difference. The Lord is his real father. That confession makes the instructor reassess him completely, because his strength and composure no longer fit the image of an ordinary child. She presses him to explain who he really is. Zeke answers with the same unsettling certainty as before, defining himself only as himself. His refusal to give a normal answer leaves her speechless. As she reflects on the ancient dragon blood all children of the line receive and the overwhelming authority the Lord carries, she realizes Zeke should not have been able to face him so calmly. The more she thinks about it, the more abnormal he seems, and she begins to suspect there is something fundamentally different about him. Keeping those doubts to herself, she decides she will need to verify his birth records. She returns to practical matters and asks which reward he will choose, but when he again asks for both, she flatly refuses. After considering the options, Zeke reaches his decision. He chooses knowledge and asks for entry to Dragon Hall instead of a treasure. He explains that he knows too little about the current era and wants to study the medicine and tools developed over the last 1,000 years, while a blue-haired classmate excitedly celebrates the chance to enter Dragon Hall. Seeing that excitement, Zeke asks if access to the hall is really that special. The boy eagerly explains that beyond famous martial arts like dragon-slaying combat arts and dragon-nurturing spear arts, the reward offers a rare chance to learn even greater techniques. He adds that he plans to absorb as much knowledge as possible before his limited time runs out, which makes Zeke realize entry comes with restrictions. Other students explain that first-floor access is basic, only one book may be borrowed during the allotted period, and using the time efficiently is crucial. A blonde student then asks why Zeke chose Dragon Hall over the Dragon Treasury, since most people would have taken the treasure. Zeke says he considered it, but for now knowledge matters more than possessions. The blonde student points out that second-floor books are far rarer, especially martial arts manuals, and implies Zeke may be underestimating what he gave up. He keeps praising the value of advanced sword manuals, but Zeke is already focused elsewhere. A guard arrives, announces that they have 5 hours in the hall, and orders everyone to keep silent and follow the rules. As the group heads inside, they try to judge whether 5 hours is generous or painfully short. The blonde student immediately starts planning how to maximize the time, while Zeke quietly sets his own goal of finding martial arts manuals within 3 hours. Once they enter, the sheer scale of Dragon Hall makes them realize that even choosing the right first book may be difficult. Surrounded by the vast archive, the students stare in awe as the reality of Dragon Hall finally sinks in. Zeke enters the vast archive and is immediately impressed by how much knowledge it holds. Confident and curious, he decides to search the collection for anything that might help him. He begins exploring the library at his own pace, expecting a rewarding study session. That confidence breaks when he realizes the amount of material is overwhelming beyond reason. Surrounded by towering stacks, he can hardly believe how much there is to sort through. As he schemes through books, he is hit with a flood of unfamiliar terms about rifts, chaos, and magic. The records explain that 1,000 years ago this world became linked to another realm, and the scale of that history leaves him stunned. He scrambles through the books, trying to piece the revelations together. He learns that about 900 years earlier a tear in the dimensional barrier opened into a chaotic otherworld called the Capes realm. From those accounts he understands that monsters from chaos roamed freely, while the people of this world fought back using a special inner force called Source Power, with the Eldragon family leading that resistance. The history traces the Eldragon bloodline to 4 warriors from different worlds whose alliance and marriages founded the branch families that still exist. Zeke connects that history to the powers around him, realizing Boar's anger aura and Lycus' lightning aura were both shrouded in the same strange black mist because they originated from another world. That finally explains why those powers had seemed unfamiliar to him, and his attention shifts to the subject that interests him most. He discovers that magic is treated here as a technology brought from another world. Excited, he immediately starts looking for practical manuals, assuming there should be books on how to use it. Before he can spiral into louder excitement, a disembodied voice warns him to keep quiet in the building. He notices the voice has no visible speaker and wonders if this too is some form of magic-based transmission. After thinking it over, he concludes he can only sense ordinary source power and not whatever is producing the voice. His attention is caught when a nearby book begins reacting to him. Golden threads of source power erupt around him and pull books into the air, turning the archive itself into a moving mechanism. Instead of panicking, Zeke realizes the threads are using source power to manipulate objects and becomes fascinated by the technique. He eagerly orders the phenomenon to come directly to him, too excited to obey the warning to stay quiet. The unseen librarian watches his outburst in silence. As the threads wrap around him as well, Zeke realizes he is no longer just observing the technique but being caught in it. The voice calmly announces closing time, and the same power lifts him off the floor to remove him. A dark portal opens, and he is unceremoniously thrown out of the archive. He lands outside the castle grounds, baffled by yet another unknown mechanism. Rather than being embarrassed, he demands to see that transport method properly, alarming the others nearby. When questioned, he admits he simply got carried away, and the conversation turns to what everyone managed to learn. One boy reports success, saying he borrowed a martial arts text called Cloud Water Spear Arts and learned a basic movement from it. A blue-haired girl says she also learned a movement technique, this time from a Windflower Sword Arts book. Another student explains he studied Eldragon-style Guardian Sword Arts from a book on Guardian Shield Arts. Hearing this, Zeke realizes the martial arts in these books may trace back to techniques he himself created in his previous life. Curious now, he asks Laika what she chose to study. Laika says she took a heavy wave greatsword text said to have been created by the first patriarch and revised by the 15th head, noting her family had preserved it for research. The repeated mention of the 15th head catches Zeke's attention because other techniques he recognizes were also credited to that same figure. He recalls that many arts he created in Dragon Hall had later versions placed beside them, suggesting someone systematically refined his work. That leads him to suspect the mysterious 15th head may be connected to his own legacy, a possibility he finds deeply intriguing. Instead of disappointment, he finds himself increasingly entertained by what this world is revealing. Looking toward the castle, Zeke decides he wants to see what comes next. 5 years pass. A new moment begins with someone arriving and reacting to what they find. Laika asks after Zeke and the others, and a younger student tells her they have gone to the training grounds. Now 12, Laika heads there again, already familiar with this routine. She makes her way across the castle grounds toward the open yard. At the training grounds, Zeke and the others are already assembled for practice. Zeke, now also 12, stands at the center of the group with quiet confidence. Elsewhere in the castle, attention shifts to a bright office where another matter is unfolding. Someone reviewing documents wonders whether a newly observed phenomenon is the sign of a special rift. When asked if they are certain, the answer comes back without hesitation: yes. Commander Ein reports that an investigation found a high chance that magic water exists inside a newly formed rift. The family head immediately sees the problem. Such a valuable source has appeared in a dangerously troublesome place. The briefing explains that magic water turns drinkers into magicians, creating people who can convert mana into magical power and driving major advances in technique and civilization. As magic springs became the foundation of national strength, Eldragon was left at a disadvantage because its territory lacked even one. For houses without a spring, the only path to magic water is to seize a special rift that produces it. But the Eldragon family has only a few magicians, while rival houses have long fought over such rifts and can overwhelm them by numbers alone. Ein identifies the rift's location as the bountiful dragon forest, adding that the surrounding area is already unstable enough to make matters worse. The forest spans most of Eldragon land but also reaches into another house's territory, making ownership politically messy. That neighboring claim belongs to the Cerberus family, which treats the forest as its own domain. Even if the rift itself lies inside Eldragon territory, its scale and position make the situation far from secure. The real danger is that the rift's expanded domain may cross the border and spill into Cerberus territory as well. Ein warns that if that happens, Cerberus will notice quickly and move in without hesitation. He urges them to prepare for a struggle over control, even if the options available to both sides are limited by the nature of a special rift. The family head decides they should act before Cerberus fully catches on. Ein accepts the order and is told to summon all dragon nests for a selection process. Outside, one of the younger heirs notes that the leadership is making unusually serious preparations. Sieg appears with his usual confidence as the younger generation gathers. Training begins with the children attacking Sieg together, each using a different style, while he faces them head-on. Sieg reads the assault instantly and remains completely unfazed. Without relying on primal source power, he stops the incoming attacks through sheer physical defense and timing. He praises the attempt just enough to keep them engaged before turning the moment into instruction. He tells Langus that his spear work is being ruined by forcing too much strength into it. He tells Celine that her obsession with speed and numbers has thrown off her balance. He acknowledges that Raymond is performing well, giving him the only straightforward approval. Even so, Sieg points out that Raymond is still too passive and needs to grow more used to attacking. The others keep pressing him, and the spectacle becomes so absurd that even bystanders call it insane. One of them protests that taking attacks directly without primal source power is reckless to the point of madness. Sieg rejects that complaint and insists this kind of pressure is exactly what proper training should be. He enthusiastically argues that if they can produce this level of defense without primal source power, the training is clearly working. His companions are less impressed, pointing out that continuing to fight while lecturing only proves how abnormal he is. The trainees are left baffled that a human body can display such defensive ability without magical reinforcement. When Sieg is called a monster, he dryly notes that the seniors already know him by that reputation. The conversation shifts when one of the others asks whether they came only to train or had something important to report. The answer is that the chief heir candidates from the other dragon nests are beginning to arrive, likely sooner than expected. That news shocks the younger trainees, who realize the long-anticipated moment has finally come. They wonder if this gathering is for the next test, but no one seems to know the full details yet. Sieg explains that the signs were obvious from the instructor's recent conversations and behavior. His friends admit they never pay attention to that kind of thing, and he mocks their lack of awareness. Still, they are warned to be careful, especially because a strong candidate from the West Wing is involved. They learn that this Western contender is one of the rival candidates for the next family head besides their own group. Rather than worry, Sieg becomes more interested and looks forward to meeting the competition. A few days later, everyone in the academy is assembled in the courtyard. The sudden mass gathering leaves some students uneasy and unsure what is happening. Others watch with smug curiosity, already treating the event as a chance to measure rivals. Sieg's group concludes that the assembly, which includes every grade, must be connected to the matter they discussed earlier. Attention turns toward the front as someone important arrives to address them. A senior woman takes command of the gathering and immediately silences the crowd. The students fall quiet under her authority and wait for the announcement. She declares that in 3 days a formal confrontation will begin. The announcement is that they will fight the children from the other dragon nests. As the selection gathering begins, Zeke carries himself with easy confidence while the others wait to hear what this sudden summons means. A red-haired officer announces that in 3 days they will face students from the dragon's nest's other wings. The cadets realize this kind of inter-wing combat is usually reserved for graduation, so the order catches everyone off guard. The officer refuses to explain the reason yet, but makes clear that those chosen will also be assigned a special mission. That promise immediately catches Zeke's interest, since a mission tied to the match sounds far more serious than routine competition. The officer explains the format, a knockout tournament, with 7 representatives to be chosen from the north, west, south, and east wings. When someone assumes the 7 will be seniors, she shuts that down and says that candidates will be selected from every grade. Many seniors protest at once, insisting lower grade students could contribute nothing. Their contempt spreads through the crowd, as they dismiss the underclassmen as dead weight and claim only seniors are fit to fight. Unmoved by the uproar, the officer orders them to settle the roster by the end of the day. One senior, Rick, loudly declares that the 7 spots naturally belong to the seniors. Laika immediately challenges that assumption, arguing that underclassmen should be considered too and volunteering herself. Rick mocks her, treating her as an exception rather than proof that the lower grades deserve a chance. Laika answers that they are discussing ability, not seniority, and accuses them of confusing rank with real strength. To back up her words, she releases her aura and forces everyone to take her seriously. Her power makes the challenge unmistakable. If strength is the standard, she is ready to be judged by it. The seniors are stunned to discover she has already reached 3-star rank, far beyond what they expected from her age. Laika presses the point, agreeing that selection should be based on strength, and daring them to follow that principle honestly. Rick tries to recover by claiming she is only a rare exception and that the rest of the underclassmen are still unworthy. As he keeps ranting, Zeke cuts through the noise with a blunt remark that exposes how loud and insecure the seniors sound. Rick turns his anger on Zeke, but Zeke calmly repeats the insult without backing down. Zeke reminds him that if the seniors are truly superior, they should not fear being tested, and proposes a simpler way to settle everything. With a grin, he suggests they fight it out until only 7 candidates remain standing. Others immediately point out that such a free-for-all would create chaos, so the idea is dismissed as too extreme. A more practical compromise is proposed instead. Hold a preliminary match open to anyone from any grade who wants to compete for the 7 spots. Laika supports the plan and pointedly asks the seniors whether their confidence can survive an open trial. Rick accepts, though only because he is convinced the whole exercise will prove the underclassmen are wasting everyone's time. With the preliminaries set, Laika turns to Zeke, and he immediately agrees to enter. Zeke then calls on Langluis, Raymond, and Celine, insisting the 3 of them should join as well. They are shocked that he wants them to challenge seniors already, but he argues that years of training mean it is time to test their progress. Celine buckles under the pressure, while Raymond can only promise they will do their best. Laika asks if anyone else wants to try out, but the rest of the underclassmen lose heart, convinced they cannot beat senior opponents. Zeke scolds their defeatism, saying there is the most to gain by fighting people above their level, then lets the matter drop when no one steps forward. So the preliminary field is set with Zeke, Laika, Langluis, Raymond, and Celine facing the seniors to prove what they can do. The seniors, led by Rick, frame the coming match as a chance to expose the supposed limits of underclassmen' strength. Another senior dismisses the younger students as arrogant children who have no real chance no matter how hard they struggle. Even among Zeke's group, there is an attempt to soften expectations by saying only Laika is truly exceptional, and the others are still just 2-star kids. Langluis admits he is worried, since they are about to face 3-star seniors. Zeke answers by reminding them that they have trained under him relentlessly for 5 years and are already far stronger than they think. He tells them to trust themselves, turning their fear into determination. Reassured by his confidence, the 3 answer him with renewed resolve. The seniors, irritated by Zeke's encouragement, rush to start the fight and demand that the underclassmen stop talking and prove themselves. Watching from a window, other students can only stare in confusion at the escalating confrontation below. The battle quickly overturns expectations as Langluis stands over a fallen senior, leaving onlookers wondering whether this year's juniors are monsters. Zeke calmly praises his team, satisfied that they have performed well. He notes that Langluis has become much sharper at deflecting attacks and spotting openings. He also recognizes Celine's progress, seeing that she is mastering the many forms of the Windflower sword style. Raymond earns the same approval for how effectively he now switches between shield and sword techniques in combat. As the seniors are beaten back, Zeke reflects that these results are the product of their long training and hopes real combat will build their confidence even further. He ends by acknowledging that Laika has advanced as well, as she crashes through a senior's defense with overwhelming force. A group of students can hardly believe the result unfolding before them. A blonde girl stands over a defeated opponent and treats the match as settled. One of the losing boys refuses to accept that a team of lower-ranked students could have beaten them. Zeke dismisses that protest as childish denial in the face of an obvious loss. When the boy clings to star rankings as proof of superiority, Zeke moves to dismantle that belief. He explains that stars are only personal indicators, while real strength is decided by victory and defeat. As the boy rages that stars are the source of power, Zeke points out that stars mean nothing if they do not win. He reduces combat to its harshest truth: destroy the vital point, and the stronger fighter is simply the one who survives. That lesson lands as a direct challenge to stop worshipping appearances and understand what strength actually is. The senior lashes out in wounded pride, trying to reassert rank and authority over Zeke. Zeke cuts off the argument and invites him to prove himself in a real fight instead of hiding behind age. He welcomes the challenge with open confidence, eager to see what the senior can actually do. The senior realizes too late that Zeke is not intimidated. Trying to salvage his pride, he launches a named power attack with everything he has. Zeke slips through it and drops him with a single clean strike. The defeated senior is sent skidding away, and the fight ends almost instantly. Zeke mockingly praises the effort, making the one-sided result even more humiliating. Watching from the side, the blonde girl notes that Zeke judged the boy before even seeing his technique. Elsewhere in the West Wing grounds, the aftermath of another brutal selection leaves students sprawled across the field. A hand closes around a strange glowing weapon with casual contempt. The victor, Venio Fafnildel Dragon, dismisses all the fallen candidates as worthless. His followers address him with open deference, confirming his authority over the scene. His confidant Alan declares the West Wing selection complete, while Venio's chosen subordinates stand behind him. Retin is among those selected, visibly marked as one of Venio's people. Venio notices an underclassman who somehow carries 3 stars and finds him interesting. Pleased by talent, Venio offers the boy a place under him if he proves useful. The boy gratefully bows, thrilled to have been personally acknowledged by Venio. He immediately convinces himself that with Venio present, the West Wing cannot lose. His ambition grows further, as he imagines success in the special mission elevating Venio to family head. In that future, he sees himself rising with Venio as a direct subordinate to the Patriarch. Retin revels in that fantasy with naked greed. Alan interrupts to report new information to Venio. He reveals that Lady Laika will be joining the East Wing selection team. Venio reacts with irritation, clearly seeing her as a recurring obstacle. He quickly regains his composure and insists that no matter her involvement, they will be the ones to win. Alan affirms that they will clear the special mission and secure victory. Venio turns that goal into a declaration of succession, claiming he will prove himself before his siblings. He openly states that the seat of the next patriarch belongs to him. The scene shifts to a crowded arena where candidates from across the wings gather for the next stage. The scale of the assembly overwhelms some of the younger students. A blue-haired boy explains that this is actually a reduced crowd because many were eliminated in earlier exams. The blonde girl realizes just how severe the filtering process has already been. The boy reflects that those who fail are cast aside as pseudo-dragons, and the thought stings because his own father was one of them. His mood shifts enough for the blonde girl to notice. She quickly reframes their situation positively, reminding him that making it this far means they represent the East Wing and should be proud. As he takes heart from that encouragement, she notices Zeke standing apart and grows curious. Zeke brushes off concern and says he was only gauging the overall level of the students, finding the arena unusually quiet. His calm confidence draws admiration, with others treating his judgment as something extraordinary. Zeke remarks that things have changed, just as a disturbance erupts nearby. 2 East Wing upperclassmen, Aaron and Rick, rush in at full speed after answering a summons, with Rick already trying to speak. Zeke reveals that after their last battle, his team abandoned any prejudice against the L Dragon's weaker members and chose to respect strength above status. He makes it clear that his group now admires power wherever it appears, even if it comes from those once dismissed as bottom tier. The others accept that change, though the sudden sincerity catches them off guard. Zeke surveys the arena and notes that everyone outside the Eastern Wing is at least 3-star rank, with no 4-star elites present on their side. That realization makes him pause, sensing something unusual in the field. He identifies a few notable opponents who have already broken into this higher level of competition. Seeing familiar rising talents among them, he wonders what kind of strength this round will reveal. As the group waits, Laika and her teammates continue gathering in the arena. Laika is suddenly swept into an affectionate reunion when her older cousin Sandy rushes in and clings to her. Zeke notices the commotion and turns his attention toward the newcomer. Sandy fusses over Laika like family, relieved to see her and worried that academy life might be overworking her. Laika's teammates, confused by the intimacy, ask who this woman is. Sandy introduces herself as Sandy Topona, daughter of the head of House Topona. The revelation shocks the others, who realize Laika is connected to one of the 4 great houses. Sandy then asks who the students around Laika are, and Laika awkwardly explains that they are her teammates and friends. Sandy repeats the word friends with skepticism, already judging whether they are worthy of standing beside her cousin. She bluntly questions whether such unimpressive companions are fit to support someone competing to become the next family head. Zeke answers calmly that their value will be proven once the fighting begins. When Sandy asks who he is, Laika introduces Zeke as another candidate like herself. Sandy immediately connects him to the rumors about an illegitimate child and assumes he must be that outsider. Zeke confirms the implication without shame, remarking that no one else with that label would still be standing here. Laika protests Sandy's contempt and reminds her that if she keeps looking down on others, she will never surpass the other candidates. Sandy dismisses the warning, belittling both the Eastern Wing and Laika's low-ranked companions as beneath notice. But when she insults Zeke's bloodline and lack of backing, her contempt turns the exchange openly hostile. Zeke answers her aggression without backing down, making it clear he is willing to confront her directly. He coolly reframes his words as a warning rather than an apology, which only angers her more. Before the clash can escalate, Another representative steps in and interrupts them. Edge's Van Blade, the North Wing representative, orders them to stop stirring up trouble because the selection matches are about to begin. His arrival immediately changes the mood, and even Zeke recognizes him. Edges ignores Sandy's irritation and insists that whatever dispute they have must wait for the official matches. Around them, the other candidates settle down as the arena prepares for the formal announcement. An officer of the Golden Dragon Corps enters, drawing everyone's attention to the center. With a commanding call for silence, he brings the restless crowd under control. Like his teammates tense up, realizing the real test is finally starting. Sandy also composes herself and turns from personal conflict to the competition ahead. Zeke and Edges stand ready as the ceremony moves into the next phase. Captain Teach Mentrick, known as the Dredgecator, formally announces the start of the selection matches. He addresses the entire arena and declares that the tournament will now begin. The captain explains the format. The 4 house representatives will first fight among themselves to decide the top 2, and all matches will be one-on-one duels judged by a predetermined order. He adds that victory will go to the house whose representative defeats all 4 opponents first, and once the matches begin, no changes to the chosen order will be allowed. Then he reveals the true stakes. Those selected through this tournament will be assigned to a special mission. Zeke immediately brightens at the prospect, sensing that this is more than a simple school contest. The captain emphasizes that the mission is of great importance to the Dragon family, and that success in it would be a major contribution. For ambitious heirs, that contribution could become a decisive step toward claiming the position of family head. With everyone's ambitions sharpened, the captain moves on to determine the groups by lottery. He calls forward the representative of the West House first. The West representative approaches the box and reaches in to draw the lot. He pulls out a stone, fixing the result of his house's placement. The captain dismisses him back to his place after confirming the draw. Watching this, Laika suddenly focuses on the West representative, as if she has recognized something important about him. A confident candidate from the West House draws attention as he arrives with the bearing of someone used to being watched. Zeke learns the standout student is an acquaintance, and is told he is Venial Fafnald Dragon, the West House head candidate. Venial is introduced as a major figure, reinforcing that the West House has produced a formidable contender. Zeke quickly realizes Venial is not the only threat and that the West House is packed with powerful fighters. As the other houses compare their own training to West House strength, the gap in power becomes impossible to ignore. Even so, one student notes that a certain fighter named Gilly still stands out despite the time since they last met him. Zeke recalls that Gilly was impressive in the entrance exam but suspects his current confidence may be misplaced. The West House group suddenly notices someone unexpected among the gathering representatives. One of them reacts with alarm, unable to understand why that person has appeared here at all. The surrounding students recognize Languis and openly question why someone considered a failure is present. Languis is shaken by the insult, and his companions immediately notice his distress. He tries to steady himself and insists he is fine, even as the hostility around him lingers. The selection of representatives continues, and the North House is called forward. The officials move on to the South House representative after the North House finishes. Then the East House representative is called, completing the lineup. When Zeke is summoned, he is caught off guard, but his allies remind him he was chosen because he is their strongest. Zeke hesitates, feeling someone younger should stand at the front of an event like this. His companions dismiss that excuse and push him to step up, since they are the same age and need him to lead. A blonde girl from the opposing side protests furiously, outraged that an illegitimate child was chosen over Laika. Zeke's side answers bluntly that strength alone decided the choice, which only deepens her anger. She warns that this contest is also a battle between Zeke and Venial for leadership, but her brother cuts her off. He calmly accepts the decision, confident that their side can afford to do so because they are stronger. The officials instruct all 4 representatives to pour their primal power into the stones they have drawn. Zeke studies his stone, preparing to take part in the draw. Each representative channels power into a stone, revealing their assigned colors and completing the pairing ritual. Zeke's stone glows blue, confirming his place in the bracket. The official announces that the draw will determine the opening matches. The results are set. East House will face North House, and West House will face South House. The North House moves out first to answer the call for the opening match. Among them stands an intimidating giant whose presence alone unsettles the onlookers. Zeke's group is stunned that such a terrifying figure is also just a student, though they are told he is indeed one. The realization hits harder when they understand they will be facing Sister Sandy's side immediately. Sandy turns her attention to Laika, treating the match as a chance to force her younger sister to wake up to reality. She openly vows to crush Laika so thoroughly that Laika will finally remember her place and duty. Rather than shrink back, Laika accepts the challenge with fierce resolve. Elsewhere, Zeke and another representative greet each other warmly, both pleased that they may get to fight soon. Their easy enthusiasm contrasts with the tension around them as they look forward to the coming battle. Watching from above, Venial responds with irritation and draws a blade, signaling his own readiness. The East House members remain quiet and focused as the atmosphere tightens before the first bout. The arena is formally addressed as the first match between East Wing and North Wing is announced. North House steps forward armed and composed, with Sandy and her team ready to dominate. East House answers with equal readiness, Zeke's side taking their positions with weapons in hand. One of Zeke's allies loudly swears to bring him a victory, trying to bolster morale before the fight. Even so, concern spreads that Rick looks badly rattled before the match begins. The official asks whether both participants are prepared to start. Rick and his opponent take the field, facing each other across the arena. With both sides in place, the signal to begin is given. Rick charges immediately, throwing himself into the fight with a desperate shout. From the sidelines, Zeke judges the situation coolly and notes that in competition there are no certainties. He immediately adds that the only exception is himself, declaring his own victory inevitable while a companion dismisses his boast. Setting aside raw skill, Zeke judges that the North Wing boy's real weakness is his tendency to lose focus under pressure. He notes that in a straightforward duel the North Wing fighter should normally win if he performs as usual. Laika realizes this match is different because they are fighting before a huge crowd, which adds a new layer of strain. That pressure immediately shows as one of the North Wing students is overwhelmed and struck down. Zeke points out that team matches only intensify that mental burden. Still, he warns that a few exceptional upperclassmen are too formidable to be shaken so easily. He identifies Sandy and another senior as people who are already close to the elite 5-star class. Because they are mentally strong as well as skilled, Zeke tells Laika that facing someone superior should become motivation rather than fear. The second round ends with another North Wing loss, handing victory to the opposing side. Watching that collapse, one nervous student tries to convince herself she must win, while her teammate desperately reassures her. Laika and the others can only awkwardly accept that the North Wing has dropped another round. Zeke bluntly tells the defeated pair that the arena atmosphere got into their heads, and they shamefully admit it. He refuses to dwell on the loss and reminds them this is training, not a battlefield where failure means death. To him, the point of this place is to test limits safely and turn bitter experience into growth. He pushes them to treat the setback as fuel to train harder, and they recover enough spirit to answer him properly. When Zeke turns to Ringies, the blue-haired boy nearly panics from nerves before the match even starts. Ringies' anxiety worsens because he knows his opponent is a terrifying upperclassman. That senior appears exactly as feared, radiating crushing pressure with sword in hand. One look at the man's intensity confirms why Ringies is so frightened. Ringies clings to Zeke in despair, convinced he cannot possibly beat someone that intimidating. He admits that defeating such a senior in front of the whole crowd feels impossible, but Zeke dismisses the self-pity. Instead, Zeke forces Ringies to stop fixating on fear and think about the actual fight in front of him. Ringies finally looks and identifies the obvious truth. His opponent is simply a man using a sword. Zeke seizes on that answer and tells him to forget the senior's reputation and respond only to the weapon. He gives Ringies simple counters: retreat if the sword rises, and step into thrust if it comes down. The lesson is to trust the spear instincts he already has instead of being paralyzed by status. Ringies repeats that idea to himself, trying to anchor his mind in familiar technique. Zeke sees that Ringies' concentration is finally settling and believes this guidance may let his talent break through. As the duel begins, Zeke wonders how much this battle will force Ringies to grow. Around them, onlookers mock Ringies' slight build and assume he has no chance against such a larger opponent. Ringies shuts out the noise and steadies himself. The official gives the signal, and the match starts. The senior opens with clover swordsmanship, launching a fast first leaf slash to overwhelm him immediately. Ringies stays calm enough to read the attack instead of freezing. He evades the slash by a narrow margin, letting the heavy blow crash into the ground. The senior refuses to let him escape and presses the attack. He follows with first leaf pierce, trying to finish Ringies before he can regain distance. The spectators worry because the swordsman is closing in, where Ringies' spear should be at a disadvantage. But Zeke tells the others not to worry and urges them to watch Ringies' eyes. Even under pressure, Ringies is no longer looking at the man's status or aura, only at the fight itself. He slips around another sword swing, maintaining control despite the close-range pressure. When the senior escalates into the stronger three-leaf dance, Zeke recognizes that Ringies is fully concentrating now. Ringies answers by invoking cloud-water spearmanship for the first time in earnest. He uses moving clouds, flowing water to intercept the sword's path with fluid precision. The spear catches and redirects the attack, breaking the senior's momentum. The upperclassman is stunned that his offense has been turned aside so cleanly. Ringies flows straight into the next movement of his style without hesitation. With torrential pierce, he drives his spear forward in a decisive counterattack. The strike lands hard, blasting through the senior's guard and dropping him. The official immediately ends the match, confirming Ringies' victory. The East Wing claims another round, keeping its momentum as one more opponent falls. The blue-haired fighter relaxes in relief, glad the exchange ended in their favor. With confidence returning, he signals that their side should press the advantage. The East Wing team regroups, ready to turn their streak into a full comeback. Their momentum continues as the next clash also ends with the East Wing victorious. By the fourth round, the East Wing has firmly taken control of the match. A fifth win follows, leaving them just one victory away from overturning the entire contest and setting up the decisive sixth round. The final duel pits Laika of the North Wing against her own senior, sister Sandy, in a rematch of the same thunder-based sword style. Sandy immediately reminds Laika that she once warned her not to leave the North Wing, while admitting she never expected the North Wing elites to lose so badly. She concedes that Laika's new companions are stronger than she had judged. But Sandy makes clear that the real issue is Laika herself, not the teammates who helped her get this far. From Sandy's view, comrades matter less than individual dominance, and she accuses Laika of lacking the overwhelming power needed to become head. She sharpens the attack by pointing out that Laika was only second seat in the east and demands to know how someone in such a precarious position could challenge her. Laika accepts the reality of her standing, yet refuses to let that decide her future. Remembering the companions who stood with her, she draws strength from the path she chose. Even if it means crossing blades with Sandy, Laika declares she still has not given up on becoming head. She commits fully, believing this fight is her chance to prove she can win. Sandy understands at once that Laika has come prepared with resolve, if not superiority. Without further warning, Sandy launches the first attack in a burst of thunderous speed. The spectators are stunned as Sandy vanishes from sight. She appears overhead and challenges Laika to demonstrate what she has gained since leaving. Laika barely catches the descending strike, forced immediately onto the defensive. The pressure drives Laika down, showing how hard it is for her to withstand Sandy's mastery head-on. Sandy follows with another crushing blow, and keeps Laika pinned under relentless offense. Watching from the sidelines, others conclude that Sandy holds the clear upper hand. One observer wonders whether Laika can really use the same technique better than the woman who taught it to her. Sandy answers that doubt herself by unleashing a refined thunderclap technique, Thunder Needle. The strike cuts Laika and breaks through her guard, proving the gap in skill is still real. Laika's allies cry out as they see her wounded. Laika steadies herself and decides the injury is shallow enough to fight through, though she needs a moment to recover. Even while hurt and shaken, she refuses to let the pain break her focus. Her companions realize just how overwhelming Sandy is, and recall that Laika once received direct instruction from her. Using that familiarity, Laika counters with a fierce attack of her own instead of retreating. Her strike slips past Sandy's expectation, and Laika exposes the reckless swing Sandy still falls back on when cornered. Laika tries to capitalize with lightning flash, betting everything on speed. Sandy calmly meets it with scattered thunder, showing she can read and answer Laika's best move. Their techniques collide in a violent burst that tears into the arena floor. Laika strains desperately through the clash, but force alone cannot carry her through. Sandy confirms what she already believed: Laika still cannot overcome her this way. Standing over Laika, Sandy says her flaws have not changed and insists that if Laika had stayed in the North Wing, she would never have fallen this low. Even from a kneeling position, Laika refuses to surrender and insists the fight is not over. Sandy tells her to give up, arguing that Laika can never defeat someone with this level of skill and that she should have been forced back to the North from the beginning. The memory of that coercive authority hangs over the moment, revealing how deeply Laika's path was once controlled. Laika falls silent, absorbing both the humiliation and the truth of what Sandy is trying to impose on her. Then she tightens her grip on her sword, choosing resistance over submission once again. Seeing that resolve, Sandy calls Laika stubborn and decides to end the lesson on her own terms. Laika senses the danger immediately as Sandy prepares another decisive move. Sandy rushes in through the crackling field and coldly tells Laika to use this moment to reflect on herself. Laika tries to answer with one more desperate swing before the attack lands, but the exchange turns into a blur of thunderous motion, leaving the outcome hanging on Sandy's final overwhelming strike. Laika opens the duel by driving her blonde opponent back with a heavy electrified strike. The other swordwoman steadies herself and gathers crackling power, refusing to be overwhelmed. Laika is suddenly knocked off balance as the counterattack breaks through her momentum. Her opponent leaps high to press the advantage from above. Watching from the sidelines, the others realize Laika is facing Master Zeke's sister, Sandy. Zeke calmly notes that Laika seems ready to break through another limit. Sandy, frustrated that Laika still will not yield, commits to ending it with force. She unleashes the second secret art of Thunderclap great swordsmanship. The technique crashes down like heavenly thunder and engulfs the arena in a finishing blow. The spectators assume the match may already be over. But when the dust clears, Sandy is still standing tense and alert, her blade humming with residual lightning. Laika rises from the aftermath and recognizes the style she was just hit with. Bruised but smiling, she identifies it as Sister Sandy's Thunderclap great swordsmanship. Sandy is shaken that her strongest attack failed to finish Laika. Laika admits the old her would have lost there, but says 5 years have changed her. Zeke watches with satisfaction, already seeing the result of that growth. Laika reveals that she has been training all this time too, and declares the real fight starts now. Before the match, Zeke had noticed Laika's nerves and pressed her to explain them. She confessed that Sandy was the one who taught her the basics of Thunderclap great swordsmanship, and had always felt like a mentor. To Laika, fighting Sandy meant facing the person who shaped her swordsmanship. She admitted that despite years of effort, she had never once been able to beat Sandy. What troubled her most was that Sandy had grown as well, leaving Laika unsure she could win even now. Zeke considered her fear for a moment. Then he told her to remember the training she had done with him. He urged her to look back on the last 5 years instead of fixating on her sister. Laika recalled Zeke repeatedly drilling her through harsh, relentless practice. Even the memory of it irritated her, which only proved how intense that training had been. Zeke reminded her of the flaw he had targeted. When emotions rise, her vision narrows. Everything he put her through was meant to teach her to stay calm in battle. Laika dryly noted that his methods had never involved holding back. Zeke brushed that aside with his usual confidence. He explained that the results were already visible, because she could now observe her opponent calmly even in combat. Once she truly saw an opponent's movements, he said, her talent would do the rest. Laika began to grasp what he meant. Zeke promised that this realization would change everything. He added that with guidance from someone as strong as him, She had no reason to fear defeat anymore. That reassurance finally eased Laika's tension, and she thanked him. When he confirmed that her opponent used thunderclap great swordsmanship, he called the match a perfect opportunity. He pointed her attention towards Sandy's sword style. Zeke told Laika to study Sandy's thunderclap great swordsmanship the same way she had studied his training. If she could do that, he said, this fight would make her even stronger. Back in the present, Laika reveals that she did exactly that and carefully examined Sandy's style. By enduring the blows and observing, she says she can finally see through it. Sandy is caught off guard by that claim. Laika immediately charges in, attacking with new certainty instead of hesitation. Her blade cuts in on a precise line aimed at the weakness she found. In that instant, Sandy realizes with alarm that her technique is not unstoppable at all, but slow enough to read. Laika breaks through Sandy's defense with a lightning-fast strike before Sandy can properly respond. Sandy can only stare in shock as the balance of the fight turns against her. Laika surges forward wrapped in thunder, ready to press her breakthrough into victory. Laika launches another lightning-charged attack, but her opponent suddenly shifts pace and movement in a way that catches her off guard. Watching the change, Laika realizes the fight has turned because her opponent has begun moving with a completely different rhythm. That new timing erupts into a lightning-fast counter, forcing Laika onto the defensive. Her opponent understands the difference at last. The missing piece was tempo, and now that she has grasped it, she intends to turn that insight into real technique. Laika is stunned that mere understanding could produce such an immediate transformation, and she struggles to accept it. The spectators are equally shocked, recognizing that Laika's opponent has changed in an instant. Zeke explains that this is exactly what happens when someone trained in the same martial art can read and exploit its principles mid-battle. He points out that Laika has effectively completed her sister's interrupted training by experiencing those techniques firsthand in combat. Others begin to understand, recalling that Laika used to lose composure in battle and focus only on her own blade. Now, however, she is fighting with calm awareness, reading her opponent instead of just herself. By observing and adapting to the very swordsmanship she uses, Laika has pushed herself to a new level. Laika refuses to concede that growth alone will decide the match and warns that an improvised imitation still will not be enough to beat her. Her opponent answers that challenge with fierce resolve instead of hesitation. She unleashes another thunder-based strike, this time with far greater speed and force. The blow drives Laika backward, making her realize with alarm that she is being overpowered. For the first time, Laika is visibly shaken by the possibility that the momentum has truly shifted away from her. Her opponent reveals why. While Laika refined technique, she herself has been pushed through brutal physical training. She credits Sister Sandy and declares that this finishing move is the culmination of that thunderclap great sword style. The attack lands as heavenly thunder, crashing into Laika with overwhelming force. Laika can only scream as the strike tears through her defense. The impact devastates the arena floor, making clear that the match has been decided by raw power as much as skill. After the explosion, Laika's opponent is left exhausted and breathing hard, having spent nearly everything on that final assault. Laika, battered and unsteady, lets out a weak laugh as she rises from the crater. Instead of resentment, she acknowledges the result with warmth and admits that Laika has truly grown stronger. The official call ends the duel, confirming the match is over as Laika collapses. Victory is awarded to the East Wing, and Laika's opponent stands as the winner. Among the onlookers, Vinal is caught off guard by what he has just seen. He immediately praises the duel as exceptional, even as the victor starts to walk away. Her teammates rush over in relief, and she admits she is simply glad she managed to steady herself once her turn came. She reflects that if she had actually lost, it would only have happened because Zeke's assigned opponent was far beyond what the others expected. When asked if she knows that opponent personally, she says no, only that his reputation is famous. The name attached to him is formidable. He is said to be the greatest genius the Van Blade family has produced since its founding. Hearing that, Zeke's interest sharpens rather than fading. Others warn him that this swordsman stands on an entirely different level from the rest, and that even Zeke might not survive a fight against him. The prodigy himself waits calmly with hand on sword, carrying the confidence of someone who knows his standing. An official announces that East Wing has already secured overall victory. Even so, the remaining matches will continue, surprising those who thought the contest was effectively finished. The explanation only deepens the confusion, since the opposing team has supposedly already lost enough members to make the outcome certain. Zeke studies the situation closely and senses that something about this arrangement is off. As he looks toward the officials and the waiting swordsman, he begins questioning what the real purpose of continuing the matches is. The prodigy meets the moment with an easy smile, as if he already knows the answer. Zeke decides the motive no longer matters to him. What matters is that he still gets the fight he wanted. The prodigy feels the same, satisfied that this chance alone is worth more than the team result. He admits that even though the North House has already lost overall, he is glad he still gets to face Zeke. When Zeke asks if he was truly that eager, the answer is immediate, of course, because Zeke is the one representing the East House. The choice is especially strange because a higher-ranked master, Laika, is present nearby and would seem the more obvious representative. But the prodigy says that is exactly why he became curious, and directly demands to know who Zeke really is. He points out the contradiction. Zeke appears to be only a low-ranked 2-star despite sharing the bloodline of the family head. And that contradiction becomes sharper still when he notes that Zeke was sent here in place of the 3-star master Laika. The silver-haired swordsman cheerfully admits he has every reason to want this fight. His opponent is briefly thrown by how openly eager he is. He quickly realizes they really are alike, since he had also been hoping to test himself against someone like this. As they face each other in the arena, the dark-haired fighter acknowledges the other boy's reputation as a gifted prodigy and frames the duel as a chance to measure that genius for himself. Dropping the polite tone, he makes it clear that his real excitement comes from defeating someone strong. The silver-haired boy answers in kind, drawing his katana and welcoming the challenge. With the 7th match called to begin, both recognize the katana style on display and prepare for a serious exchange. The silver-haired fighter launches first, exploding forward. He closes the distance in an instant and drives straight into attack range. Rather than panic, the dark-haired boy is delighted by that speed and immediately starts evaluating it. The silver-haired swordsman activates Thousand Blade single sword style. He unleashes Light Blade, sending a rapid luminous slash across the arena. The dark-haired fighter notices something strange as the attack reaches him. He realizes the blade's presence seems to vanish mid-strike, making the true line of attack hard to track. Even the attacker is startled when his sure hit fails. The dark-haired boy has already slipped clear of the strike. The silver-haired swordsman understands that his opponent twisted away at the last possible moment and escaped what should have landed. Instead of being frustrated, the dark-haired fighter praises the quality of the attack and urges him to keep going, while the swordsman accepts the invitation. The silver-haired boy steps in again without hesitation. This time he shifts to Wave Blade, wrapping his sword path in flowing water-like force. The dark-haired fighter instantly grasps the purpose of the technique. It obscures the sword tip and makes the strike harder to read. Even so, he catches on to the trick as it develops. The attack erupts upward in surging waves, blasting him into the air. While airborne, he admits the move was good but refuses to let the exchange end there. The silver-haired swordsman follows up at once by raising his blade for another technique. He brings down Light Blade, lightning, a sudden descending strike that catches his opponent off guard and slams him down. The dark-haired boy goes quiet as he reassesses what he is facing. He recognizes a perfectly fluid style built on constant speed, precise control, and power that never wastes motion. He further reads it as a disciplined sword art sharpened by relentless training and exact timing. As he studies the pattern, he begins adjusting his own body to it. Even while taking pressure, he is thrilled to have found someone this refined. The silver-haired swordsman admits he did not expect his techniques to be this hard for the other boy to catch, and openly marvels at his talent. His admiration turns into curiosity, and he even asks what kind of training produced this, offering to train together after the match. The dark-haired fighter shuts that down for now, insisting the answer can wait until after they settle the duel. Then he suddenly changes approach, abandoning pure evasion and driving in with raw force. He crashes through the swordsman's guard with a brutal close-range blow, using sheer physical power to disrupt the rhythm of the sword fight. The silver-haired boy is shocked by the strength behind it, and can hardly believe someone of lower rank can hit that hard. Watching his own blood fall, the dark-haired fighter notes that he has already adapted to the sword style's rhythm and confirms his opponent is even better than expected. The silver-haired swordsman notices the shift too and realizes the observation phase is over now that his opponent has begun counterattacking. The dark-haired boy calmly confirms that he has mostly figured out the pattern. In response, the swordsman attacks again in what looks like the same straightforward manner as before. But at the last moment he changes the angle, forcing the dark-haired fighter to react to a strike that no longer follows the pattern he had mapped. That sudden deviation catches him completely off balance. The silver-haired swordsman reveals a hidden blue edge variation, adding a lingering shadow-like extension to the slash. The altered blade line cuts across the dark-haired fighter before he can fully avoid it. Creating distance again, the swordsman frames the hit as his answer to the expectations placed on him. With calm confidence, he promises to show even more of what he can do. The dark-haired boy drops to one knee, surprised that his opponent actually managed to wound him. But the shock quickly turns into a grin, because the injury proves the fight has finally become truly exciting. As they reset across the arena, both are now fully engaged, and the duel is ready to escalate further. A battered blonde cadet stirs back to consciousness and pain. As she opens her eyes, Lady Sandy realizes she is lying in the arena and briefly cannot place where she is. Her teammates rush to her side in alarm, and she assures them she is still conscious. Her memory returns, and she begins to confront the fact that she has just been defeated. She recalls the decisive moment when her opponent overwhelmed her and sent her down. Instead of bitterness, she accepts the loss with a faint, composed smile. Sandy apologizes for failing them, but her team immediately rejects the idea that the blame is hers. She steadies them by insisting the result was simple: their opponent was stronger. Rather than dwell on defeat, she urges everyone to improve together so they will not lose next time. Her team rallies behind her at once. Then someone remembers another match is still underway. They call Sandy's attention to the arena, where an astonishing battle between South Dorm and North Dorm is somehow still continuing. What she sees shocks her so badly that she can barely believe it. A blazing surge of aether erupts, leaving the spectators struggling to understand what kind of power they are witnessing. At the center of it, a dark-haired swordsman manifests 5 distinct blades of aura around himself. Sandy recognizes the implication immediately, and is stunned that he may be on the verge of drawing out all 5 edges. Even faced with that overwhelming display, his opponent charges in eagerly instead of retreating. Watching him, Sandy reflects that among their peers, this swordsman has always stood at the very top. She falls silent, fully absorbed by the scale of what is unfolding. The swordsman shifts into 1000 blade style and prepares a technique built around those manifested edges. He unleashes 5 Shadow Blade, sending a storm of slashes at his opponent. His opponent slips through the assault with confidence, still looking for a way to break through. Realizing even this barrage is failing, he is shaken that the swordsman is still holding him off so completely after such a long fight. The swordsman calmly explains that he has spent this battle compensating for his own physical weakness, because martial arts are rooted in the body. His opponent understands from that answer that the swordsman's body truly is his limiting factor. In response, the swordsman resolves to train his body harder from now on and keeps pressing the attack. Golden slashes continue to flood the arena without pause. As he weaves through them, his opponent starts analyzing the nature of the technique, from the blade's sharpness and hardness to the speed and rhythm of its ether. He concludes that the blade itself is not especially extraordinary, which only makes the swordsman's mastery more interesting to him. That realization confirms something for him. This fight is revealing the true gap between ancient swordsmanship and the modern era. He reflects that in martial arts from 1,000 years ago, physical movement was everything and ether merely supported technique. By contrast, he recognizes that modern fighters express their art by directly manifesting ether itself. To him, mastery of ether has become the defining essence of present-day combat. Seeing that principle embodied so clearly, he recognizes this as the core of modern martial arts. He rushes forward again, exhilarated by the discovery even as the swordsman's ether surrounds the battlefield. Laughing in excitement, he admits he was so fixated on old techniques that it took this battle to make him understand what 1,000 years of change truly meant. The revelation only thrills him more, and he throws himself back into the fight with renewed intensity. Yet for all his enthusiasm, he realizes every one of his attacks is still being countered perfectly. He can only conclude that the swordsman's ability has crossed into something almost inhuman. From the sidelines, the exhausted spectators note that the duel has already lasted 2 hours and still shows no sign of ending, proving neither fighter is normal. But one observer judges that the contest is finally nearing its conclusion. The swordsman confirms it himself, stating that his opponent has now fully read his movements. The two acknowledge each other with genuine respect, both agreeing the battle has been extraordinary. Wanting to honor that worthy opponent, the swordsman decides to offer the result of everything he has learned in this fight. His opponent accepts the challenge with a grin as the swordsman declares he will present a brand new technique. The swordsman settles into a new stance and gathers his power for a finishing move. Even while admitting he now understands why he cannot win, his opponent refuses to surrender. The swordsman unveils 1000 blade style secret art, 5 blade zenith, while his opponent vows to keep fighting to the very end. The clash launches the battle skyward as the arena is engulfed by spiraling force. Still smiling through the pressure, his opponent answers with dragon slaying combat arts, second form. He modifies it into stellar fist, raining down a blazing storm of strikes for one last all-out exchange. The duel opens with a devastating blast that sends students scrambling as the arena erupts under overwhelming force. The attack keeps tearing through the battlefield, making it clear that one fighter's power is far beyond what the spectators expected. At the center of the destruction, the victor's finishing strike lands with crushing finality. The impact engulfs the arena and leaves no doubt that the match has been decided by sheer power. The surviving students can only stare at the ruined field and grasp how monstrous that strength was. As the dust hangs in the air, the immediate question becomes who managed to win. An official steps in and cuts off the suspense, declaring that enough damage has been done. With one combatant's weapon lying abandoned in the rubble, the referee formally ends the match. The defeated fighter admits he has been completely overwhelmed and can no longer continue. Zeke of the East Wing stands as the winner, though he treats the result as proof he still has much further to go. The crowd erupts in disbelief that Lord Edges has fallen and struggles to understand what kind of fight they just witnessed. The officials move the tournament forward, announcing that once the arena is restored, the West and South Wings will fight next. Zeke's allies celebrate his upset victory over the famed Edges and hail the feat as extraordinary. A teammate dryly notes that Zeke has once again wrecked the arena in the process of winning. Zeke brushes off the complaint and turns his attention to the next bout, which will decide the other finalists for the headship contest. The West Wing enters led by Venial, whose calm presence immediately marks him as a serious threat. Zeke judges the West Wing as the strongest group overall and watches with interest to see how the South Wing handles them. On the south side, Lila prepares herself with quiet focus before the match begins. Expecting a competitive fight, Zeke looks forward to seeing how it plays out, but the mood shifts abruptly, signaling that events are about to defy that expectation. To Zeke's surprise, the clash between West and South does not unfold as a balanced contest at all. Venial draws and strikes with such speed that the decisive moment is almost impossible to follow. The match ends instantly with Lila already down, leaving Venial standing over a result that is completely one-sided. Even Venial seems startled by how easily the fight ended. Afterward, Zeke reflects on the earlier destruction and worries he may have gone too far, though the issue proves temporary. When the damaged arena begins repairing itself, Zeke is stunned by the venue's self-restoring construction. He learns that the arena is built with aetherite, a rare stone that can return to its original form when infused with ether. The explanation only deepens his amazement at the Academy's wealth and resources. Even so, the real mystery remains the strange outcome of Venial's match. Zeke questions whether Venial truly possessed enough strength to crush Lila so completely. The referee confirms the result anyway. West Wing wins, advances to face East Wing in the final, and the championship match will begin in an hour. As the arena settles and the crowd regroups, attention turns from the announcement to what really happened in that fight. The South Wing is left reeling, shocked that even Lila was defeated so effortlessly. Watching the aftermath, Zeke becomes convinced that something about the result is wrong. He reasons that the gap in ability should not have produced such an overwhelming defeat. Recalling the exchange, he notices that Lila's ether flow had been unnaturally sluggish during the fight. That observation convinces him that there was definitely an abnormal factor behind her loss. He concludes that this hidden problem is what turned the match into such a lopsided rout. Since the referee still allowed the fight to continue, Zeke is left wondering whether the officials noticed and what exactly is going on. Others try to explain it away by saying Lila simply was not in Venial's league, as expected of the Sonar family heir. Some remain uneasy, but lacking a better explanation, they assume this is just what true top-tier strength looks like. The comparison to Zeke only reinforces the idea that Venial must be another overwhelming prodigy. Still, one of Zeke's companions senses his hesitation and asks what is bothering him. Zeke admits that Venial was impressive, but what truly unsettles him is that every member of the West Wing felt dangerous. The memory of their confidence and strength makes the threat of the entire West Wing feel much larger than a single fighter. One teammate apologizes for sounding weak right before the final, shaken by the prospect of facing them. Another refuses to dismiss that fear, admitting she also lost earlier and understands how frustrating the West Wing's strength is. A third points out that he cannot even beat his own lower-ranked teammates, yet he still refuses to give in to despair. He hardens his resolve and rejects the idea that fear should decide the outcome. Using their own past upsets as proof, he insists that if they could defeat stronger opponents before, they can still beat the West Wing now. Watching his classmates' enthusiasm, the black-haired boy notes with approval that Rick and Aaron are growing stronger. His attention shifts to a more urgent concern when he realizes Laika has noticed something unusual about the recent fight. Laika is badly shaken by Venial's overwhelming victory, but because she still lacks the full picture, she hesitates to draw conclusions or offer reckless judgment. When a blue-haired classmate checks on her, Laika quickly hides her turmoil and insists she is fine. She excuses herself to clear her head, leaving the others to wonder what is troubling her. Alone in the garden, Laika begins sorting through what Venial's strength really means. She struggles to accept that Venial has become strong enough to crush Lila with ease. To her, that feat should have been beyond even the strongest noble heirs, which makes his victory deeply unsettling. What disturbs her most is that Venial accomplished what she herself never could. She remembers challenging him as a child and being decisively defeated. Even after years of training to avenge that loss, she had believed she was finally catching up, only to realize she was still far behind. Thinking ahead, she feels a guilty flicker of relief that the tournament order will likely send Zeke against Venial instead of forcing her to face him. That relief immediately disgusts her, because it means part of her wanted to avoid the fight. Sitting by the fountain, she condemns herself for feeling as though she had already accepted defeat. Her frustration sharpens into self-loathing, because she still wants to beat Venial and cannot bear what her fear says about her resolve. Her brooding is interrupted when a silver-haired noble approaches and notices how serious she looks. He arrives with a subordinate, carrying himself with the smug ease of someone who thinks he already has power over her. Laika makes it clear she wants nothing from him and has no interest in speaking. He ignores her hostility and taunts her with the idea that once he becomes head of the house, she may end up as his wife. Closing in, he treats her resistance as meaningless and continues provoking her. He reads her shaken state correctly and mocks her for realizing she cannot win, reminding her that she failed to beat him in the past as well. Using Venial's latest match as proof, he presses the point that she has started doubting herself. He leans close and cruelly frames her fear as certainty that she cannot defeat him. Then he pushes harder, insisting she should simply admit she never could beat him, and never will. He escalates from mockery to domination, telling her to give up and submit to him if she wants mercy. Laika finally snaps and lashes out, rejecting his humiliation outright. He avoids taking her anger seriously and dismisses her as unpleasant rather than threatening. Confident that this emotional collapse has broken her, he decides she is finished as a rival. He quietly hands the matter of dealing with her to his subordinate, who accepts at once. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy turns his attention to a different target and asks what should be done about the illegitimate child. The silver-haired noble answers that handling him during the match should be easy enough. His subordinate warns against underestimating Venial, since he defeated Lord Edges, and suggests striking first. The silver-haired noble rejects acting too early, judging Venial perceptive enough to notice a setup before the match. He has already observed that Venial sometimes takes hits deliberately, which convinces him the boy is more calculating than he appears. Because of that, he decides the trap should be sprung during the fight itself. When his subordinate asks what happens if Venial defeats Edges, he answers with complete contempt. He insists he would never lose to an illegitimate child, even without any scheme. Certain of victory, he declares that this match will belong to them. Elsewhere, Rick steels himself before his own bout, though his confidence is wavering. He remembers that the West Wing's representatives are packed with elite fighters, and the pressure of facing them weighs heavily on him. Alone with his thoughts, he wonders if he can really win. Before that doubt can settle, someone strikes him sharply out of it. The black-haired boy calls him an idiot and refuses to let him wallow in fear. He demands to know what happened to the fighting spirit Rick showed earlier. Then he cuts straight to the heart of it, asking whether Rick intends to fight only to lose. Rick immediately denies it, and the black-haired boy tells him that entering a fight means aiming to win no matter how large the power gap is. That lesson lands, and Rick begins to reclaim his resolve by focusing on victory instead of fear. The black-haired boy reinforces him, reminding Rick that he has trained hard and should trust that effort, which lifts Rick's spirits at once. With Rick listening closely, he offers one final practical lesson before they part: relax the shoulders. He explains that true strength in close combat comes from gathering power into a single point and striking cleanly, because excessive tension only scatters that power. A dark-haired cadet calms a nervous classmate and steadies him before the match. The shaken boy regains his confidence and believes he can finally win, encouraged to go prove it. As they head into the arena, he realizes his friend somehow understands his signature fist technique and even his bad habits far too well. He openly questions how the dark-haired cadet knows so much about him, while others nearby also find it suspicious. The dark-haired cadet answers with complete self-assurance, as if the explanation should be obvious. The blonde girl is left uneasy, sensing the answer is going somewhere absurd. He smugly declares that he knows because he is simply himself, turning the mystery into a joke and making the questioner regret asking seriously. The brown-haired fighter refocuses on the coming bout, sizing up his opponent with caution. He recognizes the blonde cadet as the powerhouse from the first match, but refuses to be intimidated by that reputation. Determined not to repeat his earlier defeat, he steels himself to win this time. The blonde opponent dismisses that resolve and mocks him as trash who already lost to someone from the North Wing. The insult lands, but the brown-haired cadet insists he is no longer the same weak fighter from before. The blonde cadet seizes on that claim with a predatory grin, eager to test whether it is true. An officer formally announces the East Wing versus West Wing first match and starts the duel. The blonde fighter attacks immediately with his dagger, rejecting the idea that his opponent has truly changed. The sudden opening strike catches the brown-haired cadet off guard. The blonde cadet unleashes insect-fighting dagger arts, insisting no one could improve enough in only a few hours to matter. He follows with Mantis Slash, driving a fast ether-charged cut straight at his opponent. The brown-haired cadet barely blocks, but the impact still blasts him backward and hurts him badly. Seeing the defense, the blonde fighter acknowledges that his opponent can use ether after all, then presses to see if he can withstand more. He chains into swarm of locusts devour, overwhelming the other boy with a barrage that leaves him reeling. As his opponent suffers, the blonde cadet taunts him for still falling short of the improvement he bragged about. Bruised and frustrated, the brown-haired cadet admits the blonde fighter is as strong as feared. Even so, he refuses to stand there and take a one-sided beating, lunging in to fight back. The blonde cadet effortlessly evades and cuts him again, making clear that a straightforward attack will never land. Under pressure, the brown-haired cadet remembers the advice to relax and think about how to catch such a fast opponent. He recalls that great strength fist technique works by concentrating all of his power into a single point. That memory leads to a moment of stillness as he commits to a new approach. He realizes the technique is all or nothing, so he prepares to bet everything on one decisive exchange. The blonde cadet charges again, still treating him as a weakling who can only delay the inevitable. Instead of panicking, the brown-haired fighter settles into a tight guard and waits for the exact moment. The blonde cadet launches Stinging Bee Flash, complaining that his opponent is far too stubborn to put down. At the instant of contact, the battered cadet smiles because his trap has worked. The blonde fighter realizes too late that something has gone wrong. The brown-haired cadet catches the dagger with his reinforced hands and stops the attack cold, finally seizing control of the fight. With the opening secured, he pours everything into great strength fist technique. He drives forward with great strength fist, turning one captured moment into a decisive counterattack. The blow detonates with enough force to send the blonde cadet flying across the arena. The match is immediately called, and the spectators are stunned by the sudden reversal. Among the onlookers, the dark-haired cadet and the blonde girl watch with quiet satisfaction. The official prepares to announce the victor. The defeated blonde fighter crashes into broken stone, too battered to continue. The winner is declared to be the East Wing. The brown-haired cadet stands in disbelief, needing a moment to accept that he actually won. That disbelief turns into overwhelmed pride as the result finally sinks in. He erupts in celebration, raising his fist and shouting in triumph across the arena. Meanwhile, the blonde cadet lies stunned, unable to process how completely the fight slipped away from him. As he struggles up, he can only ask himself whether he truly lost. Then a sharp call from the viewing area summons his attention toward the seated authority figures. Faced with them after his defeat, the blonde cadet drops into an apology, sounding frightened and ashamed. A silver-haired commander opens the second match by violently knocking an opponent aside, setting a ruthless tone for the arena. From the sidelines, a superior quietly reminds his subordinates that they already know what is expected of them. The order is made explicit: they are to crush their opponents without restraint. The West Wing answers in unison, fully accepting that brutal command. On the other side, Erin's teammates try to lift her spirits and push her to fight her best. Erin steels herself while another teammate watches in tense silence. An official announces the second match and turns the arena over to the fighters. At the signal, Erin charges first, throwing herself into the attack with a fiery sword style. She commits completely, trying to overwhelm her opponent before he can settle in. Her blazing technique surges across the arena as she aims for a decisive opening strike. But Redden meets her calmly, setting his spear for a counter instead of retreating. His sweeping defense cuts through her momentum and forces her off balance mid-assault. He immediately turns that opening into pressure, driving her back with a rapid follow-up. Without hesitation, Retin invokes a spear art meant to finish the exchange decisively. His chaotic thrusting pierce catches Erin in midair and tears through her defense. Erin crashes down clutching her torso, already badly hurt and struggling to stay upright. Retin advances again, prepared to strike her even as she kneels in no condition to continue. Watching this, Languis is shaken and cannot understand how the match has turned so vicious. Another blow lands before anyone can stop it, making the brutality unmistakable. Erin's allies realize she has reached her limit, and fury replaces hope as they see Retin go too far. One teammate nearly rushes in, but another stops him because the referee has not yet officially ended the match. Only then does the official finally declare the match over. Retin stands over Erin's collapsed body as the result is announced. West Wing wins. Her friends rush to her side in panic, calling for Erin and checking whether she is still conscious. Elsewhere, a dark-haired boy watches in silence, taking in the aftermath. Even he can only hope Erin holds on as her teammates cry out around her. The group gathers around Erin, their fear deepening as they see how badly she has been injured. The silent observer judges that the damage was excessive and wonders if she will recover. As concern for Erin spreads, Retin starts to walk away without remorse. That indifference enrages her teammates, who demand to know why he had to push the fight that far. Retin turns back, genuinely dismissive of their outrage. He argues that a real combat match demands a decisive victory and claims he only did what was necessary. Erin's side rejects that excuse, insisting his attack went far beyond what the match required. Retin mocks them as naive and explains that the West Wing shows no mercy to enemies. Behind his words stands the true doctrine drilled into them by Venial. Victory means crushing the enemy completely. Latka confronts him directly and asks whether this cruelty came from Venial's orders, but Retin says it no longer matters because they should have expected it. He justifies crippling Erin by saying she still had the will to fight, so breaking that will was only natural. Latka can barely contain her disgust at the mentality of the West Wing. Retin brushes off their anger as pointless noise. He warns them to worry less about Erin and more about themselves, because he intends to do the same to them. To him, that threat is simply the natural order of things. With open contempt, he invites them to forfeit if they want to avoid sharing Erin's fate. He singles out Languis by name, making the challenge personal. Languis recognizes him at once and answers with open hatred. Retin presses him, asking whether he will surrender now. Then he twists the knife further, suggesting Languis should be treated the same way he was humiliated back in their village. That old insult hardens Languis, and Retin openly sneers at him as a weakling. Latka starts to explode in defense of her friend, but the others try to steady the situation. Languis rises and makes his decision clear. He will not run away. Facing Retin across the arena, Languis accepts the confrontation and signals that their reckoning will happen today. A blue-haired cadet openly vows to surpass Retin, turning the duel into a personal challenge. Retin is caught off guard by the sudden declaration and can only stare back in confusion. The scene around them makes clear this is a formal academy match, with officials present and an injured student already reminding everyone how serious these bouts can be. Other cadets watch closely as the challenge draws attention across the arena. Standing alone with his spear before the crowd, the blue-haired cadet feels the pressure of the stage and hesitates. He tries to steady himself, though his nerves are obvious. Then he hears Zeke's voice in his head calling him Languis, startling him with what feels like a message from elsewhere. When he reacts aloud, the voice brushes it off and tells him not to dwell on it. Zeke reveals he is recreating a method he used years earlier, reaching across time or memory for one purpose. Languis is too bewildered to make sense of how any of this is possible. Zeke cuts past the confusion and insists he is only here to deliver one crucial piece of advice. Languis focuses as Zeke begins to teach him through a proverb. The saying compares drifting clouds and flowing water, hinting at calm movement and adaptability. Languis repeats the first part, still unsure what lesson he is supposed to take from it. Zeke completes the thought and tells him that when trouble comes, he should think in terms of shifting clouds and flowing water. An officer's call snaps Languis back to the arena, and he hurriedly apologizes for spacing out. He tightens his grip on the spear and forces himself into the match. The official announces the second bout between East Wing and West Wing. With both fighters facing off, the duel formally begins. Languis moves first, committing to an aggressive opening. He launches cloud water spear arts, water piercing, driving straight in with speed and force. Retin reads the attack instantly and prepares a response instead of retreating. Their techniques collide, but Retin's sword art twists through the exchange rather than meeting it head-on. Retin counters with serpent attack sword arts, mocking Languis as unworthy while unleashing a predatory strike. The counter crashes into Languis's guard and jars him hard, proving Retin's offense can break through direct resistance. Retin presses the advantage, ridiculing Languis's earlier confidence as empty boasting. Languis braces for the next attack and realizes Retin is not going to give him time to recover. Retin chains into another serpent-style technique without pause. Languis is thrown off when the attack behaves in a way he did not expect. The serpentine slash curves through space instead of traveling in a simple line, slipping around his defense. It tears into Languis's side, leaving him wounded despite his attempt to block. As Retin closes in again, Languis understands the problem. Even correct defense fails because the strike bends around it. Retin taunts him to counterattack if he can, making clear he sees no threat in Languis at all. Refusing to break, Languis decides he can still answer with his own technique. Remembering Zeke's words, he uses cloud water spear arts in a more fluid way, shifting his movement instead of forcing a direct clash. For a moment, confidence returns as he commits to the adjustment. But Retten's serpentine power twists into the exchange again, refusing to be pinned down. Retten overwhelms him with another curved assault, and drives him back before his adaptation can take hold. The impact erupts across the arena, showing how completely Retten still controls the pace of the duel. Languis's classmates cry out as they see him being battered. Dropped to one knee, Languis tries to gather himself and look for a way to turn defense into offense. He realizes his own idea has been anticipated, because Retten's specialty is counter techniques that turn an opponent's movement against them. Retten openly boasts that Languis has walked straight into the kind of fight he can never win. Bleeding and shaken, Languis begins to grasp just how far ahead Retten is. Retten answers that realization with contempt and a brutal physical blow. He grabs Languis by the hair, declares that a girl could never defeat him, and drags Languis's father into the insult, calling both son and father worthless imitations. That attack hits deeper than the wounds, and Languis erupts in anger at hearing his father degraded and dismissed as a fake. Retten keeps manhandling him, using the emotional opening to maintain total dominance. Languis is thrown down, hurt and humiliated. Standing over him, Retten stomps him and declares that an imitation can never surpass the original, confirming that this fight has become a cruel lesson in power and identity. Broken and bleeding on the ground, Languis condemns himself as weak despite everything he tried to become. His despair deepens into the belief that he has been nothing but an imitation all along. In that collapse, he remembers a quiet day by the river when his father asked whether he liked fishing. As a child, Languis answered with simple enthusiasm, and his father warmly recognized the resemblance between them. His father explained that what he truly loved was not just fishing, but the peace of watching the sky and water together. He taught Languis that drifting clouds and flowing water made human troubles feel small. When the boy failed to grasp it, his father gently suggested that understanding would come later. Back in the present, those words about drifting and flowing resurface in Languis's fading mind. That reflection is cut short when his opponent approaches to finish him in the arena. The attacker declares that this is Languis's end and twists the knife by saying he truly is his father's son. He turns that comparison into an insult, insisting a fake like Languis will always be beneath everyone else. Instead of breaking, Languis fixes on the memory and steadies himself. He recalls the lesson clearly now. Clouds drift and water flows without force or hesitation. That realization awakens his power, and water begins gathering around his body. Languis rises into a guard, drawing that flowing force around himself with new control. His opponent immediately senses that something impossible has changed. The distance between them becomes a new battlefield as the attacker rushes in while Languis kneels in calm readiness. Watching from the side, another officer recognizes that this change is real. A star-shaped glow appears on Languis's chest, signaling a breakthrough in his rank and power. His opponent refuses to believe Languis could have advanced at this moment. But the proof is undeniable. Languis has reached 3-star status while gripping his spear with complete composure. Unable to accept being surpassed by someone he called a fraud, the swordsman pours power into his blade and rejects Languis's right to stand beside him. His denial turns into rage as he unleashes a serpent attack sword art with everything he has. A violent purple slash tears across the arena toward Languis in a spiraling assault. Languis reads the attack with sudden clarity instead of fear. He moves with the current of the strike, slipping through its path as if he had already seen where it would go. That effortless evasion shocks his opponent, who cannot understand how Languis pierced through an attack that had landed moments earlier. Desperate to recover control, the swordsman chains into an even fiercer serpent technique. Languis remains centered inside the storm, his body and weapon aligned with the flow rather than resisting it. The attacker hears Languis's calm understanding and is rattled by it. From the stands, his allies realize Languis has reached a decisive turning point. Immersed in swirling water, Languis steps closer to the true essence of his power. That declaration leaves the onlookers trying to grasp what he has discovered. The answer is that water is not merely gentle. It changes shape, adapts to any path, and absorbs force by flowing with it. An observer explains that Languis had only glimpsed this principle before, but in this battle he has finally mastered it. Even more remarkable, he achieved that mastery in an instant without fully realizing it himself. What makes it possible is Languis's extraordinary concentration, which now hardens his resolve. His opponent, feeling the pressure reverse, hesitates and curses as Languis advances. Panicking, the swordsman lashes out again and tries to keep Languis away. Languis meets the incoming strike head-on, guiding his spear through the attack's openings. Their weapons collide, but the clash no longer favors brute force. Water bursts between them as Languis redirects the blow and breaks the attacker's rhythm. A spectator sharpens the lesson. Water does not only move calmly. The current suddenly accelerates, turning Languis's movement from soft defense into aggressive momentum. He raises his spear as torrents coil around him, gathering for a decisive counter. The swordsman realizes too late that he is being overwhelmed by something he cannot stop. The flowing water becomes violent, announcing the true danger hidden inside Languis's newfound control. The current wraps around the attacker from every side, trapping him inside Languis's technique. With cold certainty, Languis understands the final truth of his power. Once water turns fierce, resistance is useless. He releases that force in one crushing surge and blasts his opponent away with the full weight of the current. A blue-haired cadet is overwhelmed in the final instant of a brutal duel. An officer steps in and declares the match over. The fallen fighter is confirmed defeated, giving the East Wing the win. Languis, battered and half-dazed, can barely process that he is still standing. As his teammates call out to him from across the arena, he struggles to understand what just happened. Hearing Laika's name and the crowd's praise, he realizes something extraordinary has been credited to him. The East Wing rushes toward him, celebrating him as the unexpected star who turned the fight around. Seeing his opponent still buried in the wreckage, Languis finally grasps that he really won. His teammates confirm it was a legitimate victory, and he is left stunned that he defeated Retin. The memory of Retin's confidence makes the upset feel even more unreal to him. He clutches his spear in silence, trying to steady himself around that fact. Relief and pride begin to replace the shock as the victory sinks in. The others immediately press him to explain the remarkable technique that decided the match. They describe it as a spectacular water dragon-like attack, while Languis insists he has no idea what they are talking about. A senior steps in and identifies the move as Cell Ascending Dragon Pierce. He explains that Languis somehow reproduced a lower volume form of a much more advanced water spear art, astonishing everyone. He adds that he once glimpsed a fragment of that technique in the hidden depths of the Dragon's Hall, though he cannot claim to have created it. Instead of dwelling on ownership, he praises Languis for reaching that level through self-study, lifting the East Wing's spirits even higher. He further explains that the Cloud Water Spear art was originally one complete text, later split into volumes, and partly hidden from less experienced users. Even so, he believes Languis's achievement was not luck but proof of exceptional talent. Their commander cuts the discussion short, and orders the East Wing to stop wasting time and continue the contest. The team snaps back into focus, determined to carry their momentum forward. With Languis's upset victory, East Wing morale peaks and the remaining matches grow even fiercer. In the fourth match, Celine fights hard but narrowly loses to Martin. Another West Wing fighter watches with cold concentration as the pressure builds. In the fifth match, Raymond secures a hard-earned win and keeps East Wing alive heading into the second half. Afterward, Languis and Raymond celebrate together, relieved that they managed to pull through. When Celine apologizes for her loss, Laika refuses to let her sink into guilt and reminds her the team is still ahead. Laika points out that East Wing now has 3 wins and only needs 1 more, promising she will finish it herself. Before she steps out, the dark-haired senior quietly calls Laika over. He invades her space enough to rattle her, then asks how she is feeling before the deciding match. Laika answers that she feels no different than usual. She insists his concern is unnecessary and declares she will not lose. Languis loudly sends her off with encouragement, while the senior remains unreadable beside him. Laika accepts the support with confidence and heads out to fight. The senior watches her with growing unease, sensing that something is wrong. That unease deepens into a vague but serious premonition. The sixth match begins with Laika's opponent, a green-haired swordswoman, dismissing her as a pawn and striking without hesitation. The swordswoman keeps her composure and reveals that winning here is all that matters to her. She makes her motive explicit. If she wins, everything will return to the way it was. Laika rejects that certainty and answers with absolute confidence that she will be the one to win. Both fighters ready their blades as the decisive duel is set. The officer announces Match 6, East Wing versus West Wing, and gives the order to begin. Laika explodes forward first, her sword wrapped in crackling lightning. Her speed forces the green-haired fighter immediately onto the defensive. Recognizing Laika as an even greater lightning user than Sandy, the swordswoman realizes she underestimated her. She barely manages to catch the first blazing strike. Laika chains her attack through the guard and drives the exchange completely in her favor. As she is pushed back, the green-haired fighter understands with alarm that she may already be losing this match. Laika presses the advantage with fierce determination, intent on ending the contest for East Wing. The green-haired fighter confirms that everything is unfolding as expected. A silver-haired observer reveals that this only happened because Master Venial made the first move. Laika suddenly finds herself disrupted mid-combat, and realizes something is wrong. She quickly understands that her lightning has stopped responding. Her opponent presses the advantage at once, certain she has no chance of winning now. He watches her struggle with cold confidence, already in control of the exchange. Laika barely manages to meet his blade, shocked that she is being overwhelmed so easily. He breaks through her defense, and lands a solid hit, driving her back. The spectators panic as they see Lady Laika being battered. Others fall silent, sensing that this is no ordinary turn in the match. Laika realizes in alarm that not only her lightning but her combat flow itself has been crippled, and she cannot understand why. Her opponent taunts her, reminding her that defeat was inevitable. Desperate, Laika forces herself into another attack even as her body and weapons strain under the pressure. She discovers the full extent of the disaster. Her ether is gone as well. The explanation becomes clear that a warrior's every movement depends on ether reinforcing the body. Without that ether in the middle of battle, a fighter is left catastrophically exposed. Taking advantage of that weakness, the green-haired fighter drives another punishing strike into her. Even while battered, Laika resolves that she must keep defending no matter what. From the sidelines, others recognize that something is deeply wrong with Laika. They begin piecing it together and suspect that her ether has somehow been shut down. Laika's legs buckle under the sustained assault. As she coughs and wheezes on one knee, the narration makes clear that she is trying to fight without the basic enhancement every warrior relies on, just as Master Venial intended. The green-haired fighter suggests there is still more to this than simple domination. Attention shifts toward the seated authority figure overseeing the event. The silver-haired accomplice smirks, pleased with how the setup is playing out. The attacker tells Laika she endured well, but her resistance has reached its limit. He declares that he is about to finish her. Her allies cry out and beg for the attack to be stopped before he goes too far. One dark-haired student prepares to intervene, no longer willing to just watch. The green-haired fighter commits to the finishing blow against the helpless Laika. Laika braces herself, realizing she may not be able to survive what is coming. At the last instant, lightning erupts back into the arena. A blonde woman cuts in with force, shielding Laika and furiously demanding to know what they thought they were doing. The attacker halts and reassesses, caught off guard by the interruption. Nearby, the dark-haired student relaxes slightly as the immediate crisis is averted. The blonde protector accuses them of trying to kill Laika, refusing to accept any excuse about the brutality of the match. She stays between Laika and danger, openly enraged by how far things went. The surrounding students react in shock as the confrontation shifts from duel to scandal. The green-haired fighter calmly denies any intent to do such a thing. That denial is immediately challenged by a new voice stepping into the dispute. The dark-haired student states that even to him, the final strike looked far too dangerous. When the green-haired fighter questions his judgment, he answers by implying that someone with suspect conduct has no right to act offended. He explains his reasoning plainly. Since Laika had lost the ability to use ether, there was no justification for launching an aura-enhanced attack at her. He then calls out the silver-haired instigator directly, drawing him into the accusation. The silver-haired man dismisses the objection, arguing that in real combat one does not stop because an opponent's condition has worsened. The blonde woman condemns that mindset as monstrous, but he mocks her outrage as softness and claims that is why people like her lose. The dark-haired student remains grimly silent, absorbing what that attitude truly means. The two men make their philosophy explicit. This was a real fight, not a noble exercise. They add that they were supposedly holding back and had no intention of killing Laika. But the silver-haired man ends with a smug admission that he may still have damaged her internally. A furious outburst breaks the stunned silence as someone realizes something has gone terribly wrong. The official hesitates, shaken enough to question whether he has already lost control of the situation. Standing alone in the arena, he is surrounded by a sinister pressure that makes the whole match feel dangerous. The students watching grasp that the atmosphere has changed, and fear spreads through the group. Zeke stays composed, while Laika and the others are left rattled by what just happened. Even those trying to keep their nerve can tell the match has turned abnormal. The official reasserts his authority, and angrily demands to know who dared interrupt him. When someone protests that Alan used a forbidden attack on Laika, the official shuts them down and declares they have no standing to object. He makes clear that only he decides whether the match stops or continues, and no one else is allowed to interfere. Zeke backs down with a polite apology, though his calm expression suggests he is not intimidated. The official abruptly ends the previous bout, awards victory to the West Wing, and orders everyone not involved in the next match to leave. Zeke takes charge of the aftermath, asking Sandy to look after Laika's sword while he carries the injured Lila away. Their classmates call after Laika in alarm as they realize how badly she has been hurt. Zeke reassures them that Lila has already received a recovery potion, but says she still needs treatment, and he is taking her to the infirmary. He thanks the others for stepping in, keeping the mood controlled despite the tension. At the same time, he hints that the black-haired boy had been ready to intervene on his own, suggesting he noticed more than he let on. Zeke admits the result still makes no sense, because Alan should have been far too strong for Laika to be overwhelmed so completely. Recalling the fight, he realizes the same pattern has appeared before, starting with Lila's earlier match. He concludes that something suspicious is happening around their opponents. Even half-conscious, Lila weakly warns Zeke to be careful. The black-haired boy quietly agrees, taking her warning seriously. He steps into the arena for the next match and acknowledges the concern without showing any fear. His new opponent, Venial, mocks him openly and boasts that defeat is already inevitable. Instead of answering, the black-haired boy simply loosens up and prepares himself. Venial waits for a reaction and gets none. That indifference irritates him immediately. As the seventh match between East and West begins, Venial is already annoyed by his opponent's attitude. The black-haired boy attacks first with a brutal punch to the face, cutting through Venial's confidence before he can settle in. The impact tears up the ground behind him, showing that this is no ordinary opening strike. The spectators are stunned by how violently the match starts. Even the official is caught off guard by the sudden escalation. The black-haired boy taunts Venial for leaving himself exposed and asks whether this is really the kind of combat he claims to love. He makes it clear that what he is offering now is actual battlefield-level combat, not a school exercise. Then he reminds Venial that he was the one who wanted a match modeled on real combat. So he promises to grant that wish fully, and warns that Venial will be the one who regrets it. The black-haired boy understands exactly what kind of lesson he wants to teach. Venial's ally panics and calls out to him, sensing the danger too late. A compressed blast of wind surges across the arena as Venial launches a fast counterattack. The black-haired boy lets the attack pass by him with almost contemptuous ease, remaining untouched. Venial realizes his strike failed and loses his composure. Already battered, he staggers amid the rubble and tries to recover. He is shocked that even his rapid counterattack could not land a single hit. The black-haired boy identifies Veniel's technique as wind property magic and recognizes him as one of the 4 great houses, confirming the kind of backing the West Wing possesses. He mocks Veniel again, asking how real combat tastes now and revealing that he had been holding back out of consideration. Humiliated, Veniel snaps and charges in anger. The black-haired boy slips past him and strikes from behind, turning Veniel's attack into another failure. As he moves, he notes that this is the second time he has done this, suggesting a deliberate pattern in how he is dismantling him. Veniel is sent stumbling forward, unable to keep up with where his opponent is or how he is being hit. His confusion deepens into panic as he realizes he is being overwhelmed before he can even understand the exchange. He is left with the terrifying realization that he is losing far too easily. Zeke presses his advantage and mocks his opponent for treating the duel too casually, as if real combat allows room for idle thought. His opponent realizes too late that Zeke is no longer playing around. Zeke drives a brutal strike into him before he can respond. The blue-haired fighter coughs blood and feels the full shock of the blow. He crashes down hard, leaving blood on the arena floor. Standing over him, Zeke coldly counts the exchange as the 3rd fatal mistake. He makes the lesson explicit. This is already the 3rd time his opponent would have died. The battered fighter can barely process what Zeke means. Zeke explains that he had already taken the face, the neck, and now the heart, so in a real battle the match would have ended 3 times over. He adds that the only reason the boy is still alive is because he deliberately held back. When the other boy tries to cling to the idea that this is only a spar, Zeke dismisses that excuse and knocks him away again, declaring the leniency over. The gap in ability becomes undeniable as the weaker fighter is sent tumbling across the arena. Watching from the stands, a blonde student realizes this has stopped resembling a fair contest. Another observer agrees that under these conditions it is no longer even a fight. He concludes that Zeke came into this match with personal intent, not merely for a friendly exhibition. The pressure pouring off Zeke makes that imbalance feel overwhelming. Zeke lectures from above that even if his opponent had understood his warning, the result would not have changed because the difference between them is simply too great. Still on the ground, the blue-haired boy forces himself up with his blade in hand. Zeke continues that this supervised arena, with instructors and recovery potions nearby, is nothing like true combat. Humiliated, the boy tells him to stop, but Zeke presses the point that his idea of real battle is fundamentally false. Zeke reduces the problem to a personal flaw. He accuses the boy of trying to disguise inferiority as conviction, and that accusation finally snaps his restraint. In rage, the blue-haired fighter unleashes a violent wind aura that tears through the arena around him. The spectators recoil as his fury spills out in front of everyone. He openly rejects Zeke's moralizing, furious that someone he despises is judging him from above. Zeke answers the outburst with calm amusement, and invites him to vent everything directly at him. He deliberately offers himself as the target, turning the boy's anger into a test. The provocation works, and the boy charges in screaming that Zeke knows nothing. He releases wind-ripping fan arts, Storm Blade, sending invisible wind attacks across the field. As he attacks, he clings to one desperate hope. If he can land even a single hit, he can change the match. He keeps pressing through the storm, convinced one opening is all he needs. From the sidelines, others explain that this is the power of House Fafnir's wind aura, whose attacks cannot be seen directly. The technique is identified as one of the Great House's signature powers, an invisible barrage carried by wind itself. The spectators trade uneasy remarks, recognizing how troublesome such an underhanded style can be. Even those watching with concern admit that Master Zeke is facing a difficult ability. But the attacker himself is breaking down, unable to understand why none of it reaches Zeke. Zeke answers that he is merely following the flow, making the impossible sound effortless. He even points out an opening while slipping past the attack, showing that he sees the battle more clearly than its caster. That condescension only enrages the boy further, and he demands that Zeke stop evading and take the hit. He chases after Zeke through his own swirling wind, trying to force contact. Yet even at close range Zeke glides past him with his eyes half closed, untouched. As the boy swings wildly behind him, Zeke treats the tantrum as proof of rebellion rather than threat. Zeke asks if he is finished, while the other vows to kill him rather than back down. Zeke praises that stubbornness as warrior spirit, but only in a detached, clinical way. Then he steps in and strikes cleanly, ending the chase with a direct body blow. At point-blank range, he tells the boy the truth he has been refusing to face. Zeke warns that the body has already reached its limit, and that continuing will only bring more pain, so the match should end here. Instead of yielding, the boy grabs Zeke's leg and channels a new, darker power through sheer desperation. Feeling that refusal, Zeke realizes his opponent intends to fight to the very end. The boy answers with manic laughter as a sinister purple energy erupts, revealing that his desperation has turned into something far more dangerous. As his opponent suddenly laughs, Zeke is told the fight is already over. The silver-haired fighter confidently declares Zeke finished and gathers a violent wind technique around his fan. Zeke notices something unusual instead of panicking. His opponent unleashes Gale Bullet, sending cutting torrents of wind straight at him. Even as the attack closes in, Zeke's attention stays on the strange change he sensed. The wind blast engulfs him and seems to trap him at its center. Watching from the stands, the others are stunned that the strike may actually have landed on Master Zeke. A sharper observer realizes the real issue is not the hit itself but that Zeke's condition has changed. That deduction earns immediate praise from Laika's side. Laika, now awake and supported by Eren, confirms the assessment, while her allies rush to her. The group's concern shifts from the duel to Erin's recovery as they realize she is conscious again. Erin apologizes for worrying them, but the conversation quickly turns back to Zeke. They ask Laika what it means for Zeke's condition to be changing. Laika explains that just before losing consciousness, she and Lila both suddenly became unable to use ether. That revelation alarms the others, especially because Lila had also been performing abnormally well earlier. Zeke connects the pattern and suspects Lila was affected the same way, implying his current opponent may be too. The students realize this could mean the enemy can no longer use ether at all. Instead of denying it, the silver-haired fighter laughs and blames his current state on Zeke's arrogance. Though clearly strained, he swears he will make Zeke pay for defying him. Refusing to back down, he raises his fan again and forces more wind ether into motion. He escalates to a secret art. Hurricane dust fall, filling the arena with a massive storm. Zeke braces himself inside the raging winds. His opponent commits fully to the kill. The storm narrows into a deadly vortex aimed to crush and shred Zeke where he stands. Seeing the danger, the spectators cry out for Zeke. At the last instant, Zeke answers with a bare fist. He drives straight through the vortex instead of retreating. Zeke's punch lands cleanly on the silver-haired fighter before the wind can stop him. The impact tears through the attack and slams the opponent away across the arena. Coughing in disbelief, the silver-haired fighter struggles to understand what just happened. For the first time, fear replaces his confidence. The onlookers can only stare at the sudden reversal. No one immediately has an explanation. Laika realizes the answer is simple. Whatever changed in Zeke's condition no longer matters to him. Zeke stands unharmed in the fading storm, radiating confidence. His opponent can only demand to know how this is possible. Zeke examines the lingering purple energy on himself and reaches a conclusion. He identifies the hidden affliction for what it is, poison. That instantly shocks the silver-haired fighter, who thought the toxin was impossible to detect. Zeke reveals he has already figured out the scheme. The earlier one-sided defeat was caused by a poison that activates when someone uses ether. He recalls the earlier match where the blonde swordsman overwhelmed his opponent under suspicious circumstances. Zeke admits the poison was subtle enough to escape notice until he pushed his own ether, and he grudgingly respects that craftsmanship. The silver-haired fighter insists the poison should have sealed Zeke's ether completely, so his counterattack makes no sense. Zeke answers that such limits only bind ordinary people, and a minor setback like this cannot shake someone of his level. That dismissal infuriates the poisoned fighter even more. He protests that Zeke is belittling a toxin designed to kill. Zeke turns the accusation back on him, noting that the poison seems far harsher on its creator's own body. He lays out the full method. The man uses his own ether as a carrier to infect others, creating an extraordinarily dangerous poison. After acknowledging the ingenuity of that technique, Zeke draws the decisive distinction. He declares that no matter how effective it is on others, the poison has no effect on him. The silver-haired fighter is stunned to realize his opponent somehow purged a deadly toxin through his nose. The dark-haired boy calmly explains that the poison was only an unknown toxin, and relying on poison alone will never make someone truly formidable. That claim leaves the silver-haired boy frozen, his confidence shaken as he grips his curved blade. He demands clarification, unable to accept what he just heard. His opponent treats the outcome as already decided and moves to end the match. Cornered by that dismissal, the silver-haired boy bitterly agrees with one thing. He thinks back on his childhood and concludes that he was raised in a cruel world. From an early age, his mother drilled into him that he had to become head of the house by any means necessary. She made him believe his life had no worth unless he rose to patriarch. Among gifted heirs and martial prodigies, he learned he was ordinary and unlikely to inherit anything through talent alone. He remembers how hard he trained despite lacking the natural ability of the family's true standouts. Instead of encouragement, his mother only punished his inadequacy more harshly. During those brutal years, he eventually found the one aptitude that was truly his. That talent was poison. Discovering it gave him purpose, because poison became the one power he could claim as his own. He decided that if poison could let even him fight and win, then he would use it to seize the family leadership. More than power itself, he wanted that victory to finally earn his mother's acknowledgement. But the memory only feeds his rage, and he lashes out with a scream. His opponent meets that fury without flinching, and the silver-haired boy demands to know what someone like him could possibly understand. He vents years of resentment over being compared to better people no matter how hard he struggled. He recalls living in the shadow of more talented heirs while others kept measuring him against them. That bitterness turns into an attack as he insists he had to do whatever was necessary to survive. Unlike someone he sees as ignorant of that pain, he charges in, trying to overwhelm the dark-haired boy head-on. The dark-haired boy intercepts the strike with ease and controls the weapon arm before it can land. With a precise twist, he strips the curved blade out of his opponent's grasp. At the same time, the silver-haired boy floods the area with toxic mist, trying to turn the exchange back in his favor. The spectators erupt in alarm, recognizing that Zeke has escalated the fight again. Even the onlookers who had stayed composed are left wondering what the dark-haired boy is doing against such a reckless move. Inside the poison cloud, Zeke embraces the accusation against him and decides that if poison is all he has, then he will stake everything on it. He convinces himself that as long as he keeps poison, he cannot lose, even if he has to use a toxin dangerous enough to consume himself. He coats his weapon in a mist so lethal that even he cannot fully neutralize it, accepting self-harm as the price of victory. Believing this final gamble will secure the win, he presses forward despite the poison eating into him. Instead, his opponent catches the attack inside the toxic storm and coolly asks if this desperate move was meant to be the finish. Zeke is blindsided, unable to understand how his last resort failed too. The dark-haired boy knocks him down and stands over him, still completely in control. Now genuinely unsettled, he reaches for Zeke as if trying to understand what drives someone this extreme. Zeke can only stare back in shock, his certainty collapsing. The dark-haired boy grabs him by the collar and forces him to listen. He prepares to tear apart the belief Zeke has built his life around. He tells Zeke that he has fundamentally misunderstood what strength is. Zeke can barely process that challenge to everything he believed. The dark-haired boy explains that true strength does not come from martial talent, or even talent for manipulation, but from the raw will to win. By contrasting Zeke's obsession with the gifted people around him, he reframes strength as something earned through hunger rather than inherited through genius. As Zeke listens, his anger gives way to confusion and reluctant attention. Then the dark-haired boy attacks the core of Zeke's self-judgment, arguing that Zeke's problem is not lack of martial talent at all, because his chosen weapon simply does not suit him. He points to the curved blade and says Zeke would do better with something built around a longer reach. As an example, he proposes an umbrella as a weapon that would fit Zeke perfectly. Zeke is so thrown by the suggestion that he can only repeat it in disbelief, while the dark-haired boy insists he is serious. He backs the point by invoking the iron fan and other old weapons with long histories, showing that unusual tools can still be legitimate arms. He finishes by saying that, to him, almost anything in the world can become a weapon, leaving Zeke speechless before this entirely different way of thinking. A battered cadet hesitates over whether his newly awakened poison ability is really something that suits him. As he doubts himself, he recalls being told that his lack of natural talent for combat is regrettable, but not the end of his path. The memory sharpens when another cadet abruptly snaps him out of his spiral. That cadet insists he surpasses everyone else once the fight truly begins. The praise leaves him stunned, unsure how to process it. He is reminded that on the battlefield victory matters more than pride, and that protecting what matters may require using every available means, even a feared power. The black-haired cadet makes clear that this ruthless mindset itself is not wrong. What he condemns is only where that power was used, not the power or resolve behind it. With that distinction made, he offers the other boy a calm, confident smile. He invites the shaken cadet to come with him. Still sitting in the dirt, the boy can only stare back in confusion. The offer becomes a promise as a hand is extended toward him. The black-haired cadet vows to make him as strong as he wants to become. The poisoned cadet, suspicious and overwhelmed, tries to confirm whether he heard that correctly. The answer is blunt, yes, because at present the speaker is simply stronger. He boasts that under his guidance the other boy will no longer have to brood over something as trivial as talent. The offer sounds so grand that the wounded cadet can hardly believe it, even as the other declares he will handle the training personally. After a long silence, the boy wavers between pride and temptation. At last, he starts to reach for the hand being offered, but the black-haired cadet suddenly remembers one important detail. Before the other can understand what is happening, he is caught off guard. The self-appointed mentor knocks him out on the spot, reminding him that their match is still ongoing. The poisoned cadet loses consciousness before he can protest. Treating the cheap shot as perfectly valid, the victor tells him to seek him out after he wakes up. The defeated boy lies sprawled on the arena floor, cursing the underhanded win even while his poison still lingers around him. An officer formally brings the duel to an end. He announces that despite nearly being poisoned, the cadet from the East Wing detoxified himself in time and is therefore the winner. The East Wing celebrates the victory, rallying around their smug champion. Elsewhere, other cadets take the result in stride with mixed amusement and composure. Some of the defeated and exhausted participants are still being helped up as the tournament wraps up. With the final declaration, the selection tournament officially concludes. The scene shifts from combat to a lavish meal prepared for the cadets. The spread makes clear that this gathering is no ordinary briefing. Both wings are seated together before an extravagant feast as the next phase begins. The supervising officer gathers attention with a deliberate clap. He announces that they are about to hear the details of a special mission. That immediately raises the question of why cadets from the losing side were invited too. Even the recently defeated poison user wonders why everyone has been assembled together. No one at the table has an answer yet. The group settles into uneasy curiosity, expecting the explanation to come any moment. Only the black-haired winner ignores the tension and starts eating without hesitation. His tablemates press him for answers, but he offers none. Others watch him in disbelief as he keeps focusing on the food. He matter-of-factly explains that he needs to eat before the meal gets cold. That carefree attitude irritates the others, who cannot understand how he can stay so calm before an important announcement. Their complaint is cut short when the doors finally open. The officer arrives, apologizes for the delay, and moves to begin the meal and the briefing together. Rather than stopping them, he tells the cadets to go ahead and eat as well. That permission instantly lifts the mood among the hungry students. The officer explains that the feast is a reward for their hard work in the selection matches. An officer gathers the cadets and begins explaining a special mission. Zeke hesitantly asks whether his group is even allowed to hear it. The officer confirms they may do more than listen, hinting they could be involved. He reveals that a few days earlier, a special rift appeared on El Dragon family land. That revelation immediately puts the room on edge among the cadets. Even the more carefree students stop eating and focus on the unexpected news. Zeke recalls that rifts are known phenomena, but this new kind is something different. The officer explains that special rifts cannot be cleared by ordinary methods. The cadets press for clarification, realizing the mission is far more serious than usual. He details the restriction. This special realm only admits 7 people of 3-star rank or lower, while anyone stronger or beyond the set number is forcibly rejected. As the explanation continues, Zeke and Laika listen closely, weighing what this means. The officer stresses that even the head of the house cannot enter unless the rift's conditions are satisfied. Because the L-Dragon side is short on eligible lower-rank soldiers amid a surge of rifts, the burden has fallen on these cadets. He makes it clear that the task before them is now their responsibility. Inside the rift, there is believed to be magic water, a resource needed to awaken magic. That possibility shocks the cadets, since magic water is immensely valuable. The significance of the mission spreads through the room as more students grasp what is at stake. Zeke quickly identifies magic water as the substance that converts source power into mana, making true magic possible. The idea of reaching magic excites him more than the prestige of the assignment itself. The officer adds political context. Although the 8 great houses rule the world, only the L-Dragon family lacks a magic water source. So the mission is defined plainly: clear the special rift and secure the magic water. He warns them that this is a critical operation and failure will not be accepted. Then he reveals a further complication. The rift appeared near the Kerberos family's territory. That means a rival hegemonic house will likely move for the rift as well, raising the stakes beyond a simple expedition. The cadets infer that the recent East Wing selection was not just a contest but a way to identify 7 candidates for this mission. It becomes clear that the winning East Wing was chosen because it best matched the needs of the clearing squad. With the room's attention fixed on him, the officer moves from explanation to command. He announces that from this point on, the East Wing will take charge of the operation. That declaration jolts the other cadets, who realize the decision has already been made. Among everyone present, the officer is selecting the actual members of the squad now. He formally states that they will form the Special Rift Clearing Squad, and that the earlier competition was meant to reveal each person's strengths regardless of who won. The cadets understand that the selection was always about building the right team, not simply rewarding victory. He adds that this approach also accounts for those who may not have shown their full ability during the matches. Then he unexpectedly gives Zeke authority to choose the squad members himself. When Zeke is stunned, the officer reminds him that he is the East Wing's representative and effectively its acting leader. Laika is equally caught off guard by being passed over. Zeke immediately tries to hand the decision to Laika instead, assuming her participation is already certain. Laika hesitates, unsure whether it is really acceptable for her to take over that role. Zeke bluntly admits that if he chose alone, he would probably make the squad consist of only himself. Laika dryly realizes he is serious enough that this is a real concern. Zeke argues that if she wants to become head, judging people and leading them is valuable experience she should take. The officer accepts Zeke's reasoning and asks Laika whether she is willing to command the squad as practice for future leadership. Zeke casually rejects the entire premise by saying he has no interest in becoming head at all. That confession stuns the others, especially those who assumed ambition drove him. His classmates press him, unable to believe he truly means to give up the chance at leadership. Zeke insists that deciding the squad is all he personally values here, not the title attached to it. Another cadet warns him that becoming head would place the whole L-Dragon family in his hands. Zeke dismisses power, status, and responsibility as things he simply does not seek. He finally states his true goal. He wants only to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. That answer leaves the others staring at him, forced to reassess what kind of person Zeke really is. In the dining hall, attention shifts toward Laika as she is pressed to decide who will accompany her. The others set aside their own concerns and make it clear that Laika's choice matters most right now. Put on the spot before the group and a supervising officer, Laika reluctantly accepts that she has to answer. She rises, gathering herself as she prepares to name the people she wants beside her. Elsewhere, a hidden meeting is already underway, with watchers outside and a dangerous beast lurking in the shadows. The man in charge calmly smokes, signaling that he is in no hurry and fully in control of the room. Seated with monstrous wolf-like companions, he asks whether the report about Toyin is true. He is told that a special rift has indeed appeared in Toyin, and that the lizards have already begun moving on it. Faced with that news, another faction leader demands to know what follows from the lizards' advance. The subordinate reporting to him immediately feels the pressure of having no satisfying answer. The room turns grim as he realizes his side has been reacting to the wrong issue. The wolf-backed boss cuts through the confusion and forces them to focus on the real threat. The subordinate bows deeply and admits they were deliberately misled by the enemy to distract them from the rift. The boss pieces it together, concluding that the recent provocations around Toyin were bait to hide the lizard's true objective. He immediately asks what makes this special rift valuable enough to justify such a scheme. The answer is that it may contain magic water, a prize important enough that the lizards would pursue it at any cost. Once he understands the reward, he presses for the exact entry conditions of the rift. He learns that only up to 7 people of 3-star rank or lower can enter. That restriction strikes him as manageable rather than limiting. Because the lizards moved first, he predicts they will seize most or all of the available slots unless stopped immediately. He also hears that the academy children currently training there are tied to the situation, making the clash more complicated. His men ask whether they should quickly assemble a suitable squad, but the timing is already against them. Instead, he decides to exploit the fact that the children will enter the rift, expecting the lizard leader's own child to be among them. With that idea in mind, he abruptly asks how many deception bracelets remain in storage. The requested tool is a bracelet meant to disguise or conceal its wearer. When told there are about 4, he orders that every one of them be deployed. His true command is ruthless: use the bracelets to infiltrate and kill all of the children. Even when warned that the supply is limited, he refuses to hold anything back. To him, spending those resources now is worthwhile if it lets them strike inside the rift and hurt their enemy where it matters most. He takes personal pleasure in the thought that the lizard leader will be forced to watch his own child die. Back at training, Raymond begins instructing the students on how to grow stronger by first fixing weaknesses in their basic footing. He has them endure brutal physical drills, forcing them to move under crushing weight to build that foundation. As they struggle through the exercise, he explains that a solid base is what allows stronger martial techniques later. Some of the students are baffled by how simple his explanation sounds compared with the suffering involved. When Raymond notices their odd mood, they awkwardly pretend everything is fine and keep listening. He then turns to a separate lesson prepared specifically for the protagonist. Unveiling a large stone, Raymond explains that this regeneration stone was chosen for his training. The others are surprised, having never expected such an item to be used this way. Raymond confirms that he selected it because its properties suit the lesson perfectly. He explains that the stone amplifies any impact it receives and throws that force back, though it is only an imitation of a stronger source material. Since they do not have the true source on hand, the protagonist decides he will simply train against the imitation by punching it directly. His classmates are stunned that he would choose such a reckless approach. Ignoring their disbelief, he commits himself and drives in with his shield ready. His punch lands on the stone and triggers the expected violent rebound. The onlookers panic because he attacked it with ordinary force instead of some safer method. They realize the reflected impact should have wrecked him without true source power to withstand it. But instead of being blown away, he holds his ground as the shockwave bursts outward around him. One classmate quickly understands that something unusual just happened. He figures out that the protagonist used his shield to absorb the reflected force head-on rather than taking it into his body. The protagonist demonstrates the idea proudly, explaining that this training is meant to teach him how to catch incoming force directly with his shield. Zeke quickly grasps the point of the exercise and admits he has never trained with a regeneration stone before. The instructor moves on to Celine, and she nervously braces herself for her turn. He tells her to keep striking the regeneration stone, but to stop scattering her aim and instead focus all her power on one exact point. Celine accepts the instruction with determination despite her nerves. She throws herself into the attack, trying to force the lesson into practice through sheer effort. Her blows still spread across the stone, leaving damage in multiple places instead of one decisive spot. The instructor makes her see for herself that hitting a single point consistently is far harder than it sounds, and she has to admit he is right. He turns that failure into the real assignment: train until she can strike one chosen point with certainty. Since the stone repairs itself no matter how many times it is hit, he decides it is ideal for demonstrating the method himself. He attacks with complete control, directing every movement toward one precise target. The stone is shattered at a single center point, proving the difference between force and precision. Celine is stunned by how cleanly he accomplishes what she could not. He clarifies that raw power is not her problem. What she lacks is the ability to sharpen each strike into a precise blow, and she resolves to work on that. He then turns to Langlius, who agrees outwardly while privately dreading whatever impossible training is coming next. The assignment begins with something so small and strange that Langlius can barely believe it: a feather. Wind aura starts circling the feather, hinting that the lesson will be about control rather than strength. As the feather rides the current around him, Langlius realizes the technique resembles the wind ability used by Venial. That resemblance prompts immediate suspicion from another observer, who demands to know when he learned to do that. He explains casually that after fighting Venial, being struck by that wind aura somehow left him able to use it himself. Langlius can only stare at that absurd explanation in disbelief. Ignoring the shock, the instructor announces Langlius's actual task. He demonstrates that the goal is to let oneself move with the current and submit completely to the flow. Langlius immediately understands why this is difficult. A feather is so light that controlling it freely should be nearly impossible. The instructor corrects that mindset, saying the point is not to seize control of the flow but to surrender to it. He adds that mastering that principle is only the beginning. To prove it, he guides the feather effortlessly on the wind with his spear, showing perfect harmony instead of forceful manipulation. He reveals the deeper promise of the training. Once someone truly understands the flow, they can generate that flow themselves. He settles into a poised stance beneath the drifting feather, embodying the calm control he wants them to learn. The lesson is interrupted when someone calls out to Zeke from the gate. A blonde teammate warns him that if he does not hurry, he will be late. Zeke snaps back to reality and fumbles to respond while still burdened with the strange training assignment he has just received. The instructor cheerfully leaves them with their assignments and bounds off, telling them to train hard while he is gone. Left behind, Zeke and the blonde boy can only stare after him in mute confusion. Zeke tries to reassure himself, but he already feels completely unsuited to the task he has been given. Seeing that, the blonde boy offers quiet support, and the two resign themselves to doing their best. Elsewhere, the blonde teammate catches up with the instructor and asks what he has been doing, and he explains he was assigning training before their departure. He notes with satisfaction that the current lineup has turned into a very interesting group. She agrees enthusiastically, clearly pleased with how the team has come together. As they approach the others, she declares that this is the ultimate team she had envisioned. One of the waiting members greets their arrival with easy confidence. The pair apologizes for the delay and prepares to move out with the rest. The assembled squad stands ready, each member bringing a distinct presence to the mission ahead. Among them, some look stern and reserved while the instructor remains eager, underscoring the mix of personalities within the group. With the order to move, the selection squad finally sets out together. Soon after, a report reaches headquarters that the selection squad has already departed. The report continues with worse news. The mulets have already learned of the special rift's existence, far sooner than expected. The commander notes that the squad has already entered the rift. But even if they hurry, that may not solve the real problem. Pressed for an explanation, he says there's only one concern that truly matters now. He reveals that after the rift is cleared, a far stronger enemy is expected to appear and seize the spoils. And only if the selection squad and the wagon bearer can finish the special rift quickly will there be any chance to respond. What troubles him most is not the enemy alone, but whether the selection squad's strength will be enough when that moment comes. An officer reports that the strongest available 3-star fighters have already been assembled, so the rift-clearing operation should hold even if the enemy's side includes one weaker participant. The red-haired commander presses the point, asking whether that confidence still stands if a 2-star like Zeke is mixed into the force. The officer answers without hesitation that Zeke alone would likely be enough to stabilize the situation. He explains that after observing all of Lord Balza's sons, Zeke is the first whose true depth of power he cannot measure at all. Another officer objects that Zeke is still officially only 2-star, implying that rank should limit such claims. But the first officer insists that after personally witnessing Zeke, he can no longer judge him by ordinary standards of strength. That admission unsettles the others, because it means Zeke inspired awe in someone not easily impressed. The officer goes further and says Zeke's martial arts gave him the same overwhelming sensation as Lord Balza's dragon-slaying combat arts. The comparison shocks the blue-haired officer into silence. Even the commander is caught off guard by the implication. The officer reminds them that dragon-slaying combat arts are the L-Dragon family's guarded hereditary art, something outsiders are not supposed to even witness, much less learn. Unable to accept it, the blue-haired officer bluntly asks whether they are really claiming Zeke has acquired that impossible art. The witness says he doubted it too, but after seeing both techniques himself, he is convinced Zeke's martial arts stand on the same level as Lord Balza's. The conclusion is stated plainly. Zeke appears to wield the dragon-slaying combat arts of House L-Dragon. That claim leaves the room in tense silence as the commander weighs what it would mean. The reporting officer then hesitates, realizing the truth may be even stranger than simple inheritance or imitation. He privately fears Zeke's nature may go beyond that explanation altogether. Still unsure whether he is reaching too far, he tests the thought before speaking it aloud. The commander recalls that years earlier he had Freya investigate Zeke's birth and background in detail. That investigation found nothing meaningful, and there was no sign Zeke had learned martial arts from anyone before entering the dragon's nest. The blue-haired officer realizes that would mean Zeke developed all of his martial arts entirely on his own. The reporting officer suggests an even more unsettling possibility. He proposes that Zeke might be the reincarnation of the family's first head, or perhaps the 15th. The commander immediately seizes on that word, demanding clarification. The room hangs on the idea of reincarnation as a possible explanation for Zeke's impossible talent. The commander turns away to consider it, but the thought does not sit well with him. The others wait tensely, unsure whether he will accept or reject the theory. A faint smile forms, signaling that he has reached a conclusion. He dismisses the idea as nonsense, arguing that if Zeke truly possessed that much power, the mutts they face would be insignificant to him. A week later, the scene shifts to a forest where a distorted purple rift has warped the area and soldiers are searching the site. Freya is asked whether she has seen the vice-captain of the Black Dragon Squad, and she says he was already gone by the time she noticed him. As the search continues, she sighs in frustration at his habit of disappearing when needed. Though he promised to send reinforcements, she worries they may not be safe by the time help actually arrives. Her attention suddenly sharpens when she senses someone approaching. A familiar voice arrives first, remarking that rushing here at full speed would only waste stamina before the real mission begins. The newcomers are Zeke and a blonde cadet, and the cadet blurts out in surprise at finding Freya here in person. Freya immediately clarifies that she is not present as an instructor but as an active operative on assignment. She explains that her mission is to guard a special domain created around the rift. The strange purple energy saturating the forest is revealed to be part of that domain's effect. Freya tells them some rifts distort the terrain and atmosphere around them, and this location is one such special case. Zeke studies the surroundings instead of reacting, already trying to connect this place to what he has seen before. He recognizes the blackened trees and oppressive energy as the same force he encountered on the Black Mist boat, concluding that the rifts were influencing events all along. He then asks why Freya's group is guarding the domain instead of clearing it themselves. The blonde cadet realizes the answer. If the rift is cleared and its magic water obtained, House L-Dragon's military power would rise, which their rivals want to prevent. Freya confirms that the Kerber's family is here to interfere for exactly that reason. She adds that her unit also deals with monsters expelled from special domains, broadening the purpose of their deployment. When Zeke asks whether expelled beings can enter, Freya confirms it, and reminds them that this rift only allows 7 entrants of 3-star rank, or lower. One of the cadets notes that this is the rule they had heard about the site. Freya gestures toward the barrier to make the restriction clear in practical terms. She demonstrates by touching the domain and being repelled herself, proving that even she cannot enter and that the team inside will have to handle it without her. The group learns that the forest's special domain is protected by the same kind of monster star barrier found in the abyss, and only people carrying the proper identification can pass through the rift. Their commander explains the entry rule clearly. One group goes in first, and no one else can follow until that team either returns or is wiped out. Zeke tests the boundary for himself, probing the barrier with open curiosity. As the barrier reacts around them, he confirms it is screening entrance, and notes that brute force might be enough to break it. That reckless thought immediately catches the commander off guard. Zeke openly admits that hearing something is forbidden only makes him want to try it more, drawing a weary reminder that he should listen when others speak. He shamelessly pretends he was listening all along, and the commander instantly calls out the lie. Putting the joke aside, she orders them to enter at once since the Kerberos family has not appeared yet, and she does not know when they will. The selected students steel themselves and answer that they are ready to begin the mission. Satisfied, the commander gives the signal to proceed. She sends them through the rift with a brief wish for success as the team crosses into the domain. Inside, the danger is immediate as a pack of corrupted deer-like beasts charges through the purple-tinted forest. One of the students, Veniel, is forced to face down a towering beast at close range before it can overwhelm him. He stays composed and brings up his staff with practiced confidence. Veniel unleashes a wind-infused strike that tears through the attack and drops the monster in a single clean motion. A teammate praises his skill, and Veniel accepts the compliment with cool restraint while standing over the kill. Even so, he pauses, as if something about the situation or his weapon still bothers him. Another student watches with quiet dissatisfaction, suggesting rivalry or skepticism rather than admiration. Elsewhere, that same student wanders into a stone corridor and notices something unexpected nearby. He peeks around a pillar and realizes he has stumbled onto a private exchange. From hiding, he sees Zeke confronting Veniel and offering him something directly. Veniel takes the object and immediately questions what Zeke is trying to pull. Zeke reminds him that he had already promised to train him personally. When Veniel doubts he is serious, Zeke insists he means exactly what he says and expects to be believed. Zeke explains that during this mission Veniel will be using that staff, presenting it as part of the training. Veniel erupts in disbelief that Zeke expects him to abandon his usual weapon for something so unfamiliar on an important mission, and Zeke calmly confirms that is exactly the plan. Frustrated, Veniel lashes out physically, but the outburst changes nothing. He turns away in disgust, arguing that the weapon is absurd and useless to him. Zeke answers by sending the staff flying with controlled force, making it move with unnatural precision. Wind aura coils around the weapon in the corridor, proving that Zeke can manipulate it expertly from a distance. That display shocks Veniel, who cannot understand how Zeke is using wind aura so freely. Zeke dismisses the question as irrelevant and focuses only on the result he wants. He points the staff at Veniel and orders him to use it without further argument. Veniel flatly refuses. Zeke raises the pressure and commands him again, but Veniel refuses just as firmly. The argument devolves into a stubborn back and forth, with Zeke pushing and Veniel resisting at every step. At last Veniel admits the real problem. He cannot connect with Zeke's thinking, and unlike the selection matches, he has no idea how to handle an umbrella-like weapon here. Zeke clarifies that the staff is only a substitute, and that its handling follows the same principles as an umbrella, then declares that mastering it will be Veniel's training for this mission. That explanation makes Veniel realize this is not a whim, but a deliberate lesson. He protests that he knows no martial art for umbrellas or staves and cannot be expected to improvise one in the middle of a mission. Zeke reassures him with infuriating confidence, and reveals that he has already created a martial art specifically for him. He even gives it a name, Phantom Wind Umbrella Artist, presenting the style as if it were a perfectly natural solution. Watching from afar, the hidden observer reflects that inventing a martial art should be nearly impossible, yet Zeke may have tailored it to Veniel's strengths by sharpening his movements and matching the weapon to his wind aura. The observer is left wondering whether Zeke truly went so far as to create an entire style just for one student. Nearby, others discuss the matter in disbelief while Zeke casually praises Veniel's earlier strike, making his bizarre claim sound even more real. Their confusion shifts from the weapon to Zeke himself, because none of them can figure out who he really is if he can do things like this. Before that mystery can be answered, a quiet purple-haired girl approaches, drawing their attention. Zeke notices her first and recognizes her as Lila. She confirms her identity with calm composure. Her arrival leaves Zeke facing a new conversation, signaling the next turn in the mission. A lavender-haired teammate prompts the black-haired boy to explain himself. As the group moves through the strange purple forest, the lavender-haired boy asks whether he truly invented a martial art. The black-haired boy confidently insists that he did, which only invites the obvious question of how. He begins his explanation with complete self-assurance. His answer is absurdly simple. He claims creating it was possible because he is himself. The lavender-haired boy is impressed, but a blonde girl dismisses the claim as nonsense and argues that inventing a martial art should be impossible. She doubles down with open contempt, making clear she does not take him seriously at all. Even so, the black-haired boy's confidence makes the idea feel strangely believable, though the blonde girl refuses to let that soften her stance. Her resentment shifts from mockery to accusation as she declares she will not forgive him for slowing their team down. That insult immediately provokes the blue-haired boy, who turns on her in anger. She answers by belittling him too, pointing out that he relies on poison and questioning whether he can fight properly without it. Facing him directly, she makes it clear that this is exactly her point. She sees both of them as liabilities. Before the argument can spiral further, an outside signal interrupts the confrontation. The blue-haired boy and his green-haired companion flare up at her attack, while she scolds them back without yielding an inch. She presses harder, mocking the servant-master dynamic between them and humiliating them in front of the others. A dark-haired teammate steps in to stop the fight, reminding everyone that they share the same mission and must cooperate until the rift is cleared. He specifically orders Sandy to cooperate as well, which the blue-haired boy rejects because he cannot accept working with people he believes tried to poison Laika. Sandy lashes out, but the mediator physically restrains him before he can escalate things. Even while being held back, Sandy protests that he still does not accept this team selection. The black-haired boy quietly asks Lila whether she is really fine with Venial being included, expecting at least some resentment from her. Laika listens nervously, caught between the factions. Sandy turns away, still simmering with distrust. Lila calmly says she truly does not mind, especially since this arrangement still allows her to take part in the mission. The black-haired boy laughs at her broad-mindedness, but she warns that the issue should not be brushed aside so lightly. Sandy then demands to know why Laika chose someone like him for the team. Laika admits she is not as detached as Lila and is clearly uneasy about the choice. Venial explains that personal feelings are irrelevant because those two were simply necessary for the mission, revealing a colder and more practical judgment than his cousins. Sandy takes that as a challenge, and the mediator has to drag the confrontation back from another fight. Watching the discord, the black-haired boy worries that a team this fractured may not survive what lies ahead. He reflects that even if the selection made sense, they cannot protect one another while distrust still hangs over them. The tension between the opposing sides remains unresolved, despite each person having reasons of their own. He concludes that this mismatched group is in real danger, though there is still a chance they could become true comrades if they learn to understand one another. Before that question can be answered, the rift finally begins to open. Laika spots the phenomenon first and alerts everyone that the long-awaited rift has appeared. A violent crack tears through space ahead of them, flooding the forest with purple energy. The black-haired boy stares at the rupture in fascination, realizing they are literally facing a break in space itself. Laika steadies herself, her earlier uncertainty giving way to focus. The mediator takes command and announces that they are entering now. He warns the team that they have no idea what awaits them on the other side. Laika reinforces the order, telling everyone to stay sharp. The black-haired boy answers with eager excitement, clearly energized by the danger. He commits himself to the plunge and signals that he is ready to move. The rift surges and distorts the space around them as they prepare to advance. Its unstable energy deepens, making the passage look even more unnatural and dangerous. A figure is pulled into the rift's power, showing how forcefully it drags anything that enters. That sight triggers a sudden, intense reaction in the black-haired boy, as if something about the rift strikes a hidden nerve. The lavender-haired boy notices his strange expression and asks whether something is wrong. He immediately suppresses whatever he felt and insists that it is nothing. Pushing past hesitation, the team heads toward the rift together as quickly as possible. With that, they finally step across the threshold into the unknown. The group is jolted by a sudden, impossible change, and shock ripples through them at once. As the reality of the situation hits, disbelief turns into alarm while they keep dropping through the air. Panic spreads as they realize this is no ordinary fall and none of them understands what is happening. They see the forest rushing up beneath them and finally grasp the danger. They are about to crash. Laika tries to take control, urging everyone to stop panicking and focus on surviving the landing. That plan is interrupted when a giant bird suddenly appears beneath them, catching Zeke and changing the immediate problem. Laika is thrown into fresh confusion as she recognizes Zeke and realizes he has been separated from the rest. Zeke, far calmer than the others, treats the development as an unexpected but useful turn. Laika reaches for him in desperation, but Zeke tells her to stop worrying about him and get herself back to safety. Seeing Laika still in danger, another teammate cries out to her as she continues falling toward the trees. The group is forced to choose between chasing Zeke and preventing a disastrous landing, and survival wins out. Laika curses the situation, frustrated that she cannot do anything about Zeke right now. Another teammate bitterly vents that the whole squad is failing when it matters most. At that critical moment, Alan and Venial move to act, coordinating without hesitation. Alan unleashes Phantom Wind Umbrella Arts to generate a powerful current. Venial follows with wind-ripping fan arts, adding his own control over the air. Together they weave multiple wind techniques into a single effort to slow and redirect the falling group. Their combined magic carves a controlled path downward, turning a fatal plunge into a manageable descent. Edges reaches the ground first and braces himself against the trees, absorbing the landing with only minor strain. Alan and Venial touch down as well, their winds still curling around them after saving the others. The rest of the team crashes into the forest floor hard enough to hurt, but not hard enough to break them. As everyone groans and complains, the rescue is acknowledged even if Alan shrugs off the gratitude. Edges steadies the mood by pointing out that, painful as it was, the trees and wind magic kept them alive. The healer confirms they escaped with bruises rather than serious injuries. Edges quickly assesses their situation. They fell from a giant bird into what appears to be a rift, and they have no idea what danger comes next. Following that judgment, they begin drinking recovery potions and regaining their composure. Laika openly thanks Alan and Venial for saving the team. The two are caught off guard by the sincerity, and used to hearing that from her. Venial dismisses the praise as simple practicality, while Laika needles him for refusing to accept thanks gracefully. The conversation turns back to Zeke, and concern rises over the fact that he has vanished somewhere in the forest. When asked directly, Venial angrily denies being worried, making his concern obvious to everyone else. Edges cuts through the posturing and argues that pretending otherwise is pointless. He pauses, thinking through the problem more seriously than before. Edges concludes that Zeke is probably capable of handling himself, and that the greater danger may actually be whatever surrounds them now. Laika pushes back, disturbed by how casually the others are treating Zeke's absence. In her mind, Zeke is not merely strong but terrifyingly abnormal, far beyond what the others seem willing to admit. She remembers his overwhelming violence and how little emotion he showed while using it. Even Venial, despite his attitude, cannot deny that Zeke's nature is unsettling. Laika finally states the truth as she sees it. Zeke is a monster, and she feels like the only one taking that seriously. Even so, the group agrees that they will eventually have to regroup with him, because leaving him behind is not a real option. Edges shifts to the practical issue that they are lost and have no clear direction to move in. The healer suddenly remembers a clue from their fall. He recalls seeing a pillar of light while they were descending and suggests it may be the only landmark they have. Venial confirms he saw it too, though the speed of the fall made it hard to judge where it was. The healer confidently points out the direction anyway. He insists he knows exactly where the light was. When questioned, he explains that he quickly checked his surroundings during the fall and memorized them, earning impressed recognition from the others. Laika adds that the bird carrying Zeke was flying toward that same light, so heading there serves both their search for Zeke and their need for answers. The team agrees that following the pillar of light makes sense, especially since Zeke would never ignore something that strange. Elsewhere, Zeke lies calmly on the giant bird and realizes with interest that the situation has become far more intriguing. A boy realizes he has been snatched the instant he entered the rift, caught by a giant bird in a place where even crossing dimensions had left no detectable presence before. As he is carried through the strange space, he calmly notes that being separated from his companions has at least given him useful experience. He assumes the others will manage on their own and focuses on reaching wherever this bird is taking him. The bird suddenly notices something below, and shifts its attention mid-flight. It drops him over a nest, ending his unwanted sky trip without warning. Landing in the rocky valley, he wonders if this is the destination he was brought to. Looking down, he spots a nest tucked among the cliffs and calls out toward it. 3 chicks answer at once, loudly begging from the nest. One of them is especially frantic, making it clear they are desperately hungry. Startled by the sudden chorus, he jerks back in surprise. He regains his composure and realizes he has stumbled into a giant bird family's nesting ground. The battered mother weakly responds, barely able to do more than peep. He concludes that he has fallen into a truly unusual dimension. Remembering rumors that rifts are filled with chaos and monsters, he begins to connect this place to those stories while the chicks remain wary of him. Instead of attacking, he reaches out and gently touches the mother bird. He judges that for a supposed monster, she is harmlessly adorable and clearly in terrible condition. His touch confirms her weakness rather than any hostility. Seeing how emaciated and injured she is, he presses for what happened to her. Before he can think further, he senses that something has been trailing them. The sky answers with the approach of multiple fast-moving presences. The mother notices the threat too and cries out in alarm over him. A swarm of purple insect monsters emerges from a dark distortion and closes in. Their larger members dive forward first, attacking with immediate killing intent. More of the insects pour in until the nest is surrounded. The lead creature fixes on its prey, making the danger unmistakable. He understands that the bird family has been hunted by these insects for some time. Assessing them, he identifies these beings as chaos creatures, with the smaller ones weaker and the largest one notably more dangerous. Compared to the swarm's strength, the mother is little more than a wounded skeleton trying to protect her chicks. He weighs his options, forced to decide what to do in this sudden crisis. Running would be the safest choice, especially with the mother in no state to fight. But as he looks at her, abandoning them becomes harder to justify. The mother still spreads her wings and places herself between him, her chicks, and the attackers. That act of protection gives him his answer. Even the chicks protest and chirp with fierce resolve instead of surrendering. He admires their determination and decides they are worth helping. With a grin, he commits himself to the fight and promises to lend them a hand. The insect swarm surges into kill before he can settle in. Facing their pure murderous instinct, he recognizes this as the true nature of chaos. He moves to intercept the charge before it reaches the nest. Meeting the largest insect head-on, he catches its attack and stops its momentum by force. His expression hardens as he prepares a decisive counter. He crushes the lead insect with a single devastating blow, splattering it in front of the swarm. Bathed in its remains, he stands transformed in bearing, his power suddenly far more ominous. The surviving insects recoil and shriek, their confidence shaken. The mother can only stare in stunned confusion at the turn in battle. The swarm rallies and rushes him together, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. He answers by unleashing a terrifying presence, his eyes blazing with inhuman force. An immense predatory aura manifests behind him, making him seem like the true apex creature in the valley. The insects falter mid-attack, suddenly reduced from hunters to prey. He gives them one chance to retreat, warning that if they refuse to turn back, he will not spare them. A bloodied, ominous presence decides to stay with the boy until it is satisfied. The threat reveals itself as a monstrous insect-like creature with glowing eyes. Faced with a swarm led by a giant bug, the boy forces them to withdraw and dismisses them from the rocky plain. The insects obey and pull back under the lingering pressure of his power. The swarm finally disappears into the distance, leaving the battlefield quiet. As the tension breaks, the boy notes that the creatures were unsettling even in retreat, and admits he would normally welcome a fight. He also realizes that maintaining dragon pressure has drained him more than he expected. A small chirp interrupts him. He discovers a large parent bird and several chicks near the remains of the insects, with one tiny survivor still calling out. Taking the chirping as a request, he invites the bird to show what it wants. The parent bird urgently pleads on behalf of its brood while the boy watches and tries to understand. He pieces together that the parent had gone into the forest to find food for its hungry chicks. Instead, it was chased out by dangerous insects and barely escaped. In the confusion, it seems to have accidentally brought back prey for the chicks. Seeing the exhausted family feeding beside him, he quietly takes in their situation. The sight changes his mood, and he decides this encounter must mean something. He concludes that the parent is still worried because its chicks remain hungry, so he immediately offers to go hunting for them. The bird is startled by how suddenly he commits himself. He explains that he intends to train the bird so it will never have to fear starvation again. Elsewhere, blades cut through giant lizards as another battle unfolds. In a dark forest, a squad of uniformed fighters reflects that this strange place seems to connect to the sky itself. Their apparent leader dismisses the mystery as irrelevant for now and stays focused on the mission. The team regroups around fallen monsters and prepares to continue the hunt. The leader formally starts another round of lizard hunting in the warped forest. A week later, the forest remains hostile and filled with monstrous insects. One of the girls, Sandy, reaches the end of her patience and screams in frustration. Even while panicking, she keeps fighting and cuts down attacking bugs. Her teammate snaps at her to stop screaming as the chaos around them worsens. He pushes the group to keep moving while fending off the swarm at close range. After a week of non-stop combat, he admits the endless fighting is wearing everyone down. Another teammate agrees, saying he has had more than enough of this chaos. Despite the exhaustion, he strikes back and cuts through more of the insects. He stays alert, searching for any opening in the relentless assault. Laika launches herself forward with a thunder-based sword technique. Her attack restores and spreads an electric net that tears through the surrounding bugs. The swarm is blasted apart, giving the team a brief advantage. Sandy exhales heavily, trying to steady herself after the burst of violence. She checks whether the rest of the team made it through safely. One teammate admires Laika's ability to unleash such a demanding technique repeatedly while still staying mobile, though he worries she may be overexerting herself as their leader. The others gather and wonder if the lizard they are hunting might be hidden somewhere inside the forest itself, while noting that the place seems to shift depending on who enters it. Trying to lighten the mood, a teammate jokes that luck abandoned them because Sandy hates bugs so much, which only irritates her further. Laika notices the bickering and calls Sandy's attention back to the mission. Sandy reins herself in and admits that complaining will not help them finish the job. Her teammate laughs and says he is glad Laika is with them. Even so, another member bluntly says he would still prefer to get out of the forest as soon as possible. Then he senses the wind change and realizes the exit must finally be nearby. When he points this out, Sandy is suspicious at first, but he reminds her he has spent the entire week listening to her scream and has no reason to lie. That reassurance is enough to lift the group's spirits, and Sandy immediately brightens at the thought that the ordeal may be ending. With renewed energy, the team decides to rush through the forest together while the chance to escape is still open. A blinding light ahead finally breaks the group out of the nightmare forest. Realizing they have found an exit, the two girls surge forward in relief and celebrate making it through alive. One of them eagerly looks forward to leaving the swarming bugs behind for good. Their relief is immediate and genuine as they rush toward open ground. But once outside, they stop short when they see a towering purple pillar of light rising from a rocky canyon. The sight unsettles them, and one of the boys notes that whatever this is, it may become a serious problem. The strange beacon continues to flare from deeper within the stone ravine. The others recognize it as the same pillar of light they saw while falling into the rift, confirming they have drawn much closer to its source. With the light now unmistakable at close range, they connect it to what their instructor warned them about. They conclude that the beam marks the location of the Chaos Stone Instructor Teach mentioned. That realization recalls the briefing before the expedition, when they were told that gathering magic water alone would not complete the mission. The students had accepted the order, though some were confused about what else was required. The instructor clarified that sealing the rift was the expedition's true objective. To do that, they would have to destroy the Chaos Stone, the root cause keeping the rift open. When the term Chaos Stone came up, one student vaguely remembered hearing of it before, and the explanation began. The instructor confirmed that the stone is the source of the rift, but warned that it is far more than a simple power source. He described it as the embodiment of the rift's thread itself. To sustain the rift, the Chaos Stone constantly releases immense energy. That energy spreads through the Chaos world, warping living creatures into violent chaos monsters. In plain terms, the stone corrupts whatever it touches. Those corrupted beings are driven by a primal urge to slaughter and overrun entire worlds. Once they exhaust one world, they seek another by crossing through the rift. The briefing made clear that if left alone, those monsters would eventually invade the human world as well. Hearing that, the students understood that the stone was not just dangerous but an existential threat. They then wondered whether finding the magic water and the chaos stone together was simply part of the same plan. A clue in the records answered that question. Magic water naturally appears near a chaos stone. The instructor confirmed that locating the stone should come first, since all chaos stones share the trait of releasing tremendous energy. That meant the students would know they were close as soon as they sensed or saw its power. Back in the present, one teammate dryly points out that they have effectively followed that exact logic straight to the source. Another is startled that the usually difficult pair are calmly discussing the situation instead of bickering. The dark-haired boy shrugs it off and says it would be ideal if they could meet up with Zeke at the same place. That thought makes the ponytailed girl worry that Zeke may already have found the chaos stone on his own. An impatient teammate dismisses the concern and pushes everyone to keep moving, snapping at the one who admits she is worried. As they advance without seeing any bugs, the group briefly relaxes, taking the absence of monsters as a welcome change from the forest. Then the dark-haired boy remembers the briefing's warning that powerful monsters should gather near a chaos stone, making the silence feel wrong. The ponytailed girl voices the same unease, sensing that the area is unnaturally eerie. Recognizing the danger, the group tightens formation and proceeds toward the glowing source with their guard raised. Their cautious advance slows as they enter the stone basin around the light. The front line closes in on the source while the others watch for any hidden threat. Even now, nothing attacks, and the lack of resistance leaves several of them confused. One girl is surprised they have reached the destination without anything happening at all. At the center, the chaos stone finally comes into full view, suspended in the beam and radiating overwhelming power. The team takes in its ominous presence, and realizes just how massive the stone is. Its stillness feels almost anticlimactic, and someone openly wonders why no monsters are guarding it. That question is cut off when the ponytailed girl suddenly senses danger above and shouts for everyone to look up. The warning jolts the group into motion as they spin and ready their weapons. The two swordsmen move first, preparing to intercept whatever is descending on them. A violent impact slams into the ground near the team, confirming an ambush from above. Bracing behind her blade, the ponytailed girl steels herself for the attack that has finally begun. As the dust settles around a newly landed figure, the brief reaction makes it clear the real threat has only just arrived. A black-haired boy named Zeke suddenly reappears and greets the group as if returning after a long absence. The others recognize him at once, and the blonde girl rushes to him in relief that they have finally found him. As they celebrate his return and his safety, the scene makes clear they have been through a brutal fight in the rift. The battered team dryly rejects any claim that they look fine, making their exhaustion impossible to ignore. Zeke only then notices how worn down everyone is, realizing the reunion comes after serious hardship. One teammate points at him in confusion, trying to understand what exactly he has brought back with him. When the others press him, Zeke acts casual and asks if they mean the thing he just dealt with. He explains that he handled a nuisance shortly before meeting them, drawing their attention to what lies nearby. The blonde girl braces herself as she realizes his offhand remark refers to something alarming. The nuisance turns out to be the corpse of a purple chaos beast, shocking the group with how casually he dismissed it. A teammate asks if Zeke defeated the prophecy-linked monster they had been warned about, but Zeke downplays it as something that merely attacked him. The blonde girl accuses him of being absurdly reckless, saying no one should be able to survive a solo encounter with even one chaos beast here. Zeke indignantly rejects being treated as the problem, while the rest of the team is left exasperated by his attitude. He shifts the conversation to a glowing purple rock he found, and says he had been waiting for everyone because he suspected it mattered. A dark-haired teammate confirms the rock is a genuine chaos stone, and Zeke immediately connects it to the strange water nearby. The blonde girl catches onto his thought and focuses on the mention of water. The chaos stone is brought over the crystalline pool, hinting that the two phenomena are linked. Zeke confirms the pool is magic water, and the discovery stuns the group with its value. As they begin collecting it, they realize the pool contains far more than they had expected. One teammate explains that magic water normally requires a special artifact to obtain, so even this supply should be enough to save only a few people, making every drop precious. The blonde girl immediately starts bottling it, determined to gather as much as possible without wasting time. She finishes harvesting 5 containers, securing a small but important stockpile. While holding up a sample, she recalls that the color of magic water usually reveals what kind of power it grants. Unlike the known colors tied to specific attributes, this water is completely clear, marking it as an unknown and mysterious type. The dark-haired teammate agrees that its nature is unclear, but he is certain it is genuine magic water. As the group puzzles over the strange liquid, the mood briefly lightens with teasing about how nervous the others are becoming. Zeke suddenly senses danger before anyone else can react. He grabs the blonde girl and throws them both aside, interrupting the discussion an instant before an attack lands. A beam of golden energy tears across the ground where they had just been. The blast carves through the area, and Zeke shields the girl as they narrowly avoid being hit. She is left stunned by how close they came to being killed. Someone approaches across the battlefield, confirming the attack came from a hidden enemy. 3 men in suits and hats emerge from concealment, and their leader is impressed that Zeke managed to dodge the shot. The leader addresses the students with contempt, making clear they have been stalking them and never saw them as equals. The team instantly spreads out and takes up fighting positions around the magic water and chaos stone. Zeke grins through the tension, satisfied that the people lurking in the shadows have finally revealed themselves. He openly calls out the ambushers, forcing them into a direct confrontation. The enemy leader latches onto Zeke's wording, intrigued that the students expected hidden pursuers. One of Zeke's allies recognizes the timing as too deliberate for coincidence, and demands to know who these men are. The enemy is identified as connected to the Kerberos family, a dangerous force with monstrous power behind it. A senior woman with the students points out the deeper problem. Only 3-star rankers should be able to enter this rift, so these intruders should not be here at all. That contradiction unsettles the students, because it means the enemy bypassed the rule that should have protected them. The leader taunts them by saying they must find it strange that his group entered a restricted rift anyway. He reveals the answer by displaying a gleaming bracelet on his wrist. The blonde girl recognizes the item as the key to the mystery. The leader explains that these bracelets of deception let users cheat the rift's entry conditions and slip past its restrictions. Even as one student is shocked such items exist, another angrily cuts in and refuses to let the enemy keep talking so freely. The leader dismisses the interruption, pulls out a pocket watch, and declares that explanations no longer matter. Zeke immediately senses that the watch signals a far more dangerous move. The enemy snaps the pocket watch shut, triggering the next stage of his plan. The enemy leader coldly decides that his opponents will die here. Before the students can recover, one of them is struck and thrown back by the sudden assault. The attackers follow with rock cannon, hurling heavy stone projectiles across the battlefield. The barrage forces the group apart as a massive boulder tears through their position. A blonde girl watches in horror as Zeke is hit head-on by another blast. At the same time, a swordsman in a suit dives in from above to finish her at close range. She realizes too late that the attack is already on top of her. Venial intercepts the strike, stepping in front of her and catching the blow himself. He plants himself between them and calls out to his ally as he takes the pressure. Furious, Venial orders the assassin out of his way and prepares to counter. He unleashes a wind attack strong enough to rip away the man's hat and force him back. The suited fighter answers calmly by shaping his hand like a gun, revealing another kind of magic. He takes aim while keeping his sword ready, showing he can attack from multiple ranges at once. Using rock bullet, he compresses stone into fast-moving shots and fires them like ammunition. Several attackers join in, turning the battlefield into a crossfire of stone bullets. 2 more students are driven back as the impacts explode around them. Even the stronger fighters are forced onto defense while the barrage keeps spreading through the group. The blonde girl tries to push forward through the storm of attacks instead of retreating. Her charge is cut off by another violent burst, and her anger only grows as the enemy keeps control. The suited men surge in together, coordinating their advance under the cover of their magic. Venial warns everyone that the rest of the enemy force is closing in. A blonde sword woman immediately orders the edge fighters to meet them head-on despite the danger. One student suddenly realizes the situation is worse than expected when the enemy formation changes. A long-haired ally understands the problem first. The attackers have deliberately split them up. That realization becomes clear as the battlefield breaks into isolated duels instead of one group fight. One suited swordsman squares off against 2 students, keeping them occupied by himself. Elsewhere, another enemy pins down the blonde girl and her partner in a separate engagement. A black-haired student buys time by talking, identifying the men as members of the Ribera family who are after the magic water. The enemy gives nothing away and makes it clear they are done negotiating. Their leader confirms that no further words will be exchanged. The student clicks his tongue, realizing diplomacy has completely failed. The blonde girl steadies herself and concludes that these opponents are at least 4-star rank, far above what they first seemed. She recalls that 4-star rank marks the line separating ordinary fighters from true prodigies. 3-star rank can still be reached through effort, but that level is not what they are facing now. 4-star rank belongs to those with exceptional talent, creating a gulf that training alone cannot bridge. That gap is reflected on the battlefield as their side is left struggling just to survive. The blonde girl becomes certain there is no mistake about the enemy's level. Worse, the man acting as their leader stands even above them at 5-star rank. She realizes that if even one of the 4-star subordinates breaks through, the battle is lost, and the leader himself has not truly acted yet. From what she has already seen, his earlier techniques were not swordsmanship alone but highly advanced magic. At last the leader gives a simple order to wipe them out. He follows it by invoking a summon. The students are stunned by the sudden shift in threat. A huge purple wolf-like beast answers his call, carrying him as if he had prepared this trump card all along. One of the students can barely process that the enemy has brought a monster into the fight. His allies are equally shaken, but they understand immediately that this creature is no ordinary animal. The blonde girl sees the battle tipping into hopeless territory, yet refuses to give in. Instead, someone on their side reaches for raw stone with a desperate countermeasure. A black-haired student lifts an enormous boulder overhead, answering overwhelming force with force of his own. For the first time, the enemy leader shows surprise at the resistance. Zeke plants himself and forcefully stops a hurtling boulder instead of being crushed by it. He immediately turns that momentum around and sends the massive rock back toward the man in the hat. His focused expression makes it clear he is no longer barely surviving but actively counterattacking. The attacker is forced to duck and shield himself as the returning boulder smashes down around him. Shaken, the man cannot understand how Zeke is still moving after everything he has endured. From a distance he dismisses Zeke as a disappointment, saying he had expected to see far more from him. Zeke calmly raises a hand, showing he still has complete control over the suspended rock. He answers the insult by implying that if this is all his enemy can do, the threat is underwhelming. A blonde ally realizes Zeke is unharmed and calls out in relief. Zeke answers with confidence, making it clear he is still fully in the fight. With a small gesture, he redirects the floating boulder again. He pivots and whips the rock around with precision rather than brute force. Then he bursts forward, using speed to drive the attack harder. The boulder slams toward the man so suddenly that it catches him off guard. The impact explodes the rock apart and knocks him back through the debris. Zeke taunts him, saying that if the battle is only about throwing rocks, he can handle that much easily. He presses the point with a grin, clearly enjoying that he has seized the initiative. The man's irritation hardens into seriousness as he decides to stop underestimating the boy. He reveals a rare item called the Bracelet of Deception, a consumable artifact that lets its wearer bypass a specific rift's restrictions depending on rank. Zeke acknowledges the man's toughness but signals that he has already anticipated the next escalation. The man prepares another tool, no longer treating this as a simple test. He produces a pocket watch, suggesting a second artifact or technique is about to come into play. Declaring that the final outcome will not change, he activates his power and summons something from the rift. A large wolf-like monster materializes in violet energy and answers his command. Instead of fear, Zeke reacts with delighted curiosity at the appearance of summoned magic. His excitement only deepens, baffling the enemy, who cannot understand why Zeke is pleased by a worsening situation. Standing beside his empowered wolf, the man points out the overwhelming gap in strength between them. Zeke calmly considers the situation and admits the odds now lean slightly against his side. The man waits for fear or surrender, but gets neither. Zeke's smile shows he has already thought of a way to change the balance again. He suddenly unleashes a piercing call into the sky. The enemy and his wolf are stunned when Zeke's companions appear with weapons ready, just as his signal brings something else in. A creature above responds, locking onto the call. Everyone looks up as multiple shapes descend from the sky toward the battlefield. Large fluffy birds crash down between the two sides, interrupting the confrontation. More of the birds keep landing, turning the battlefield into a chaotic flocking ground. Zeke's allies can only stare as the birds continue to gather around them. The blonde boy tries to count what is happening, too bewildered to finish the thought. The birds keep arriving in numbers, making it obvious this is not a random interruption. The whole group blurts out the same disbelief. The reinforcements are birds. Even the enemy is thrown off and wonders whether these creatures are native to the rift. Zeke greets the birds like expected guests and asks whether they have returned with full stomachs. When asked what these birds are, he casually explains that they are essentially his little disciples. That answer leaves his allies even more confused than before. The birds themselves seem to recognize him and focus on his presence. Zeke reveals he has been taking care of them, implying this absurd flock is the result of his earlier time in the rift. He immediately turns caretaker into drill instructor, shouting at the birds that their running speed is getting worse. He continues the lecture, insisting that resilience matters too and that eating properly is part of becoming strong. The birds answer with weak chirps while huddled around piles of food, making the scene look more like training camp than battle. As one especially robust bird glows with healthy vigor, Zeke proudly notes how much they have grown since he first met them, leaving his allies stunned that he really has been raising them. A blonde cadet is caught off guard when the black-haired boy suddenly asks him to stay behind after the others leave. Once they are alone, the boy politely proposes a post-meal exercise, clearly setting up a private test. He reveals the challenge by directing attention to 3 hostile wolf-like beasts and implying they should be easy prey. At the same time, several fluffy bird creatures gather around him, showing that he has arranged a parallel matchup. The wolves charge first, turning the exercise into an immediate live combat trial. The birds answer with a fierce rush of their own, proving they are far from harmless. The black-haired boy watches with easy confidence, treating the clash as evidence for a point he is making. As beasts collide in a cloud of dust, he calmly explains the current situation to a suited swordsman observing from a distance. He presses the man directly, arguing that if even these creatures can fight evenly, the cadets should not be underestimated. The swordsman dismisses the comparison and advances, insisting that birds and beasts mean nothing against him. He makes clear that the boy's confidence is premature and that he still sees them as insignificant. Without further warning, he launches a violent sword attack, forcing the black-haired boy into a sudden defensive exchange. The blonde cadet panics at seeing his ally engaged, but his blue-haired companion snaps him back to the real threat in front of them. The blue-haired cadet bluntly reminds him that the suited man is beyond their reach for now and that survival comes first. He orders the blonde cadet to stop worrying about others and focus on his own battle. The blonde cadet accepts the rebuke, regains his composure, and resolves to follow Veniel's judgment. With that settled, he turns fully toward the enemy standing before them. He commits to the fight and declares that they will bring this opponent down together. The suited man taunts their resolve, but the blonde cadet answers that helping his comrades begins with defeating the enemy in front of him. Amused and irritated, the man treats the cadet's determination as childish insolence. He answers with an earth-based sword technique, sending stone and force crashing toward the blonde cadet. The attack swells into a crushing surge, and he openly mocks the cadet's chances of overcoming it. The blonde cadet is struck and driven back by the Earthhound's sword-style technique, taking the brunt of the assault. Seeing his partner in danger, the blue-haired cadet prepares to intervene despite the pressure. He swings his staff and gathers wind around it, turning support into a direct counterattack. His gale piercer blasts across the field and catches the enemy off guard, creating a brief opening. The blonde cadet instantly recognizes the chance and moves to capitalize on it. He follows with a lightning-infused greatsword strike that slams into the suited man and knocks him off balance. As the enemy is hurled back, the cadets realize their combination of ranged wind and lightning slashes can actually hurt him. The man's attitude shifts as he recognizes their style and concludes they must be children of the patriarch. The blue-haired cadet notes that the man only suffers real damage from direct hits, which confirms they still have a path to victory. He is interrupted when he senses the blonde cadet saying something unexpected beside him. The blonde cadet reassures him with quiet confidence, insisting that this enemy is beatable as long as they stand together. The words catch the blue-haired cadet off guard, softening his focus for a moment. He turns away, flustered by the sudden trust and encouragement. Trying to recover his composure, he stiffens while the blonde cadet remains calmly committed to their partnership. Their opponent uses that hesitation to ready another attack, refusing to let them settle into teamwork. Elsewhere, the black-haired boy raises his sword to meet a descending golden strike from the stronger foe facing him. He blocks the slash and holds his ground as the suited swordsman rushes him head-on. The man immediately chains the assault into a stone projectile technique aimed to break through his defense. The black-haired boy strains under the pressure, forced into a tight guard. At the same time, another ally activates a resonance-based sound art, preparing a wide-area disruption. She releases sonic shockwave, turning support magic into a battlefield-wide attack. The shockwave erupts across the area, threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. The suited man reacts instantly, recognizing the danger and moving to defend himself. He raises a rock wall and shelters behind it as the sound attack crashes against the barrier. Using the cover, he shifts position and prepares a counter before the pressure can pin him down. The sound user answers first, launching an earth-rending strike that tears upward and throws him into the air. Another ally dashes in through the swirling debris, drawing on a rapid blade style to exploit the opening. He finishes the sequence with light blade, crossing luminous slashes toward the airborne enemy before he can recover. The suited swordsman opens the exchange with a blazing slash, driving straight at his opponents. His attack lands hard enough to draw blood, showing he is far more dangerous than he first appeared. He follows through with contempt, treating his target as beneath him even while pressing the advantage. The white-haired mage and his black-haired ally split their footing as the attacker rushes across the rocky field toward them. The mage answers by casting wave resonance wand arts, rippling strike, sending force through the ground. Unfazed, the man reaches forward through the turbulence and declares that he has already read their moves. The spell disturbs the earth under him, but only briefly slows his advance. The mage escalates into earth binding, raising jagged stone in an attempt to trap or crush him. Even the caster is startled when the counter comes faster than expected. The suited man bursts through the debris and closes the distance in a flash. He strikes the mage and sends him flying, forcing the swordsman to cry out to Lila as the formation breaks. Without pause, the attacker turns his sword into another earth-cutting technique and redirects pressure toward the second opponent. The black-haired swordsman realizes too late that he is now the next target. He barely blocks as a storm of earth-lace slashes crashes into him and drives him back. Watching his blade strain under the punishment, he realizes he cannot keep this up much longer. The damage to his sword becomes obvious, confirming that each clash is pushing it toward failure. The suited man notices the weakness too and coldly points out that endurance alone will not save him. The young swordsman retaliates with rock needle, thrusting spikes up from the ground to interrupt the assault. For a moment he thinks he has created an opening. Instead, the enemy slips in and drives a kick into his torso, punishing the attempt. The counterattack blasts him away while stone erupts behind him, leaving him rattled and off balance. He admits the man truly is worthy of his rank, while the mage steadies himself and agrees. As he regains his footing, the swordsman starts analyzing the strange quality behind the enemy's attacks. He compares it against other fighters he has seen, searching for a familiar pattern in the way power is being applied. He concludes the man's aura itself feels ordinary, which makes the sword's destructive force even more suspicious. That leads him to suspect the enemy is reinforcing the blade with magic rather than empowering himself directly. Burdened by having to handle both the mage and this monster at once, he forces himself to think instead of panic. He treats the battlefield like a chessboard, trying to find the one line of play that can turn the match. The mage checks whether his ally can still fight on the edges of collapse, and the answer is a cautious yes. They agree to continue for now, while both recognize that the enemy's sword is the true threat. The mage explains the problem clearly. Every time that weapon returns to a normal state after being used, his own wand suffers the damage instead. That clue makes the swordsman pause as the mechanism behind the attacks finally starts to come together in his mind. He suddenly sees the solution and brightens with confidence. The suited man notices their brief strategy talk and mocks them while readying another golden surge around his blade. Rather than flinch, the young swordsman smiles because he now believes he understands the trick. The enemy, irritated by that confidence, demands to know what he finds amusing. The swordsman answers that he has simply figured out how the man's technique works. He steps in with a taunt of his own and launches himself back into close combat. Their blades collide in a violent exchange, and the young swordsman endures the impact long enough to test his theory. The suited man lashes out arrogantly, belittling him as inferior even while trying to overwhelm him outright. The swordsman holds the clash together through sheer effort, refusing to be crushed before he can prove his insight. At that moment the mage leaps in from above, preparing another wave resonance wand art strike to support him. But the enemy had anticipated that interference too and moves to counter, insisting again that their plan is transparent to him. Steel meets steel at a critical angle, and the exchange exposes the exact interaction the young swordsman was waiting to confirm. With that proof, he grips his weapon and calmly acknowledges that he understands the principle now. He declares that he can see through the technique as clearly as the enemy claimed to see through them. Acting on that realization, he unleashes a full-force slash instead of merely defending. He drives upward into the suited man's guard and begins a named sword style, seizing momentum for the first time in the fight. Then he commits completely, drawing out the ultimate form of his technique as golden power coils around his blade. The battle turns on a massive crescent slash, his counterattack finally released with decisive force. A black-haired cadet opens the fight by unleashing 5-blade zenith, driving a blazing strike straight through a suited 4-star opponent before he can defend himself. As blood sprays from the hit, the man can barely accept that someone of his rank could be overwhelmed so completely. Falling onto the ground, he bitterly realizes he has been beaten by someone even lower ranked than himself. Nearby, another cadet plants his sword and steadies himself after the exchange. Seeing the chance, he calls out to his ally Lila, recognizing the brief opening they created. When Lila checks on him, he admits he is barely holding on but is pleased he still managed to find a weakness in their enemy. Lila is surprised that he is talking about an opening at all. He reminds her that she was the one who helped him notice it in the first place. Building on her earlier observation, he explains that their opponent cannot use magic and swordsmanship at the exact same instant. He recalls how the enemy kept alternating between magical techniques and sword-style attacks during the fight. From that pattern, he concluded that a vulnerable instant always appears when the enemy switches between the two. He says he simply exploited that gap, and Lila praises the insight while he gives her credit for leading him there. With that lesson learned, he turns his attention to the rest of the battlefield. Elsewhere, a blonde cadet surges forward wrapped in lightning, pressing another suited enemy with raw speed. Her lightning flash crashes down hard enough to blast the ground apart around him. The man is rattled, realizing her attack power is more dangerous than he expected. At the same time, her green-haired teammate swings his fan and sends wind magic into motion. His gale piercer tears across the field in a sweeping wave. The blonde cadet suddenly notices his attack crossing into her path and tries to stop him. She is forced to dodge as his wind blast nearly catches her along with their target. Angry, she snaps that he almost hit her too. He coldly answers that she was in danger only because she had been standing around instead of acting. Their enemy, amused by the bickering, mocks how well the two of them seem to be getting along. He lands between them, using the momentary discord to re-enter the fight. The blonde cadet grits her teeth, irritated that he interrupted them so easily. The green-haired cadet raises his fan, preparing another wind technique. He throws up a wind wall, forcing the blonde cadet to adjust around his magic again. She admits that handling a 4-star opponent is difficult enough without this added complication and demands an explanation. He fires back that her attacks keep missing because she keeps stepping into his line of fire. She insists the opposite is true, accusing him of ruining her attacks while he claims he has been covering for her every time she loses focus. Watching them argue, the enemy casually points at them, clearly entertained. The blonde cadet answers by launching Rock Needle, refusing to let him speak for her. At nearly the same moment, the green-haired cadet releases Storm Blade, and their attacks overlap awkwardly instead of combining cleanly. He warns her too late, and she shouts back that she already knows, frustrated by their continued lack of coordination. The enemy ridicules them, saying they could never break through him with such clumsy teamwork. His insult makes the blonde cadet pause and demand that he repeat himself. She unexpectedly concedes that their teamwork is still rough, but makes it clear that does not mean he has won. She raises a finger as if arriving at a new conclusion. What truly bothers her, she says, is being lectured by someone like him. The green-haired cadet reluctantly agrees, and she adds that since he is only on the weaker side among 4 stars, the two of them should still be able to beat him together. That blunt assessment enrages the suited man. He explodes forward in fury, declaring that they have no idea how vast the gap in strength really is and that they will die for their arrogance. As he charges, the blonde cadet calls to her partner by name, Alan. She decides on the spot that she will take the lead and allow him to support her instead. Alan is taken aback by her unilateral decision and starts to object. But seeing no time to argue, he clicks his tongue and accepts the plan. He immediately commits to support, unleashing wind-ripping fan arts, Gale Piercer to drive a concentrated stream of wind toward their rushing enemy. The attack expands into a spiraling torrent meant to pin and shape the enemy's movement for her. The suited man meets it head-on, insisting their attacks no longer threaten him as he powers through with a purple counterforce. The two energies collide violently, the green vortex and purple power grinding against each other as the battle reaches a new clash point. The man in the suit meets an incoming wind attack head-on, startled that the strike carries more force than expected. The green-haired fighter reveals he deliberately strengthened the wind just enough to hold his target in place longer. The blonde swordswoman seizes that opening, praises the setup, and charges her blade with lightning for a finishing blow. With complete confidence, she commits to ending the fight in one decisive strike. Her lightning flash crashes down in a vertical burst, aiming to split through the trapped opponent. The suited man survives the hit, wounded but still standing, which shocks him into anger rather than surrender. The green-haired fighter steps back into the exchange and mocks his refusal to stay down. He unleashes hurricane descending dust, turning the battlefield into a violent storm of cutting wind. Caught inside the vortex, the suited man is battered hard enough to scream as the attack tears through him. When the storm clears, he lies sprawled on the ground beside his hat and sword, seemingly finished. The two cadets look down on him with guarded confidence, believing they have finally put him away. But a small hammer drops onto his hat, hinting that his defeat was not as complete as they assumed. The green-haired fighter immediately criticizes his partner, blaming her weak follow-through for leaving their enemy alive. He orders her to finish the man properly, and she bristles at being lectured in the middle of battle. She fires back that his attack only connected because she created the chance in the first place. He coldly reminds her that even with that advantage, she still could not bring the opponent down alone. Their argument escalates openly over the fallen enemy, exposing how badly the pair's teamwork is breaking down. A brief explanation clarifies the system at work. Unlike ordinary martial arts that rely only on aura, magic martial arts combine aura with elemental magic. Using that principle, the suited man prepares a ranged earth technique called Rock Bullet. Stone projectiles erupt across the field, forcing the cadets to scatter as he regains control of the fight. A silver-haired ally joins in with Phantom Wind Umbrella style, trying to answer the counterattack with wind of his own. He sends hurricane descending dust surging toward the suited man to intercept the barrage. The suited man calmly keeps firing through the chaos, showing he can fight while under pressure. At the same time, the blonde swordswoman launches another thunder-based sword form to strike from above. She dives in with lightning flash again, trying to overwhelm him before he can fully recover. Instead of retreating, he pivots smoothly and prepares an earth-based defense with perfect timing. A rock wall bursts up to meet her descending blade, stopping the attack before it can reach him. The collision shatters stone and throws debris everywhere, but the defense buys him exactly the opening he needs. She presses through the rubble, determined to force the attack through by sheer momentum. He adjusts his grip and transitions seamlessly from defense into a sword technique. Drawing on the ground itself, he invokes Earthhound sword style. Earth binding rises around him, merging his blade and the terrain into one controlled mass of stone. The blonde fighter realizes too late that the battlefield itself has become part of his weapon. Their blades clash, but his Earthlink technique redirects the force of her lightning into the ground. She understands in shock that her elemental advantage has been neutralized because her lightning is being grounded away. He follows through without hesitation, driving the grounded exchange into a close-range counter. She is caught off guard by how completely he turned her strongest move against her. Now inside her guard, he forces her back with superior control of distance and footing. He unleashes Earth Rend, a heavy slash that tears through the terrain and smashes into her defense. The impact sends her flying, proving he can overpower her even after nullifying her magic. She tumbles backward across the battlefield, losing balance and initiative at once. The suited man remains composed, revealing that this reversal was calculated rather than desperate. The silver-haired cadet answers with Gale Piercer, launching concentrated wind to pin him down from range. The attacker is startled that the suited man immediately reads the trick behind the technique. The wind strike races in, but he advances through the pressure instead of being trapped by it. From cover, the silver-haired cadet credits Venial for the idea, explaining he only adapted a method the enemy had already shown them. Meanwhile, the blonde swordswoman admits to herself that they are in serious trouble because this opponent is far stronger than expected. She judges that he may even rival Absolute, one of the 4-star ranks, which places him far above ordinary enemies. She concludes that his technique of unifying sword and ground completely shuts down her lightning-based style. Worse still, his magic steadily damages their weapons, leaving him with almost no exploitable openings at all. Their enemy has only a tiny opening when switching between magic and martial arts, and that gap is almost too brief to exploit. Hidden behind the rocks, the pair realize he has likely trained to erase that weakness, and the blonde swordswoman admits her speed alone still is not enough to catch it. The blue-haired fighter grimly adds that even Venial, despite her speed, may not be able to break through. As the pressure mounts, he insists they cannot win like this and asks whether Venial has any poison or trick left to use. Venial shuts that idea down immediately, reminding him that their opponent already consumed all the poison before the fight, so it cannot help them now. He bitterly recalls being forced to detoxify that poison earlier, while a memory of Zeke pushes him to keep moving. Even so, he admits that if poison is useless, they may truly have no openings left to exploit. After a beat, he reveals he still has one possible method. Venial turns to him, startled, and demands to know what he means. Before he can explain, their enemy attacks again, taunting them for seeming too calm under pressure. The two break into motion under the renewed assault, and Venial urgently asks for the plan while they dodge incoming debris. He tells her to strike with her absolute fastest technique and leave the rest to him. She protests that her speed alone will not be enough, but he cuts that doubt off and commits himself to covering the missing piece. Venial catches the seriousness in his voice and realizes he is staking everything on this. As he runs, he begins to say that if she cannot trust him, the plan will fail before it starts. Venial answers not with hesitation but by moving with him, accepting the risk as they charge together through the barrage. She declares plainly that she trusts him. That trust steadies him, and he focuses completely on making the opening she needs. The two synchronize their advance, with him taking point and Venial preparing her sword behind him. Their opponent remains confident, convinced that every attempt will end exactly the same way. He launches Rock Needle to skewer them as they close the distance. Venial shifts her grip, readying a full-speed strike instead of another defensive exchange. She cuts through the first wave of stone, forcing a path forward even as the attack keeps coming. At the same time, the blue-haired fighter unleashes hurricane descending dust to generate a rushing wind barrier around them. The enemy answers with rock wall, trying to block the wind and pin them down behind fresh stone. Seeing the moment he wanted, the blue-haired fighter shouts for Venial to move now. She commits instantly and surges ahead on his signal. The enemy realizes too late what they are attempting and lashes out in alarm. He redirects the stone barrage toward Venial, threatening to shred her before she can reach him. The blue-haired fighter refuses to let that happen and throws himself fully into protecting her advance. His wind technique intercepts the incoming projectiles, carving a safe lane through the storm of rock. Forced to adapt, the enemy prepares another defense while still trying to keep control of the battlefield. He raises another rock wall between himself and Venial, certain he has blocked the charge again. But the blue-haired fighter anticipated that response, and drives his wind attack straight into the wall to break its timing. The impact disrupts the enemy's defense just long enough to expose the opening they needed. The enemy still clings to his confidence, insisting their repeated attempts cannot change the outcome. Venial ignores him and pushes her speed even further, committing everything to the final approach. She channels Gale through her sword, combining her charge with the wind support he created. In that instant, she sees the path clearly. She understands exactly where his defense fails. The enemy finally senses the danger as the attack slips past what he thought was a perfect guard. Their two styles align, his Phantom Wind Umbrella style feeding directly into her Thunderclap Greatsword style. With a full-throated charge, Venial releases everything she has into the strike. Her lightning flash breaks through and lands cleanly. The enemy is overwhelmed, his body locking up as the lightning tears through him. The shock drops him to his knees, leaving him barely able to breathe or hold himself up. His sword falls uselessly as the fight is effectively decided. When he asks what just happened, the blue-haired fighter explains that their normal attacks could never reach him, but by pouring wind energy into Venial, he extended her range enough to connect. Venial quickly grasps the logic of the combination and accepts that this was the hidden method he trusted her to carry through. Still unsettled by how completely she followed his lead, he asks why she trusted him so readily. After everything they have been through together, the blonde girl forces herself to address the blue-haired boy seriously. Despite her injuries, she steadies herself and commits to saying what she really means. She reminds him that she personally chose Riva Venial, making clear that decision was hers. She explains that she made him leader of the selection squad because she trusted him from the start. She goes further and credits their victory to him, offering sincere gratitude that leaves him momentarily speechless. Her honesty catches him off guard, and he has to collect himself before responding. He quickly rejects any sentimental reading, insisting he only helped because winning required it, and she lets the denial pass. Instead of pressing him, she turns to the more urgent issue of the 5-star opponent. Their attention shifts across the ruined battlefield, where the fight is clearly not over yet. She suddenly realizes someone they thought down is moving again and calls out in alarm. Zeke erupts back out from the jagged rocks, proving he is still very much in the fight. He tears himself free by brute force, shattering the stone pinning him down. Bursting out of the rubble, he returns with even more violent energy than before. Rather than being shaken, he is exhilarated, treating the battle as something thrilling. He charges forward and demands to see more of their magic, revealing that combat itself is what he wants to savor. His rush draws the attention of the older swordsman facing him across the broken ground. The swordsman answers with a rock-based sword technique, coating his blade in jagged stone to harden his offense. He swings out a barrage of stone-lace slashes, trying to overwhelm Zeke before he closes in. Zeke confidently dismisses the defense, convinced that no amount of rock can stop him. The swordsman plants himself and prepares a heavier follow-up instead of retreating. He channels power through his body and sword, building toward a far more destructive strike. His next technique rips through the earth itself, sending a devastating wave of destruction across the battlefield. Zeke is caught off guard as the ground gives way beneath him. He tries to stop his fall by bracing against the collapsing rock walls. Even his footing fails as the terrain keeps breaking apart around him. He ends up trapped in a narrowing stone fissure, forced to fight the terrain as much as his opponent. The swordsman is surprised that the attack actually contained him, but Zeke only laughs from within the trap, delighted by how entertaining the fight has become. From the crevice, he reassesses the battlefield instead of panicking. He notes that nearly everyone else is already finished, implying this conflict is narrowing to the strongest survivors. The swordsman listens warily, unsure what Zeke is leading to. Nearby, surviving familiars cry out, underscoring that the battlefield is still active around them. The remaining beasts and birds stir among the fallen, showing the aftermath is not yet settled. Another ally declares that he would gladly continue enjoying the enemy's magic for as long as this battle lasts. Others, battered but alert, realize the fight is still escalating despite their exhaustion. The blonde girl and the blue-haired boy stay ready, watching for the next shift in danger. The swordsman grimly admits that even a lizard and a mere 3-star brat might actually be capable of defeating the man before him. Still, he immediately rejects that possibility and steels himself for one final resolve. Zeke notices the change in intent and pauses, sensing something different. The swordsman reaches into his coat as if committing himself to a desperate measure. A surge of power ignites in his hand, signaling that he is drawing on something beyond ordinary swordplay. That power erupts outward in a towering blast, forcing everyone nearby to shield themselves from the shock. The blonde girl is struck by the force of it and can barely keep her eyes open. Inside the storm of power, the swordsman resolves to complete his mission even if it costs him his life. His allies are stunned by the scale of what he has unleashed. One of them senses a new danger approaching and warns that something is coming. The blue-haired boy immediately tells the others to watch their footing as the ground begins to shift under them. Another ally realizes this is not a normal magical attack but a change spreading through the terrain itself. He explains that the surrounding land is reacting directly to that man's mana, transforming in response to his power. By the end, the battlefield has become a ring of rising stone around the swordsman, turning the terrain itself into his weapon. A black-haired cadet tests the altered cavern wall with his fist and immediately senses that the rift's energy has made it far harder and sharper than before. As he studies the change, he realizes the enemy's mana is no longer merely unstable but has expanded into something far more dangerous. He suspects the man's aura has gone wild, and understands that if that power is used recklessly, the consequences will exceed anything they expected. His fear is confirmed when the suited enemy raises his sword and unleashes a towering column of force toward the ceiling. The cadets grasp at once that the attack is not aimed at them alone but at the entire cavern around them. A huge mass of rock breaks loose overhead, turning the battlefield into a death trap as debris begins to collapse down on everyone. Instead of panicking, the black-haired cadet sees an opening in the chaos and grins as an idea forms. The others are slower to understand, with one cadet horrified that the enemy intends to bring the whole cavern down. Another quickly sees the larger disaster. They have nowhere to escape, and if this continues, their mission target will be lost as well. The Chaos Stone hangs directly beneath the collapsing force, making it clear that the cave-in will destroy it too. That creates a new dilemma, because destroying the stone is supposed to close the rift, not bury them alive first. A silver-haired cadet explains that once the stone breaks, the rift will begin closing immediately. A blonde cadet realizes the implication and blurts out the worst possibility. They could be sealed inside before escaping. Even so, the green-haired cadet snaps that survival depends on stopping the enemy now, no matter the risk. But the pressure pouring off the enemy is so violent that no one can get close enough to interfere. At the center of it all, the enemy calmly tightens his grip, fully in control of the massacre he is creating. He declares that they are already too late and that this place will become their grave. His killing intent freezes the group for a moment as they look up at the descending destruction. The enemy then invokes Falling Star, drawing the Chaos Stone and the collapsing power into the same lethal scheme. The cadets regroup below him, bracing themselves as they realize they must break through overwhelming force or die. In that moment, the black-haired cadet steps forward alone, as if deciding to gamble on something only he has noticed. A blonde teammate immediately orders everyone to pour every attack they have into the stone. The silver-haired swordsman answers with a blazing sword technique and sends his strike toward the target. Beside him, the staff user releases a concentrated sound-based attack to add more force. The green-haired cadet follows with wind techniques, combining cutting gusts and a violent spiral to amplify the barrage. The two blonde swordswomen add lightning-charged sword arts, turning the assault into a coordinated all-out strike. Their combined attacks crash into the stone and the surrounding force with explosive impact. But the blonde commander is stunned when the result is not the clean break they expected. Watching the aftermath, she realizes with dread that even this much power may not be enough. The stone remains suspended within the enemy's magic while the cavern continues to collapse around them. The enemy mocks their effort and reveals why it failed. His spell is reinforced with the 7-star Batsi, binding the stone inside a stronger structure. He explains that a mere cluster of 3-star stones cannot shatter that protection, no matter how many attacks they stack together. Refusing to give up, the green-haired cadet urgently calls for Alan and entrusts him with one more attempt. Alan answers by launching a massive green vortex, driving even more force into the protected stone. Yet the staff user can tell at once that the new attack still is not breaking through. While everyone else strains against the impossible defense, the black-haired cadet stands still and watches the flow of power with sudden clarity. Then he smiles, having found the missing answer. A teammate notices his expression and calls out to him, sensing he is about to do something reckless. He concludes that releasing aura outward, no matter how strong, cannot shatter the target in his current body. What the stone needs, he realizes, is not another ranged burst but a direct punch concentrated into one point. He charges in and drives his fist straight into the reinforced surface, choosing impact over technique. The blow tears his hand open, but he laughs because the result proves his instinct was right. Bleeding and exhilarated, he confirms that his raw fist can crack it even now. He immediately follows up, throwing himself into a relentless close-range assault before the enemy can react. Each strike lands with heavier force as he commits fully to breaking the stone by hand. He keeps pressing, turning pain and momentum into a final concentrated barrage. The repeated impacts spread damage across the reinforced shell as he batters it without pause. With one last shout, he pours everything into another crushing hit. This time the cracks race outward, showing that the defense has finally begun to give way. Seeing the impossible happen, the enemy loses his composure for the first time and stares in shock. Zeke channels overwhelming force into his right hand as he begins a finishing technique. He matches it with equal power in his left, preparing to merge destruction from both sides. Combining the two into dragon-slaying combat arts, second form, he unleashes world detonation. Certain this strike will end everything, he commits to it with a full-throated final push. The attack erupts into world annihilation and blasts the battlefield apart. Zeke drives through the explosion, still pressing the assault as the ground and stone break around him. His allies are stunned that even the seemingly unbreakable target has been cracked. Their shock turns to alarm when the shattered arena starts collapsing and debris begins to rain down. Realizing the Chaos Stone is now exposed and vulnerable, they urgently move to protect it. Alan rushes in and calls Venial to act immediately. Venial answers at once and uses wind magic to secure the area around the stone. Together they raise a swirling barrier, taking responsibility for shielding the Chaos Stone while telling the others to handle the rest. Another teammate steps forward to guard the stone directly from within the storm of debris. With the stone covered, Alan takes the offensive and tells the others to leave the enemy to him. He launches a sword technique, Blade of the Wind, aimed at cutting the threat down. The attack expands into a powerful sweeping slash meant to finish what Zeke started, but the enemy casually reveals that Alan's blade has snapped, exposing the gap in their strength. Seeing the stone still intact and his team holding the line, Zeke admits he still has far to go. The surviving assassin is impressed that Zeke nearly shattered the stone at all. He notes that everyone else has been dealt with, leaving Zeke as the final obstacle. Zeke meets that pressure calmly and invites the man to show what he can do. The assassin tightens his grip and makes it clear that the answer is obvious. He charges in, declaring that he will carry out his mission to the very end. Zeke welcomes that resolve and steps in to meet him head-on. He catches the assassin's attack at close range and turns the clash decisively in his favor. As he falters, the assassin realizes too late that the supposed prey was far more dangerous than expected. Standing over him, Zeke remarks that facing a little dragon at the end is almost fascinating. He praises the man for lasting until his final moments, treating the duel as proof of the enemy's quality. The others rush over, calling out to Zeke once the danger has passed. He reassures them that he is fine, brushing off concern with confidence. His teammates admit that defeating a 5-star opponent should have been impossible for him, making the result hard to process. Even so, they conclude that Zeke is simply absurdly strong. The group starts joking about ranks, noting that if Zeke was only considered 2-star before, that judgment was laughably low now. One of them finally understands why people call him a monster, while Zeke dismisses the label without much concern. Instead of boasting, he praises the whole team and tells them they fought well too. He even includes the fluffy creatures that helped, saying their training clearly paid off. The others admit they still do not understand those creatures, but they are grateful because the monsters were handled thanks to them. A teammate personally thanks the creatures for their help, and they respond contentedly. As the mood settles, one boy notices something left behind on the fallen assassin. He picks it up and realizes it may reveal the enemy's identity. The object turns out to be an identification tag. Reading it, he finds the name Jack Rock, which immediately catches the other's attention. A teammate recognizes the name from her father and connects it to one of the Kerberos family's feared hounds. That means the man Zeke defeated was a notorious assassin, and the group can only marvel at how careless it was for such killers to carry proof of who they were. The simplest explanation is that they never imagined they could lose. Asked why that matters, the team points out that the mission should only have allowed enemies up to 3-star, yet they were sent a 4-star and a 5-star elite. From the enemy's perspective, overwhelming them by raw strength must have seemed guaranteed. The others agree that the attackers clearly intended to wipe them out completely, but their own strength exceeded every expectation. In the aftermath, the team acknowledges that most of their survival and victory came from Zeke. Zeke laughs it off, calling the battle magnificent and praising everyone again for their work. After the group finishes dealing with the giant birds, they realize the immediate crisis is over and start thinking about what comes next. The others reflect that Zeke's brute force style would have failed against a more complicated opponent, making it clear they survived a bad matchup rather than one cleanly. As they prepare to leave, Laika reminds everyone they still have unfinished business at the rift. She points out the obvious objective they nearly forgot in the confusion. Zeke abruptly declares that instead of merely taking the magic water back, they should drink it themselves. The story pauses to explain that this water is tied to the El Dragon family's inherited dragon-slaying martial arts, a power passed down through the patriarchal line. That inheritance was refined over generations, with the current form of the art descending from earlier heads of the family, and built around several distinct forms. Laika is caught off guard that Zeke is seriously talking about the forbidden magic water. The group gathers around the recovered bottles as Zeke forces everyone to confront what they intend to do with them. Sandy immediately rejects his suggestion as outrageous. Zeke treats her shock as unreasonable, as if the answer should already be obvious. The others remind him that they came here under orders from Master Zeke's family to retrieve the water and close the rift, not to claim it. Zeke agrees on the mission's outline but steers the logic toward his own conclusion, insisting retrieval does not automatically mean surrendering the reward. He openly challenges the idea that the water is untouchable just because the family says so. Laika begins to waver as his defiance forces her to reconsider rules she had accepted without question. Zeke argues that he and the others, not the patriarch, are the ones who risked themselves to obtain the water. That point lands, and the group starts to see the water less as sacred property and more as something earned. Zeke presses further, saying family opinion is irrelevant when this prize is the result of their own labor. He frames obedience as absurd, asking why they should hand over such a hard-won chance just because the mission was labeled official. One of the others counters that the water is central to the El Dragon bloodline, and taking it without permission would provoke the patriarch. Another warns that disobedience could bring severe punishment. Zeke dismisses even the possibility of death, making clear that fear will not control his choice. He goes further and turns the issue into an accusation. If the family's strength depends on this water, then their inability to secure it themselves exposes the Patriarch's weakness. Someone tries to argue that the mission itself is what allowed them to reach this place, but Zeke refuses to grant the family any moral claim from that. In his view, if the Patriarch wanted the water badly enough, he should have come personally instead of sending subordinates. Zeke recalls that the order they received was only to conquer the rift and retrieve the water, nothing more specific. From that, he concludes the Patriarch needs others because he lacks the strength to do the impossible himself. Zeke declares that the moment the Patriarch failed to come, he forfeited any right to exclusive ownership, and that the water was effectively left for whoever could seize it here. Having broken down their objections, he reveals the final twist in his reasoning. The mission required retrieval, and since nobody explicitly forbade drinking it, he claims using it themselves still fulfills the order. He doubles down by saying that without clear instructions on the method of retrieval, drinking the water can be treated as a valid way of obtaining it. The others are stunned, recognizing his argument as blatant manipulation even if they cannot easily refute it. Zeke answers that if the adults wanted obedience, they should have closed every loophole from the start. He even treats this as a lesson the older generation deserves for their carelessness and arrogance. Then he challenges the group directly, asking whether they will really let a rare chance at power slip away. Laika takes a bottle and begins seriously weighing the opportunity against the consequences. She realizes that if she lets this moment pass, she may not get another chance to gain magic for years. She also understands that if they obediently return the water, it will go to the elite of House Eldragon rather than to those who earned it. At the same time, she imagines the danger of being branded a traitor by the Patriarch if she drinks it. Zeke watches her hesitation without pressure, confident that she now understands exactly what is at stake. His calm expression makes clear that he has already chosen ambition over obedience. To her, his resolve is embodied in the sheer force with which he breaks through obstacles that would stop everyone else. That image crystallizes her desire to become strong in the same uncompromising way. Laika makes her decision and declares that she will drink the water despite Sandy's alarm. She tells Sandy plainly that she wants greater strength, and that this is why she is willing to take the risk. Sandy can only watch in disbelief as the group's obedience starts collapsing. Seeing Laika commit, Edges decides he will join her rather than stand aside. He masks his choice with casual curiosity, but he too chooses to drink and abandons the family's restrictions. Laika then states her deeper ambition outright. She intends to become Patriarch herself, and gaining magical power is necessary for that future. With the taboo broken, Edges confirms that he is drinking it too, pushing the group fully into open defiance. Zeke bluntly declares to Lady Laika that he, not she, will become the next Patriarch. He doubles down by vowing to master magic, surpass his older brothers, and personally accompany the group into danger. When the others hesitate over the magic water, Zeke dismisses their fear and tells them to stop complaining and watch what happens. Sandy protests that they are being reckless, because if the Patriarch learns they drank it, the punishment could be fatal. Another of the group admits the risk is real but refuses to give up a rare chance to become stronger. Zeke makes it clear he understands the danger perfectly, and has still chosen power over safety. Sandy struggles with the decision, exasperated that everyone around her is charging ahead anyway. Unable to leave the others to face the place alone, she finally gives in and decides to drink too. With the decision made, the whole group gathers and prepares to test the magic water together. One by one, they drink the glowing liquid and commit themselves to whatever change it brings. Even the more cautious members follow through, leaving no one behind. As the magic settles in, strange energy swirls around them and the transformation begins. They instinctively check their bodies and mana, trying to tell whether anything has actually changed. At first the result feels underwhelming, and some of them wonder if the water did anything at all. Zeke stops that doubt immediately and insists the change is real even if they cannot sense it yet. He explains that a new source of power distinct from aura has taken root inside them, meaning mana is now present within their bodies. Once the others accept that, they turn the obvious question back on Zeke and ask why he is not drinking as well. Zeke brushes the concern aside and instead offers to demonstrate what he can already do. He gathers power at his fingertip with startling confidence, as if using magic is already natural to him. To everyone's shock, he fires a stone projectile and proves he can cast a spell on the spot. The attack slams into the ground with enough force to leave no doubt that it was genuine magic. Zeke casually identifies the spell as Rock Bullet, showing off as though this were a simple exercise. The others are stunned, because he never drank the magic water and should not even know how to use magic. Zeke explains that exposure to magical energy works like exposure to lightning or wind energy. Once immersed in it, a person can naturally begin using mana. He had already absorbed the mana lingering in the rift itself, which let him grasp the principle before anyone else. By observing how that mana moved, he learned to imitate its flow and reshape his own mana accordingly. The explanation only makes him seem more unnatural, and the others can only stare at him like he is some kind of monster. Still, Zeke points out that since he never drank from the bottle, they can hide that fact from the Patriarch and avoid exposing the whole group. That reassurance settles the immediate fear, so the group shifts focus to the real objective of escaping the rift. When they ask how to handle that, Zeke realizes there is a complication they have not fully considered. A classmate explains that to close a rift they must destroy its chaos stone, but the rift does not vanish instantly afterward. Even in the best case, this one would take at least several days and possibly a full week to close. Sandy points out that if they run into chaos beasts like the ones from earlier, surviving that long will be far harder than it sounds. An even worse problem follows. Even if they reach the rift's core, they still have no way to get back up into the sky afterward. That realization makes Sandy fear they may be trapped here with no route of escape. Before panic can spread further, something large rushes into the scene. A giant fluffy bird appears and chirps at Zeke as if trying to get his attention. More of the birds gather and keep calling insistently, offering an answer before anyone else can. Zeke immediately understands the opportunity and smiles, while Sandy is left confused by his sudden confidence. A moment later, Sandy is screaming as the group is launched into the air on the birds' backs. The birds carry everyone at once, turning their impossible escape problem into a rapid aerial retreat. They surge out across the rift at tremendous speed, leaving the dangerous ground far below. The violent acceleration throws the riders into each other, making the escape nearly as chaotic as the rift itself. Even while flying, one of the boys politely begs Sandy to lower her voice for everyone's sake. She snaps that she cannot stay calm because she never expected them to be moving this fast. Another rider notes that the birds are so fast even the fastest chaos monsters would struggle to keep up, which means their odds have improved dramatically. Laika agrees that if the birds maintain this pace, they should reach their destination in time. The strategist among them watches the route ahead, clearly regaining confidence as the plan starts to work. Zeke stands at ease on the bird's back while the others cling on behind him, making it look as though he expected this absurd solution all along. One of the riders can only marvel that Zeke's ridiculous ideas somehow keep pushing the group forward. They realize Zeke had been secretly using the rift itself as a place to train monsters. As the group rides back on the giant chicks, they note that he even used those creatures to escape after his scheme was exposed. The blonde girl reflects that the mission was ultimately resolved because of Zeke's actions. Lila quietly agrees with that assessment. They recall how overwhelming Zeke was, defeating a powerful 5-star foe and even destroying the crystal that had changed the mission in the first place. Zeke downplays the praise by reminding them he was only the nominal leader for this operation. The blonde girl admits that despite that title, she feels she failed to lead in any meaningful way. Lila immediately rejects that self-judgment. Others in the team also turn their attention to comforting her. They insist that without her presence, the group would have fallen apart long before now. Hearing Lila defend her leaves the blonde girl visibly moved. She answers with sincere gratitude. That encouragement hardens into resolve, and she vows to become strong enough to guide everyone properly someday. In her mind, that promise grows into an ambition to one day stand as the matriarch. Their return flight continues over the canyon, with the danger seemingly behind them. Zeke laughs and points out that their mount is flying much faster now than when it once carried him away. He credits that improvement to her training and treats it as proof that her efforts have already borne fruit. He adds that even the younger chicks can now keep pace, telling her that her future looks bright. One of the birds suddenly reacts to something ahead. Zeke notices the warning and asks what it has sensed. The bird's mood sharpens as strange energy begins to gather around it. Zeke is caught off guard when unfamiliar forces start swirling around him. The birds cry out in alarm as the disturbance spreads through the flock. Green and orange streams of energy converge into Zeke's chest, as if he is being pulled into some reaction he cannot control. The others immediately realize something is wrong with Zeke. He panics, unable to understand what is happening to his body. As the team scrambles, someone spots the real cause ahead. The rift is still visible in the distance, but now it has shrunk to a narrow, unstable opening. The team quickly realizes the passage is almost completely closing. That discovery makes clear that their escape window is about to vanish. The rift crackles violently as it collapses in on itself. One of the boys understands the danger and braces for the worst. He warns the others that if they lose any more time, they will never make it through. Zeke answers with reckless confidence, insisting they can still do it. Their lead bird responds to his resolve and commits to the charge. The sudden decision shocks the others. The flock accelerates with extreme force, hurling itself straight toward the closing rift. The opening continues to contract even as they rush it. Another rider drives their bird forward as hard as possible to keep pace. The rift narrows to a final, dangerous slit. The strain overwhelms the birds, and the formation begins to break apart mid-flight. Several riders are thrown loose and start falling as the desperate push turns chaotic. The collapsing rift flares with a final burst of unstable light. In that last moment, Zeke reflects that he never understood the aura that had gathered from all of them. The birds can carry them no farther, and one softly signals that this is the limit of what they can do. Zeke accepts it, telling them to survive, regroup somewhere safe, keep training, and live on strongly. Then he lets go and sends them off with a final farewell, sacrificing his own chance to stay with them. The surviving birds emerge into open sky beyond the rift, sparkling with the release of having made it through. The team crashes down in a forest, battered but alive, and the blonde girl is the first to stir. As the others struggle up around her, one of them asks the question on all their minds, whether they truly made it back. Zeke confirms they made it back safely from the rift. He realizes the forest still feels wrong, but Laika explains the black mist from the rift is gone, meaning this is a different threat. Even so, Laika refuses to treat their return as the end of the mission. She urges everyone to leave at once, already recognizing the danger tied to the Kerberos family. What she senses is a feral, murderous presence closing in on them. The rest of the squad also picks up the threat and braces themselves. Their alarm spreads through the group as they prepare for an ambush. Each of them realizes the enemy has already found them. Laika identifies the aura and understands just how serious the situation is. Zeke concludes the pursuers are soldiers from the Kerberos family. Laika immediately orders everyone to move before they are surrounded. She tries to run, but her weakened body gives out almost at once. The aftermath of the rift catches up to her, leaving her unable to move properly. Another teammate points out that although their wounds were treated, their stamina never recovered. A second admits the same exhaustion, showing the whole group is in no shape for a prolonged fight. Laika still tries to think strategically, hoping they can at least break through the enemy line and reach the instructors in dragon territory. That hope collapses when the enemy force appears under the command of a red-haired woman backed by a massive dragon-like power and beast soldiers. Seeing their own condition against that force, one teammate admits escape now looks nearly impossible. Even Zeke's calmer companion can only acknowledge how bad the odds are. The enemy pressure makes it clear that standing and fighting head-on would only get them killed. With no good option left, panic starts to spread through the group. Zeke stays composed while everyone else wavers. He sizes up the enemy as an overwhelming formation of elite fighters and beasts that would catch them even at full strength. As the others start to break, Zeke reaches a decision. He declares that he will stay behind alone so the rest can escape. The proposal shocks the others, who hear it as a death sentence. Zeke argues that in their current state they cannot all outrun the enemy, so he will act as a decoy to buy time. His friend protests that the enemy presence resembles the deadly group they faced before, making the plans suicidal. Laika objects as well, because abandoning Zeke is something she cannot accept. Zeke turns that objection back on her ambition, reminding her that she wants to become the family matriarch. He tells her to prove it by judging priorities clearly instead of clinging to emotion. In his view, her current strength is only enough to complete the mission, not to save everyone. Laika still struggles with the idea of leaving him behind. Zeke cuts off her hesitation and tells her not to worry about him. He promises he can delay the enemy properly and rejoin them later, trying to make the sacrifice sound manageable. Laika refuses to accept that arrangement. She decides that if Zeke stays, she will stay too. Even when reminded of the mission and her duty to Lady Sandy, Laika insists she cannot abandon Zeke. Her loyalty leaves Sandy shaken and conflicted. Sandy finally takes command and orders the others to retreat immediately. Zeke sees Laika still standing there, and realizes she has no intention of obeying. Before he can argue further, she acts. Laika knocks Zeke aside with the flat of her blade, choosing force over debate. As she moves, she demands to know why he keeps trying to shoulder everything alone. Zeke catches her and calmly notes that she used the blunt edge, seeing through her refusal to truly hurt him. Their companion asks if Zeke is really willing to indulge Laika's reckless attachment. Zeke answers that if he says it is acceptable, then the matter is settled. He calls the whole group back to attention, reasserting control over the situation. Zeke bluntly tells them to stop wasting time on sentiment, and leave before the mission fails because of him. His friend is left staring at him, torn by how hard it is to abandon someone that dependable. A black-haired cadet suddenly appears before another student in the forest, drawing his attention. He insists he is completely fine, projecting confidence despite the situation. The other cadet hesitates, then decides to go bring reinforcements as quickly as possible. He immediately breaks into a run to carry out that plan. The rest of the group also retreats through the forest, leaving the black-haired boy behind. Left alone, he recalls being told he must survive no matter what, and finds it strange that someone like that worried over him. He judges that with his current self-healing and layered defensive arts, he should be able to endure for a while. He plants himself in place and prepares to face what is coming. Even so, he admits his training is still lacking. A pack of wolves charged with purple energy rushes straight at him, and he regrets never having had enough time to properly learn aura and body techniques. Still, he refuses to panic, deciding he has no intention of wasting any more time than he already has. As he steadies himself, he concludes that Jack must have failed. Rather than fear the ambush, he stands there with calm, almost smug certainty. The men controlling the wolves emerge and mock the fleeing cadets, pleased that only one target remains. Their leader dismisses the boys' resistance as pointless and orders his men to hunt down the others who escaped. The wolves surge forward to tear into the lone cadet. He does not even bother to move, waiting as the beasts close in. At the last instant, his eyes flare with power. That power sharpens into a predatory, inhuman gaze. A blazing vortex of energy forms around him as he stands with complete control. The attackers are caught off guard by the sudden change in pressure. Even the wolves lose their nerve and begin to whimper instead of attacking. He taunts them for daring to ignore him after forcing him to reveal himself. When they demand his identity, he casually introduces himself as Zeke. The leader realizes this is no ordinary first year and senses a strange, overwhelming pressure from him. Zeke exhales and admits the technique he just used is exhausting. The leader, now wary, calls him an absurd brat. He accuses Zeke of hiding behind a decoy and asks whether he really fought alone only to buy time. Zeke rejects that explanation outright. He reveals his real frustration is that he never got to fully enjoy himself inside the rift. Now burning with battle intent, he declares that all of them will have to entertain him until he is satisfied. He points at them like a challenger who has already decided the fight is his. The leader is unsettled, unable to understand why Zeke is acting this way. Zeke lunges in with a grin, eager to start. A red whirlwind of force suddenly enters the battlefield before he can continue. Zeke immediately realizes, with annoyance, that she has already arrived. The enemy leader barely has time to register the interruption. A red-haired woman descends at high speed, invoking the Four Winds foot art. She unleashes Gale Leg, Whirlwind as she drives into the enemy formation. Her strike explodes through the ground and scatters the men apart in a single violent impact. Zeke can only stare, visibly unimpressed that his fight has been interrupted. The woman announces herself as having come to help Master Zeke, but his flat response makes clear he does not appreciate it. When she notices his dissatisfaction, he points out that her arrival means the instructors likely secured the others safely. She confirms that is exactly why she came ahead, specifically to retrieve him. Zeke offers a dry, unconvincing thanks for her effort. His expression makes the insincerity obvious, and she calls him out on it. Meanwhile, the enemy side recognizes the newcomer as Gale and understands that someone of major importance has appeared. She takes her place beside Zeke, calmly facing the remaining enemies with him. She states coldly that Zeke's importance far exceeds that of any of them. Then she challenges the attackers to explain what difference their presence can possibly make now that she is here. A hidden attacker reveals that the swordsmen are not alone and strikes from behind with a shadowy power. One of the men is caught through the torso before he can react, proving the ambush is already underway. As the victim chokes in pain, the sudden attack throws the group into confusion. The armed men scramble to identify the unseen enemy now moving among them. The shadowy assailant rises from the ground itself while two academy students watch from a distance. The attacker, a purple-haired young man with a dagger, casually praises the group for noticing him at all. The black-haired student recognizes him as Lu, confirming the intruder's identity. One of the cornered men realizes this is Lupin's, the Phantom Shadow, and cannot understand why a Black Dragon Corps captain would be here. The pink-haired captain calmly notes that Lu seems fully capable of handling the situation without her help. The black-haired student studies the scene, intrigued rather than alarmed. Lu reflects that the student's ability to detect true star ether for an instant surpasses even Lady Patricia's stealth arts. He also judges the boy's dagger handling to be unusually refined, suggesting hidden talent. Remembering rumors that the patriarch's illegitimate child was peculiar, Lu decides the boy is more interesting than expected. Even with Lu's unexpected appearance, the enemy still has options, and Lu warns them not to underestimate his side. He drives his dagger into the ground as if marking the point where the standoff will turn violent. Wrapped in dark energy, Lu makes clear he is sparing them only because he chooses to, not because he lacks the power to kill them instantly. Though shaken, the enemy tries to answer his threat with defiance. Lu smirks, already knowing their confidence is misplaced. A surge of golden power suddenly cuts across the clearing from elsewhere. A blazing dragon manifestation appears overhead, and a second hidden ally announces that Lu is not the only one here. The trapped men are stunned as the balance of power shifts even further against them. Their leader realizes that even the Dredgecator has arrived, making resistance far more dangerous. The blonde officer steps forward through the golden flames, bringing overwhelming military force with him. One of the enemy bitterly mocks the show of force, while Lu remains seated and invites them to decide whether they still want to fight. Lu readies his dagger and offers to personally face them if they insist. He promises that if battle begins, they will be the ones erased. The black-haired student quickly assesses that numbers no longer matter. With both the Phantom Shadow and the Dredgecator present, he concludes the enemy has no realistic chance. Accepting that, the enemy leader orders a retreat instead of a hopeless clash. Lu immediately moves to stop them, refusing to let them leave so easily. But his confidence falters when he notices a last-second move from the enemy leader. The leader reveals a small glowing purple orb hidden in his hand. The pink-haired captain recognizes the object at once, alarming the student beside her. Lu lunges to prevent its use, determined not to let the escape succeed. He is a moment too late, and the orb is crushed before he can reach them. Its magic detonates in a burst of light and spatial energy. Lu is left staring in disbelief as the target slips from his grasp. The two students shield themselves from the flash as the escape magic activates. The black-haired student realizes what just happened before he can fully process it. When the light clears, the enemy group is gone without a trace. Annoyed, Lu identifies the trick as teleportation and names the item a teleportation orb. The captain explains to the student that it is a magic tool infused with transport magic. She clarifies that breaking the orb triggers its effect immediately. The orb sends its user at once to a location chosen in advance. She adds that such tools are extremely rare, making the enemy's preparation more troubling. The student laments that they escaped before they could be captured and questioned. Then his frustration boils over, and he breaks down crying because he wanted to fight. Lu bursts out laughing at the boy's absurd disappointment, while the captain can only stare in weary silence. The blonde officer arrives and dryly notes that the fugitives got away, forcing the others to acknowledge the failure. The captain explains that she never expected the enemy to have prepared a teleportation orb in advance. While the group is warned that even a trusted ally like Kerrang remains dangerous, and they must stay alert, Zeke treats the briefing lightly and starts thinking about leaving. Assuming the lesson is over, Zeke tries to head back early to sleep, but the others stop him because the discussion is not finished yet. Before they can rein him in, he slips away so abruptly that he is already gone, confirming that he is as impossible to pin down as ever. The blonde officer dryly assures him that he can leave if he wants, and Zeke's unimpressed reaction makes it clear that the reassurance does not help at all. Shifting to the real purpose of the gathering, the officer reveals that he has an important matter to ask everyone about the magic water. That unexpected subject finally catches Zeke's attention, and he turns back with puzzled curiosity.